Chapter 1, Let's Go Our Separate Ways and Never Meet Again. Medjugorje has returned home.
In the living room, Lin Dachui, who was carefully braiding the little girl's hair, paused for a moment. Su Wanqing stood in front of the two men, wearing a purple hip skirt that perfectly set off her curvy figure. The beautiful face is also delicately made up. Although she was so beautiful beyond words, her eyes when she looked at Lin Dachui and the little girl were very indifferent. Seeing that Lin Dachui didn't say anything, Su Wanqing frowned slightly. During the cooling-off period, move out early.
I don't want him to misunderstand.
After saying that, Su Wanqing stopped looking at Lin Dachui and the little girl and turned away.
Okay.
Lin Dachui replied calmly, Nan and I will move tonight. Su Wanqing, who was opening the car door, paused for a moment but did not stop.
This day has finally come.
From the very beginning, Lin Dachui knew that this day would come sooner or later. The two met in a bar 6 years ago. Su Wanqing drank a lot of alcohol, and Lin Dachui sent her to the hotel, and they slept together by accident.
The next day, they got their marriage certificate. 10 months later, a daughter was born and named Lin Nan.
I thought Su Wanqing would change after having a child. It was not until a year ago when Medjugorje announced her divorce on WeChat Moments that Lin Dachui realized that her love for Bai Yueguang had never changed. A month ago, Medjugorje returned home. Su Wanqing went to the airport to pick him up, saying she was on a business trip and didn't go home for a month.
As soon as I came back yesterday, I took Lin Dachui to register for divorce.
Su Wanqing did not want custody, so she offered to pay 10 million yuan in compensation and would pay 100,000 yuan every month in the future. Lin Dachui didn't want a penny, he just wanted the wedding house that he had never lived in.
Dad, doesn't Mom want us anymore?
Lin Nan pursed her lips tightly, raised her little head, and tried hard not to let the tears flow.
Nan. Lin Dachui leaned over and comforted her softly, Are you willing to go with Dad? Wherever Dad goes, I will go. Lin Nan tried hard to smile on her chubby little face. But today is Nan's birthday. Can I spend it with her for once?
Lin Dachui felt a slight soreness in his nose and felt a little bit reluctant. Su Wanqing has never spent a birthday with her daughter since she was a child, so she decided to fulfill her wish.
Lin Dachui took out his cell phone. Anything else?
Su Wanqing's cold voice came from the other end of the phone.
Today is Nan's birthday. Lin Dachui almost begged, Can you spend it with her for once?
After a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, someone responded, Okay. Then he hung up the phone.
Dad, did Mom agree?
Lin Nan was a little nervous, her little hands tightly grasping the corners of her clothes, her eyes full of anticipation. Lin Dachui stroked her little head gently. Well, she agreed.
Really? Lin Nan covered her mouth, unable to believe it. After confirming it again and again, she jumped up with joy. Great. Mom finally agreed. 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
Lin Dachui arrived at the kindergarten early.
Dad.
As soon as Lin Nan walked out of the school gate, she ran into Lin Dachui's arms and said, I got a bonus today.
Nan is so great.
Lin Dachui caressed her little head lovingly.
Mom.
Lin Nan suddenly shouted, Come and pick me up. He stopped talking abruptly in the middle of his speech. Lin Dachui turned his head and looked. Su Wanqing was seen standing behind the two of them, with a smile on her face that she had not yet taken off. Next to her stood a tall and handsome man. The two of them were holding hands with a little boy who was about the same age as their daughter. Seeing Lin Dachui, Su Wanqing looked a little nervous and quickly let go. Lin Dachui ignored him and looked up at the man.
Is he Medjugorje?
Sure enough, when she stood with the father and son, they looked more like a family.
Who is this?
Medjugorje raised the corner of his mouth slightly and asked Su Wanqing in a kind tone.
A colleague.
Su Wanqing explained with a smile, he often brings his daughter to the company, and when they get to know each other, he likes to call her randomly. In the past 6 years, Lin Dachui had never seen Su Wanqing so gentle.
It turns out that she can laugh. But her smile is only for Bai Yueguang. Auntie, is this handsome uncle your husband?
Lin Nan tilted her little head and asked cautiously. Ever since she could remember, Su Wanqing never allowed her to call her mother. Therefore, Lin Nan always called her auntie and only mentioned the word mom in front of Lin Dachui.
Su Wanqing's body stiffened and she opened her mouth to say something.
Before he could finish his words, Medjugorje suddenly smiled and said, Not yet, little friend.
Then come on, uncle.
Lin Nannan smiled sweetly. Aunt Su has been waiting for you for many years. Lin Dachui felt sad when he heard this. Su Wanqing, even your daughter knows that you are deeply in love with another man. You are really not worthy of being your daughter's mother. Okay, uncle will do his best. Majiji raised the corner of his mouth slightly and looked at Lin Dachui with eyes full of mockery. Su Wanqing pursed her red lips and walked up to Lin Dachui. Gigi just returned to China and is not familiar with the kindergarten, so. She didn't know why she had to explain to Lin Dachui, since they had clearly divorced yesterday. Lin Dachui didn't say anything, but sneered in his heart. Su Wanqing, your daughter has been in kindergarten for 2 years. Have you ever picked her up once? Do you really think Majiji doesn't know about our relationship? This month, he has sent me many photos of you two showing your love. Don't forget to come back at night. Lin Dachui glanced at Su Wanqing indifferently. Su Wanqing responded in a low voice, okay. Lin Dachui bit his cheek, then pulled Lin Nannan away without looking back. Su Wanqing, this is the last time you see your daughter. I hope you can keep your word. After tonight, you and I will go our separate ways and never meet again. Inside Su Wanqing's villa, Lin Dachui was busy preparing dinner, but his thoughts drifted to the night he first met Su Wanqing. At that time, Lin Dachui's soul had just traveled to this parallel world, and it had only been 2 days. Relying on his rich experience as a top singer in his previous life and the original owner's outstanding singing ability, he got a job as a resident singer in a bar. On my first day at work, I met Su Wanqing. She was obviously in a bad mood at that time. After singing the song, Lin Dachui went off the stage to take a break, but was called over by Su Wanqing. Without saying a word, he just drank with her silently. That night, both of them drank too much and went to a hotel to get a room. It was Su Wanqing who took the initiative to give her virginity, which led to the abnormal marriage that lasted for 6 years. The Su family is very rich, and Su Wanqing is the president of Su Group. After learning that his wife was pregnant, Lin Dachui gave up his dream of becoming a singer and focused on being a house husband, taking care of his wife and children. Su Wanqing has never given him a penny, but Lin Dachui is not short of money at all. Because the songs in this world are just rubbish. He made a lot of money by reselling some classic songs from his previous life. Even if he doesn't do anything, the copyright fees will be enough for him and his daughter to live for a lifetime. Concentrating on accompanying my daughter's growth is more important than anything else. Of course, if given the chance, he still wants to realize his dream of becoming a singer. After all, we can't come to this world for nothing, right? Dad. Lin Nannan looked aggrieved. Let's give Mom one last chance, okay? Lin Dachui smiled and nodded, okay. After saying that, he started to call Su Wanqing again, but the phone was turned off. Nannan, make a wish. Lin Dachui gently wiped the tears from the corners of his daughter's eyes and spoke softly. Good. Lin Nannan was very sensible. She made a wish quickly, blew out the candles, and deliberately tried to make Lin Dachui happy. It's just the loss that can't be hidden in the eyes. 8 o'clock in the evening. The father and daughter simply packed up, took only a suitcase, closed the door and left. There is no trace of nostalgia in my eyes anymore. Chapter 2 From the beginning to the end, I Only Love by Yue Guang. Kyoto. Sister Royan. A young girl in a white dress ran in excitedly, forgetting even to knock on the door. Meng Yao? The woman sitting in the CEO's chair frowned. You are so grown up, but you are still so impetuous. This woman is the president of Tianyu Group, Lu Ruyan. The person who just broke in was Qin Mengyao, the only daughter of the Qin family, another wealthy family in Kyoto. They are good friends and are also among the most beautiful women in Kyoto, with great looks and figures. Especially Lu Ruyan, who has an even better figure. Tell me, what's the bad news? Lu Ruyan pursed her sexy red lips. In recent days, artists under Tianyu Group have proposed to terminate their contracts, which has made her a little anxious. If this continues, Tianyu Group will collapse in her hands. It's a pity, but there is nothing we can do. Sister Ruyan, this is good news. Qin Mengyao was very excited and threw out a photo. Mr. Hammer is divorced. What? Lu Ruyan stood up suddenly, her chest shaking. Are you kidding? When have I ever lied to you? Qin Mengyao laughed. My people said that he officially registered for divorce yesterday. Just now, he and his daughter Lin Nannan moved out of Su Wanqing's villa. That's great. Lu Ruyan was excited. Now, Tianyu Group is saved. I'll have someone book 2 tickets to Zhengcheng right away.
We'll rush over overnight and get him at all costs.
After saying that, he immediately arranged for his assistant to book the tickets. He then pulled Qin Mangyao up and quickly walked out of the group's gate and headed straight for Kyoto International Airport.
8:30 p.m., Zhangcheng. Dad, is this our new home? It's so beautiful.
Lin Nannan is small in stature, but she carries a big school bag and looks at the house in front of her with surprise.
Lin Dachui smiled.
This large flat was decorated according to Su Wanqing's preferences, with pink as the main color. Originally, it was intended to be used as their wedding room, but Su Wanqing never came here once.
Nan Nan, do you like it?
Lin Dachui withdrew his thoughts and looked at his daughter tenderly.
Nan Nan likes it very much.
Lin Nannan stretched out her white and tender little hand and gently stroked Lin Dachui's face. Dad, you should smile more often, then you will be more handsome. A child who is only 5 years old is so sensible.
Good. Lin Dachui grinned. I'll listen to you, my dear daughter. Come on, Daddy will show you your big room.
After saying that, he picked up Lin Nannan and ran straight to the children's room. The room is very big and is already filled with all kinds of toys. Lin Nannan rolled happily on the bed holding her beloved doll.
Nan, Daddy is going to charge his phone for a while, and then I'll run the water for you to take a bath.
Lin Dachui looked at the happy Lin Nannan, breathed a sigh of relief, and turned to enter the master bedroom. After charging my phone, I headed towards the children's room again. He didn't expect that his phone would automatically turn on as soon as it was charged, and he received a message.
Mr. Hammer, I heard you're divorced?
Wait, I'll fly over to see you right away. The person who wrote the letter was marked as Mr. Liu from Tianyu Group.
Zhangcheng, a luxury suite in a hotel. Wanqing, it's great to have you. Majiji held Su Wanqing's hand, with tenderness on his face. Today's steak is so delicious. From now on, Mommy Su will eat with Pai Yan every day, okay? Meijiji's son Mei Pai Yan took Su Wanqing's other hand and shook it coquettishly.
Su Wanqing forced a smile and said, okay, if you want to eat, Mommy Su will take you to eat every day in the future.
Although she was smiling, Su Wanqing always felt a little uneasy for some reason. It seems I forgot something? Wanqing. Seeing Su Wanqing frowning, Majiji looked concerned and asked, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? How about you take a rest first and celebrate Pai Yan's birthday later? Celebrating birthday?
When Su Wanqing heard this, her body trembled violently.
Today seems to be Lin Nannan's birthday too. Su Wanqing lowered her head and glanced at her watch. It was already 8:30 in the evening so quickly. I promised to spend my daughter's birthday with her, how could I have forgotten about it? Gigi, I have something urgent to do.
I'll be back later to celebrate Pai Yan's birthday with you. After saying this, he turned around and left in panic, regardless of the Megidi father and son's efforts to keep him.
I entered the elevator and took out my cell phone. Why was it turned off?
Su Wanqing tried to turn it on and the phone showed that it still had half battery left.
Maybe Xiao Paiyan accidentally pressed the power button while playing games?
Su Wanqing smiled bitterly and shook her head, then dialed Lin Dachui's cell phone.
Sorry, the number you dialed is turned off.
A mechanical female voice came from the receiver.
Su Wanqing frowned, and a hint of anger appeared on her beautiful face. You're such a jerk, Lin Dachui. Didn't you just forget to go back earlier? How dare you turn off your phone? Do you think you can keep me like this? I'm going back now to celebrate Nannan's birthday.
I hope you won't play such silly tricks again.
Let's part ways in peace. Lin Dachui.
Su Wanqing had just returned to the villa and could no longer suppress the anger in her heart, so she shouted and cursed. But the door did not open on time as it did in the past, the moment she reached the room. Su Wanqing became angrier the more she thought about it, and she gritted her teeth and pressed the combination lock.
After opening the door, the room was dark. Humph, you're still playing this kind of trick. It's useless.
Su Wanqing sneered and reached out to turn on the light in the living room. The living room was clean, but empty, which made Su Wanqing's heart skip a beat.
Nan. Su Wanqing went upstairs and opened the children's room, but there was no one there. Impossible. How could they bear to leave?
Lin Dachui must have taken his daughter out to celebrate her birthday, and he even turned off his phone on purpose.
Snort.
I, Su Wanqing, have seen this kind of clumsy tactics many times. It's just that I didn't come back in time to celebrate my daughter's birthday.
Is it necessary to be so stingy?
Thinking of this, Su Wanqing was furious and called Lin Dachui's cell phone again. This time the call went through, but no one answered. Su Wanqing could no longer bear it. Lin Dachui, you are ungrateful, I will help you deal with it, get out of here early. She opened the closet, only to find her own clothes were left inside. All the clothes of the father and daughter were gone. Su Wanqing's heart skipped a beat, as if something important was lost. Then, she returned to the living room in a panic, but the wall where the family portrait was originally hung was now empty. How could it be? Su Wanqing staggered and fell on the sofa. No, it must be Lin Dachui playing hard to get. For the past 6 years, he has been around me like a dog. How can he just leave me like that? But why is there no trace of the father and daughter ever living together in this house? Why do I feel anxious? No. I won't regret it. If Lin Dachui hadn't taken advantage of my misfortune and taken my first time, how could I marry him? From the beginning to the end, I only love Meggie. Lin Dachui, don't think you can win me back by being clever. No way. 11:30 p.m. In a large flat in a residential area, Su Wanqing rang the doorbell with an angry look on her face. Who is it? Lin Dachui opened the door and saw Su Wanqing and Meiji and his son standing outside. He immediately sneered. Hey, isn't this Mr. Su? Why are you bringing your whole family to visit me, your subordinate, so late at night? Chapter 3 I'll make you pay. Hearing Lin Dachui's sarcastic words, Su Wanqing's face became a little uncomfortable. I promised to celebrate Nanan's birthday with her. It just so happens that Payan's birthday is also today, so I thought we could celebrate it together. Ha ha. Lin Dachui sneered, Nanan's birthday is over, get lost. After saying that, Lin Dachui was about to close the door. Wait. Su Wanqing stretched out her hand to stop him. Lin Dachui narrowed his eyes slightly, anything else? That. Su Wanqing hesitated, Ji and Pai Yan just returned to China and have no place to stay. It's not appropriate to stay in a hotel all the time. Anyway, this house has never been occupied, so let them live there temporarily. Hearing this, Lin Dachui felt sick in his heart. Su Wanqing, you have to understand that the house belongs to me and my daughter. Wanqing. Su Wanqing was about to speak, but Majiji stopped her and said, forget it, we two, father and son, will just make do with this. No. Su Wanqing gritted her teeth and said, I paid for the house, I can give it to whoever I want to live in it. This. Majiji said innocently, Brother Lin, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to. Majiji, put away your green tea face. Lin Dachui sneered. And you, Su Wanqing, I bought this house myself, what right do you have to let someone else live in it? You. Su Wanqing's face froze. I paid for it, so of course I have the right. Su Wanqing. Lin Dachui narrowed his eyes slightly, when have you ever given me money in these years? That's really funny. Su Wanqing said sarcastically, I transfer 100,000 yuan to you every month, and you said you never gave it to me? Then how did you buy the house? I have money. Lin Dachui was completely furious. You haven't even attended classes, where did you get the money? Su Wanqing sneered, okay, I don't want to argue with you. Then, he waved to the 3 bodyguards behind him who were carrying large and small bags, you 3, why don't you take the person back to the villa for me? Upon hearing this, the 3 bodyguards quickly took action. 2 of them grabbed Lin Dachui and made him unable to move. Another person entered the room and carried Lin Nannan out of the bed, but Lin Nannan bit his wrist. The bodyguard felt pain and let go quickly. Auntie, Nannan is wrong. Lin Nannan fell to her knees and begged, I don't want to live here anymore, please don't hit my dad. Let me go. Lin Dachui's eyes turned red and he shouted angrily, Su Wanqing, are you so cruel? Even a tiger won't eat its own cubs, look at what you have done. Don't force me to call the police and sue you for trespassing and assaulting someone. Su Wanqing's heart beat wildly and she moved, wanting to go forward to help Lin Nannan. At this moment, Majiji grabbed Su Wanqing's hand and said, Wanqing, forget it. I think the father and daughter are quite pitiful, so why not just give it to them and I'll stay in a hotel? I want you to give way? Lin Dachui could no longer bear it and cursed, you want to be a whore and pretend to be a saint? If I wasn't afraid of corrupting my daughter, I would have beaten this green tea girl a long time ago. Lin Dachui. Su Wanqing raised her eyebrows, if you were half as sensible as Ji, would we have to get divorced? I know you're unwilling, but you shouldn't be so clever as to try to save this marriage. At this point, Su Wanqing looked up at Lin Nan, who was still kowtowing desperately, with a hint of pity on her face.
Okay, stop knocking. I'll let you stay here tonight and move back to the villa tomorrow. After that, she squatted down again and comforted Mei Pian. How about staying at Mother Su's villa tonight and moving here tomorrow? Mom Su is so nice. Mei Pian happily rewarded Su Wanqing with a kiss.
Su Wanqing's pretty face was slightly red, and her eyes were full of tenderness.
Then, he left with a few people in a leisurely manner. Nan, don't be afraid.
Lin Dachui's eyes were red, and he didn't bother to cause trouble to Su Wanqing. He hugged the frightened Lin Nan tightly.
Nan, Daddy promises you that no one will dare to bully you anymore. Su Wanqing, you even don't let your own daughter go. I will definitely make you regret it. Dad.
Lin Nan was still in shock and sobbed softly. I don't want to give Mom a chance anymore.
Dad, can you take me away from here?
Lin Dachui couldn't help crying when he heard this. Okay?
Let's leave tomorrow, okay? Lin Nan nodded heavily. Does it hurt? Lin Dachui looked distressed and gently wiped Lin Nan's forehead. She hit it too hard just now and her skin was broken. Dad, I'm not hurt. Lin Nan sensibly wiped away the tears from Lin Dachui's face. Don't cry, Daddy. Nan will be good and obedient in the future.
Lin Dachui felt a pain in his heart, as if someone had grabbed it hard. While applying the medicine, he swore secretly, Su Wanqing, I will make you pay the price.
And Majiji, I won't let you go either.
Plant a seed in your heart, it can make your small wish come true with magical powers. At this moment, the cell phone on the table suddenly rang with a childish ringtone.
Dad, the phone. Lin Nan reminded.
This ringtone was made by Lin Dachui himself, and the original sound was from Lin Nan. As expected, like father, like daughter, Lin Nan's singing talent is also unique. Lin Dachui smiled slightly, picked up his phone and took a look.
Why would she call me so late? Boss Lu? Lin Dachui pressed the answer button. It's so late, is there something you want to talk to me about? Mr. Hammer.
An anxious voice came from the other end of the line. I'm in Jiangcheng.
Can I meet you now?
The person who called was Lu Ruyan, who had just arrived in Jiangcheng from Kyoto.
Lin Dachui was confused. Boss Lu, it's not convenient so late. If you have anything to say, let's talk about it tomorrow. Mr. Hammer. Lu Ruyan explained hurriedly, if it wasn't extremely urgent, I definitely wouldn't bother you. Don't worry. I can come to visit you, I just asked Mr. Hammer to give me a chance. Lu Ruyan was very nervous and waited for Lin Dachui's reply. Okay then.
After hesitating for a moment, Lin Dachui responded, but you have to come as soon as possible. After hanging up the phone, Lin Dachui sent another location message to the other party, thinking to himself. I have known Lu Ruyan for a year, and she has never crossed the line. When the time comes, I will see what the matter is and help if I can.
Jingle.
Not long after I coaxed Lin Nan to sleep, the doorbell rang. When Lin Dachui opened the door, he saw a stunning woman in a professional suit, her breasts so full that they were about to burst out. It's just his face looked a little tired, but his eyes were determined. Behind him, there was a girl in a white dress. The stunning beauty of the two women made Lin Dachui, who was used to seeing beauties like Su Wanqing, a little dazed. However, everything soon returned to normal.
Boss Lu? Is this the second time we meet?
Lin Dachui asked politely.
Yes. Lu Ruyan nodded repeatedly. Mr. Hammer, you can just call me Ruyan.
Lin Dachui slightly turned sideways and welcomed the two women into the room.
Mr. Hammer.
After sitting down, the girl in the white dress blushed and introduced herself. My name is Qin Mengyao, and I'm Ruyan's best friend. Lin Dachui nodded lightly. Qin Mengyao pouted, looking aggrieved.
Lin Dachui ignored him and asked directly, it's so late, just tell me what you want to say. Mr. Hammer.
Lu Ruyan hurriedly sat up straight and said with a serious face, actually, I came here this time to ask you for a favor.
Chapter 4, The First Woman to Sleep with My Daughter. You want me to sign a contract with Tianyu Group?
Lin Dachui was a little surprised when he learned the other party's intention.
Yes. Lu Ruyan nodded seriously, staring at Lin Dachui with her charming eyes full of anticipation.
Lin Dachui remained calm and poured 2 glasses of boiled water for the two people. Why are you looking for me?
Lu Ruyan came all the way to Jiangcheng just to get me to sign a contract with Tianyu Group and become her artist? Mr. Hammer, I will tell you the truth. Lu Ruyan said slowly without any hesitation. Recently, artists under Tianyu Group have terminated their contracts and switched to competitor Emperor Entertainment. Tianyu Group is going to collapse. I know your strength very well. Almost all of the most popular classic songs in daxia were written by you. If we can get your support, the crisis of Tianyu Group will be resolved. Lu Ruyan is right. Among the 100 most popular classic songs in daxia today, 99 of them are from Lin Dachui. Over the past 6 years, many entertainment companies have wanted to sign a contract with Mr. Hammer, but they have never even met him. Only Lu Ruyan, who was on a business trip to Jiangqing a year ago, accidentally met Lin Dachui teaching Lin Nan to sing by the lake. She remembered that song very clearly. High on the green hills, daylilies bloom. Pick one and give it to my little girl. Pin it in your hair and hold it in my heart. Accompany you until you grow up, and then watch you become a bride. If one day, my thoughts go far away. Pick a petal to make wings and fly in the wind. If one day, I understand sadness. Thinking about it, you will have a good dream. At the end of the distant sky, daylilies bloom. Every one of them is the image I care about. Let it bloom, I'm waiting for you on your way home. It's like I've never left your side. Lu Ruyan had never heard that song before, but it was so beautiful that she couldn't move. Even, this cold and arrogant female CEO had already burst into tears without even realizing it. Hello? At that time, out of curiosity, Lu Ruyan took the initiative to approach and asked, "Excuse me, what is the name of this song?" "Let's call it Daylily." Lin Dachui smiled slightly, picked up Lin Nan and was about to leave. Lu Ruyan wiped her tears hastily and said, Can I leave your contact information?" That was the first time she took the initiative to ask a strange man for his contact information, and the other party was a man with a child. But she didn't think there was anything wrong with it at all. The two chatted for a long time. This was the first time she talked so much with a man she had just met, including finding out about his wife and getting to know his daughter. Before leaving, Lu Ruyan asked Lin Dachui to submit the song to Tianyu Group, and mysteriously told him that it would definitely be a hit. Lin Dachui agreed with a smile, and the next day he sent a song to Tianyu Group as submission email address, signing it as Mr. Chuizi. It was then that Lu Ruyan realized that the Lin Dachui she met by chance was the most mysterious creator of divine songs in the entertainment industry, Mr. Hammer. Once the song was released, it became popular all over the country. Especially, this song was sung by a girl named Lin Nan with a baby voice. When this song is played at many weddings, the fathers who are giving away their daughters cry their hearts out. If he can join, Tianyu Group will surely be reborn. Terribly sorry. Lin Dachui looked apologetic and said, I can't promise you now. Mr. Hammer. Lu Ruyan said anxiously, Are you worried about the salary? As long as you are willing to sign the contract, Tianyu Group will give you 49% of the shares. No. If the shares are raised to 60%, I will only keep 30%, and the remaining 10% will be left to other employees. Is that okay with you? After saying that, he looked at Lin Dachui nervously. Qin Mengyao looked at Lu Ruyan in shock. Sister Ruyan, you might as well give the company directly to Lin Dachui. He. Lin Dachui smiled bitterly and shook his head. It's not about money, it's, my daughter is still young. I'll take it. Lu Ruyan didn't even think about it. Then, as if she felt it was a little abrupt, she blushed and explained, I mean, you focus on writing songs, and I'll help you take care of your daughter. Qin Mengyao curled her lips, feeling very unhappy. Sister Ruyan, I was the one who provided the news of his divorce. Why did you start robbing him without my consent? Isn't this not good? Lin Dachui frowned. Nan is a little shy, I'm afraid she won't be easy to take care of. After the divorce, I also thought about whether I should realize my dream, but my daughter is still young, so I will wait until she goes to college. With my strength, no matter when I debut, I will always be at the peak. I've earned enough money now. Mr. Hammer, can you give me a chance? Lu Ruyan said sincerely, let me try to get along with Nan. If she doesn't agree, I won't force it. Okay? Lin Dachui hesitated for a while, and finally nodded, then you give it a try. Su Wanqing, if you knew that a loser like me is popular among others, how would you feel? Very good. Lu Ruyan was so excited that she was incoherent. Thank you, Mr. Hammer. I will definitely get along well with Nan. Ha ha. Lin Dachui waved his hand. Just call me Lin Dachui. I always hear it as Hammer Cece. Okay, brother Dachui. Lu Ruyan added the word brother without authorization. Then let me tell you about my plan. I want to do a program for original singers. What do you think? That's a good idea. Lin Dachui nodded. However, with the current strength of Tianyu Group, I'm afraid. Brother Dachui. Qin Mengyao interrupted. Tianyu Group is just a small business of the Lu family. There is no need to worry about funding. Besides, our Qin family will also fund this program, so it will be absolutely foolproof. Upon hearing this, Lin Dachui smiled bitterly. How could I forget that these two are wealthy families in Kyoto? My worries are unnecessary. That's fine. Lin Dachui stood up and said with a smile, we'll discuss the details tomorrow. It's too late now. I won't see you off. Lu Ruyan blushed slightly. Brother Dachui, can we stay here for one night? Regardless of whether he agrees or not, I must stick to Lin Dachui, otherwise I will be snatched away by someone else. By then, I won't even have anywhere to cry. Seeing that Lin Dachui was a little hesitant, Lu Ruyan stepped forward and crossed her arms and said coquettishly. Brother Dachui, I just want to develop a relationship with Nan Nan as soon as possible, okay? Qin Mengyao widened her eyes. Am I seeing that? Is this still the cold and aloof female CEO that I know, Emperor Ruyan? Lin Dachui is a divorced man with a child. Okay. Lin Dachui looked helpless, but this house will not be mine tomorrow. Very good. Lu Ruyan was so excited that she pulled Qin Mengyao to another guest room without saying anything. You sleep here tonight. I'll sleep with you. After saying that, he carefully opened the door and tiptoed into the children's room. Lin Dachui looked at this scene and felt inexplicably moved. He had begged Su Wanqing for so many years to spend more time with her daughter, but it never happened. Unexpectedly, the first woman to sleep with her daughter was not her mother, but Lu Ruyan. If Nan Nan can get along with her, I can help her. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, Lin Dachui was awakened by the ringing of his cell phone. What's up? Lin Dachui's tone was very cold. Lin Dachui. Su Wanqing's somewhat tired voice came from the other end of the phone. I'm at the gate of the community. Chapter 5. Don't even want your biological father anymore? Su Wanqing. Lin Dachui said in a cold voice, are you so impatient that you want to give my and Nanan's house to your lover? Don't forget, the prenuptial agreement clearly states that no matter how much property you have after marriage, it has nothing to do with each other. Su Wanqing's tone suddenly softened. I just want you and Nan Nan. You're dreaming. He was interrupted by Lin Dachui. I bought this house with my own money. If you dare to use my things to show your kindness again, don't blame me for getting angry. After a few seconds of silence on the other end of the phone, he spoke, I'm at the door. Let's talk, okay? There's nothing to talk about. Lin Dachui refused without even thinking about it. Talk? What's there to talk about? Why should I give my things to that green tea girl? Do you really think I'm a cuckold? Just then, the doorbell rang. Lin Dachui ignored it. But after all his calculations, he forgot that there were Lu Ruyan and Qin Mengyao at home. Hey, isn't this Mr. Su? The door opened and a beautiful face appeared. Who are you? Su Wanqing stared at the girl in the white dress in front of her, her heart filled with rage. You bastard Lin Dachui, I came here with good intentions to pick you and your daughter up and take her back to the villa, and this is how you treat me? We just got divorced, and you can't wait to bring another woman into our wedding room? What a scumbag! Where's Lin Dachui? Su Wanqing's pretty face was full of gloom. Tell him to get out right now. My name is Qin Mengyao, and I'm Lin Dachui's girlfriend. Qin Mengyao said jokingly, he doesn't want to see you now, get lost. Get out of here. Su Wanqing was not willing to give up. She pushed Qin Mengyao away and tried to force her way in. Stop. Just then, another woman walked out quickly from the children's room. Su Wanqing froze on the spot. Why are there still women? Not only is she absolutely beautiful, but her figure is even more domineering than the one next to her. The front is convex and the back is curved, and the chest is full and ready to burst. Sure enough, all the kindness he had shown me over the past 6 years was just fake. As soon as we got divorced, he started playing with another woman. Still two. Su Wanqing? The person who came was Lu Ruyan. You are the president of Su Group after all. Why are you so out of control? Su Wanqing gritted her teeth and said, who are you? Me?
Lu Ruyan smiled softly. Let me introduce myself.
My name is Lu Ruyan.
In 28 days, I will become Dachui's wife and Nanan's mother.
You. Su Wanqing was so angry that she was shaking all over. You guys?
Just as I was about to curse, I suddenly heard my daughter crying in the room. Lu Ruyan's face changed and she turned around and ran back to her room desperately.
Su Wanqing took advantage of Qin Mangyao's inattention and rushed in. Nan, what's wrong?
Lin Dachui arrived at the bed first, looking anxious.
Mother Lu.
Seeing Lu Ruyan coming in, Lin Nan struggled to push Lin Dachui away. Nan thought that Mother Lu didn't want Nan anymore. As he said that, he threw himself into Lu Ruyan's arms, his little hands tightly grasped Lu Ruyan's clothes at her waist, and burst into tears. Lu Ruyan comforted her softly, and Lin Nanan's emotions gradually stabilized. Lin Dachui was bewildered.
What is going on? Isn't Nan shy about strangers? How come our relationship became so good after sleeping with Lu Ruyan for one night? You don't even want your biological father anymore? Nan, stop screaming.
Lin Dachui glanced at Lu Ruyan, who was like a good wife and mother, and pretended to be angry and said, How could Aunt Lu get married in the future if you do this?
Dad.
Nan said in a baby voice. Mother Lu said that as long as Dad agrees, she will be Nanan's mother. Let me calculate, there are still 28 days. Lin Dachui looked at Lu Ruyan, whose pretty face was slightly red, and said helplessly, Okay, as long as you are happy.
Come, Daddy will change your clothes first. No.
Lin Nan pouted and refused coquettishly. Nan wants Mama Lu to wear it.
Lu Ruyan covered her mouth and laughed secretly, then whispered softly, Okay, Mommy Lu will put it on for Nan right away.
Su Wanqing, who had been standing at the door for a long time, felt very sad when she saw this warm scene. As her biological mother, she seemed to have become an outsider at this moment.
28 days left? Is Nan calculating the cooling off period for my divorce with Lin Dachui? Why? I am Nan's biological mother.
Even if Lin Dachui and I get divorced, it can't change this fact.
But why would Nan call Lu Ruyan Mom Lu? Could it be that Lin Dachui and she have been together for a long time?
Su Wanqing didn't know what was wrong with her, and she felt as if needles were pricking her heart.
Nan, Mommy is here.
Su Wanqing didn't know what was wrong with her and never let Lin Nan call her mom.
Now.
I was the one who called first. However, I don't seem to be that disgusted by the word mother.
However, Nan hid behind Lu Ruyan and looked at him timidly.
Su Wanqing felt her throat was a little blocked. She wanted to say something, but she couldn't say anything.
Su Wanqing, can you please have some shame?
Lin Dachui said coldly, When did you? He was stopped by Lu Ruyan when he was halfway through his words.
Then, she stroked Lin Nanan's little head gently. Nan, you and Daddy go wash up first, and Mommy Lu will change your clothes later, okay? Lin Nan nodded sensibly and followed Lin Dachui to the bathroom. Only Lu Ruyan and Su Wanqing were left in the room. Boss Su. Lu Ruyan instantly regained her aloof demeanor. Nan is so unfamiliar with you, it must be because you rarely accompany her, right? I arrived in Jiangqing last night and met Nan for the first time.
I just told her a bedtime story and she became so close to me.
Don't you think that you, as a mother, have failed in your duty? Su Wanqing trembled all over.
Oh, sorry.
Lu Ruyan raised her lips slightly.
Nan told me that you are not her mother, but aunt.
Su Wanqing's face turned pale instantly and she pursed her lips tightly. Lu Ruyan.
Su Wanqing tried to hold back the tears in her eyes and said, You don't need to teach me how to do things.
No matter what, I am her biological mother. Really?
Lu Ruyan raised her eyebrows slightly. But the child's emotions cannot be deceived.
You can't give her the maternal love she longs for.
But I, Lu Ruyan, can. Su Wanqing was suddenly speechless and covered her chest tightly with her hands.
Why do I feel so bad? Could it be, did I really do something wrong? No, I'm not wrong. I just want to make up for my past regrets. What have I done wrong?
If there is any fault, it is Lin Dachui's fault. He dominated my youth for 6 years. Now that he's freshly divorced, he's hanging out with these two bitches.
They'll only lead our daughter astray. Lu Ruyan.
Thinking of this, Su Wanqing gritted her teeth and said, Nan is my daughter.
I want to take her home now.
Also, I would rather give this house to someone else than let you three bitches live in it.
It's disgusting.
At this moment, Lin Dachui and his daughter returned to the room.
Help Nan Nan change her clothes first.
Lin Dachui handed Lin Nan Nan over to Lu Ruyan and dragged Su Wanqing to the living room.
Su Wanqing, let me say it again. I bought the house with my own money.
Lin Dachui's words were colder than ever before.
Su Wanqing sneered, Lin Dachui, why do I only realize how shameless you are now? I give you 100,000 yuan every month, but you say you bought this house with your own money? How ridiculous. Ha ha. Lin Dachui laughed in anger. Su Wanqing, hasn't the bank card always been with you? Chapter 6, Get Lost. Don't force me to slap you. Stuck here with me? Su Wanqing was very angry. Lin Dachui, why are you telling lies now? In the past 6 years, the money I gave you must be at least 7 million, right?
Su Wanqing took a deep breath and continued, of course, this is what I promised you, I won't take it back.
But you should never, ever use the money I gave you in Nan Nan to support other women. Keeping a woman? Lin Dachui laughed. Su Wanqing, don't you know what kind of person I am?
Upon hearing this, Su Wanqing frowned and fell into memories. For the past 6 years, Lin Dachui seemed to have always been around me and my children. For our wedding anniversaries, birthdays and various holidays, Lin Dachui carefully prepared gifts and tried his best to please me. When I got up in the morning and went to work, a hot breakfast was already on the table. When I get home from get off work in the afternoon, I always see Lin Dachui wearing an apron and busy in the kitchen. When I come back from a social event late at night, there is always a hangover soup prepared. Yes. He seems to be very busy taking care of me and my daughter. He has no time to go out. How can he have time to support a woman? Moreover, the temperament and appearance of these two women are much better than mine. How could a woman like this be attracted to Lin Dachui? And this large flat, including decoration and furniture, costs at least 4 million, not much cheaper than a villa. After deducting the basic expenses of the father and daughter for the past 6 years, there was not much money left. Then, where did you get the money to buy a house? Su Wanqing's tone weakened a bit, and these two women, you invited them to act, you want to deliberately piss me off, right? I'm not as boring as you. Lin Dachui sneered. Su Wanqing, let me ask you again, when did you give me the card? Really didn't give it to me? How could that be? Su Wanqing seemed to suddenly remember something and hurriedly called her assistant, Cindy, where is the card I asked you to apply for 6 years ago? Boss Su. Lucini, the assistant on the other end of the phone, seemed a little confused. Didn't I give you the card you asked me to apply for? Leave it to me? Su Wanqing frowned. Didn't I ask you to give it to Lin Dachui? Lucini explained. Boss Su, I was going to give it to him, but didn't you say that you wanted to give it to him in person? Su Wanqing's head made a loud bang and her face turned pale in an instant. She finally remembered that Lucini had indeed given her the card. But after returning to the villa, as soon as I entered the door, I suddenly received a message from Majiji. Wanqing, I'm sorry. I'm abroad now. Can you help me go see Grandma? She's alone in her hometown, and I'm worried. At that time, I drove to Majidi's hometown overnight without saying anything and personally handed the card to his grandmother. Big hammer. Su Wanqing looked a little uncomfortable. I forgot to give you the card, I'm sorry, I apologize. I'll replenish it for you now. Su Wanqing, no need. Lin Dachui calmly refused. Get lost now, Majiji and your eldest son are still waiting for you. After saying that, he pushed Su Wanqing out the door. Da hammer, you misunderstood. Su Wanqing pressed against the door tightly, trying to explain, I sent them back to the hotel last night. They didn't stay at home. Don't worry, I won't do anything to let you down before we're officially divorced. I'm here to pick you and Nan Nan up today. We still have 28 days to officially divorce, right? Take it back? Lin Dachui looked at Su Wanqing coldly. Su Wanqing, what qualifications do you have to say such things? Let's put me aside for now and talk about Nan Nan. It's been 6 years. You'll develop feelings for a dog, right? She's your biological daughter, and you don't even dare to call her mom. And you are so happy when Mejidai's son calls you mom. You're telling me now that you want to take her back? Are you worthy enough? Don't forget that I have the custody of Nan Nan. Su Wanqing trembled all over and took a few steps back involuntarily. You misunderstood, Su Wanqing. Lin Dachui sneered again. Don't tell me you didn't do anything to let me down. As soon as Majidi returned home, you couldn't wait to pick him up at the airport and stayed with him and his son for a whole month. Even during the half hour of registering for divorce, you were chatting with him, your face was almost broken with laughter.
Su Wanqing's face turned pale and she was extremely panicked. What happened to Lin Dachui?
For the past 6 years, he has always been humble and submissive, and I have never seen his eyes so full of hatred.
Could it be that he said these things on purpose to make me feel guilty because he was jealous? Yes, that must be it. Lin Dachui. Su Wanqing was furious, yes.
I was with him, but I definitely didn't cross the line, let alone cheat.
You said all this just to make me remarry you.
At this point, he threw out another card and said, "Here is 10 million.
I'll give it to you. Don't even think about remarrying me." Remarry you?
Lin Dachui laughed in anger. Su Wanqing, you think too much.
But you're right, we can never remarry in this life.
Su Wanqing opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but Lin Dachui didn't give her a chance.
Take your card away and get out of here before you force me to slap you.
Su Wanqing gritted her teeth, picked up the bank card, stomped her feet and left with a grim face.
Brother Dachui.
At this moment, a pair of soft and boneless hands gently embraced Lin Dachui's waist. Don't be angry with this kind of woman, it's not worth it. Lin Dachui felt the softness and elasticity on his back, and his body stiffened slightly.
I'm sorry to have embarrassed you, Boss Lu. Lin Dachui calmed down and gently pulled Lu Ruyan's hand away. Have you changed your clothes, Nan Nan? Well, I'm done changing. I'm playing with Meng Yao. Lu Ruyan's pretty face flushed. Where are we going now? Lin Dachui scratched his head and said with embarrassment, Boss Lu, don't you need to go back to Kyoto? No hurry, no hurry. Lu Ruyan waved her hands repeatedly. I finally came to Jiangcheng, I have to stay for at least a month. That's perfect. When your divorce cooling off period is over, we can go back to Kyoto together. Lin Dachui naturally understood Lu Ruyan's girlish thoughts. Once bitten by a snake, you will be afraid of ropes for 10 years. He now just wants to settle the divorce matters as soon as possible and start a new life with his daughter. Besides, Lin Dachui was not confident enough to make a young, beautiful and wealthy president fall in love with him. Lu Ruyan simply admires her own talent. Once the crisis of Tianyu Group is resolved, she will naturally not have to please me like this. Boss Lu. Thinking of this, Lin Dachui took a deep breath and slowly said, Don't worry, I will definitely do what I promised you. The situation of Tianyu Group is not optimistic right now. Without you in charge, I'm afraid it will really collapse. What are you afraid of? Lu Ruyan curled her lips. If it fails, I'll just open a new one. Lin Dachui curled his lips. Damn, rich people are so arrogant. Okay. Lin Dachui shook his head helplessly. Since Mr. Lu wants to play, then play for a few more days. It just so happens that several of my disciples have arrived in Jiangcheng today, and they insisted on hosting a banquet to celebrate my divorce. Well, when the time comes, you and Meng Yao can come along and I'll introduce them to you. Okay. Lu Ruyan's face showed a hint of shyness. Then let's pack up quickly, someone will come to see the house later. As soon as he finished speaking, the doorbell rang again. Chapter 7 Brother Dachui, you are so bad. Is it going to end yet? Lin Dachui opened the door with an impatient look on his face. TSK, why are you so angry so early in the morning? But the person standing at the door was not Su Wanqing, but Mei Jiji with a mocking look on his face, and his son Mei Pian. There were several suitcases behind the father and son. How? Lin Dachui narrowed his eyes slightly. After being stood up by Su Wanqing, you come to me to show off your presents? Majiji's mouth twitched. Wanqing said that there were your things at home, and she was afraid that I would be angry if I saw them, so she let me stay in a hotel. Lin Dachui sneered. Oh, is there something for me? I moved my and Nanan's things to the new house the day after Su Wanqing went to accompany you, a bitch. Last night, just the last of the daily necessities. I just don't know why Su Wanqing would find such an excuse to fool Majiji. Hasn't she realized yet that there is no more of my and Nan's things in the house? 2. For 6 years, she only had Bai Yue Guang in her heart and never cared about me and Nan. How could she have discovered it? Oh, so that's how it is. Lin Dachui responded calmly, now I know, you can go away. Seeing Lin Dachui's calm look, Majiji bit his cheek tightly, and anger rushed to his head. Lin Dachui. It's all your fault. If you hadn't asked that little bastard to act pitiful, would I have had to go back to the hotel last night? Su Wanqing said that this house is new and has never been lived in. It can only belong to me, Mejiji. Why did you stay there for one night?
Thinking of this, Mejiji no longer wanted to pretend.
Lin Dachui.
Mejiji's mouth twisted. Wanqing said that this house is for me, you quickly pack up your things and get out. After saying that, he pulled the suitcase into the room without saying anything. Lin Dachui originally wanted to stop it, but when he thought about what might happen next, he felt a little excited.
Mejiji, the first round of revenge is about to begin, are you ready? Hey! Are you done packing your things?
Seeing 2 suitcases in the living room, Mejiji looked very proud and said, I didn't expect you to be so sensible.
Lin Dachui, you can't blame me for this. You can only blame Wanqing for loving me too much. Even after living with you for 6 years, I'm the only one in her heart. Then, he whispered in her ear, except for the night when Wanqing got drunk, she hasn't let you touch her in the past 6 years, right? How pitiful. She is a widow at such a young age. TSK.
Lin Dachui curled his lips, I got the first blood.
You. Mejiji was so angry that his face turned red and his neck became thick. What if I got Wanqing's first time? A person who is not loved can only be a mistress forever. What happened to Xiao San? Lin Dachui laughed, I got the first blood. You. Megi was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by Lin Dachui. Besides, who told you that Su Wanqing and I only had this one time? We've already been there. To Ba? Mejiji looked puzzled. What do you mean? It's terrible to be uneducated. Lin Dachui mocked, then I'll teach you what Daobai is. The first day is called Dan, the second day is called Chang, the third day is called Jing, the 9th day is called Su, and the 10th day is called Zao. When the sun is dry, it is pronounced as Han. When the sun is clear, it is pronounced as Shin. When the sun is blue, it is pronounced as Qing. When the sun is bent, it is pronounced as Ba. At this point, Lin Dachui said jokingly, now, do you understand what it means to get to Ba? Although he did not touch Su Wanqing later, it did not prevent Lin Dachui from humiliating Mejiji. This green tea guy wants to come and provoke me? You.
Mejiji spat out a mouthful of blood and pointed at Lin Dachui tremblingly, Wanqing will never be with you.
Oh. I see. You're trying to piss me off on purpose, right? Mejiji took a deep breath, but still couldn't calm down his anger.
Lin Dachui, I don't want to talk nonsense with you anymore, move out of my house immediately.
As you wish. Lin Dachui curled his lips and shouted towards the inner room, Nan, let's go. Coming.
Lin Nan responded happily. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 beautiful women, each holding Lin Nan's hand, walked out of the bedroom.
Mejiji's eyes almost fell out. The best. Both of these women are much more elegant than Su Wanqing. Especially that tall woman, with a curvy figure and breasts that are so full that they seem to burst out. But why are they here? Could it be that because Lin Dachui's source of income was cut off by Su Wanqing, he planned to rent out the spare room? Are these 2 beautiful girls here to look at the house? That's great. Wouldn't it be awesome if I could support these 2 beauties? Anyway, Su Wanqing just said that she would not come here again. Then I will use the money she gives me to keep a beautiful woman in a golden house. Ha. Thinking of this, Mejiji hurriedly put down his suitcase and ran forward with a flattering look on his face. 2 beauties, do you want to rent a house here? The house is mine now, you can stay here as long as you want, no charge. Lu Ruyan ignored him. Holding Nanan's hand, she walked forward and took Lin Dachui's arm. Hubby, let's go. Husband? Mejiji's face was red. You are so rude, Lin Dachui, how dare you have a mistress? TSK. Qin Mengyao sneered, the guy Su Wanqing has loved for many years is this kind of bastard? Worse than trash. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. After saying that, she stepped on Mejiji's instep with her high heels. Mejiji cried out in pain, grimacing, and unable to speak. Let's go. Lin Dachui pulled up the suitcase and said, Mejiji, this house is for you. I hope you will enjoy your stay. After saying this, he turned around and left in style, ignoring Mejiji's shocked face. Brother monkey. In the elevator, Lin Dachui made a phone call. I have moved out. You can move in now. The password is 6SIXS. I wish your son a happy wedding. A cheerful voice came from the other end of the phone. Brother De Hammer, thank you so much, you have helped me a lot. I haven't decorated my newly bought villa yet. My son said he wants to get married, so where can he get a wedding house?
Luckily, you are willing to give me this wedding house at half price.
You are really at a big disadvantage. Don't worry, Lei Ho, will always remember your kindness. If you have any problems, just let me know and I will help you resolve them.
Lin Dachui smiled and said, "Thank you, brother monkey."
Oh, by the way, I was in a hurry to leave and seemed to have forgotten to lock the door. It's okay, it's okay.
Lei Ho said hurriedly, "My wife and I will be there soon."
It's only a few minutes, there shouldn't be anyone so foolish as to dare to go in, right?
Lin Dachui smiled without saying anything, gave some more blessings, and then hung up the phone.
Brother Dachui, this monkey brother.
Qin Mangyao looked at Lin Dachui, who was laughing foolishly and couldn't help but ask a question.
You mean Thunder Monkey? Lin Dachui patted his head. He is the underground emperor of Jiangcheng. His son is getting married today, and the newly bought villa hasn't been furnished yet. It just so happens that this is also a wedding house.
I'll sell it to him at half price, just as a favor. Upon hearing this, the two women looked at each other.
Then why did you let Mejijai in? Qin Mangyao tilted her head and asked with a puzzled look, aren't you afraid that Thunder Monkey will get angry? Didn't I tell you? I was in a hurry to go out and forgot to close the door. Lin Dachui laughed. Ah. Qin Mangyao opened her mouth wide, Brother Dachui, you are too mean. Lu Ruyan covered her mouth and laughed secretly, women don't love men who are not bad. Let's go.
I also have a villa in Jiangcheng, which I use for business trips.
Let's live there. Let's go to my house.
Lin Dachui smiled slightly.
Su Wanqing, goodbye. Chapter 8. This villa is quite big. A large flat in a residential area. Lin Dachui, you bastard. Majiji looked gloomy and cursed, if you want to leave, just leave by yourself. Why take the female tenant with you?
After scolding, he took Mei Paiyan with an excited look on his face and checked the room around.
This house is really big.
Not only is the decoration luxurious, but it also has all the furniture and appliances you could ever want, and they are all big brands.
The money you spent is almost as much as the price of the villa, right?
Lin Dachui, Lin Dachui.
After licking for 6 years, in the end, it was all in vain. Ha ha ha. Just when Majiji was secretly feeling proud of himself, his cell phone suddenly rang. Majiji took out his phone and looked at it, his face changed drastically. Lei. Master Lei? My GD. A fierce voice came from the other end of the phone. When can you pay me back the money you owe me? Master Lei.
Majiji replied hastily, please forgive me for another month, and then I will pay you back with interest in one lump sum.
1 month? Master Lei snorted coldly, humph. My son is getting married today, so I won't bother with you for now.
Pay off the 5 million interest today, and pay off the remaining 20 million principal within a month.
If you still can't pay it back, don't blame me for being cruel.
After saying that, Mr. Lei hung up the phone.
Mejijai slumped down on the sofa. He knew very well that he couldn't even come up with 500 yuan, let alone 5 million. If Su Wanqing hadn't taken care of his food, clothing, housing and transportation during this period, he and his son would have been homeless long ago. But now, where can I find 5 million to give to Mr. Lei? Asked Su Wanqing. No.
Although this silly woman loves me very much, I must not borrow money from her now, so as not to make her suspicious.
You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a kid, so let us try something big. What to do? Mejijai paced anxiously in the living room. That's right. Su Wanqing has given this house to me. Then I'll give Mr. Lei 5 million as collateral, is that okay?
At worst, 4 million would be enough to calm him down. Thinking of this, Majiji finally breathed a sigh of relief.
I'll find an excuse later and move to Su Wanqing's villa. After 28 days, I will get the marriage certificate with that bitch, and I, Majiji, will be able to get half of the Su Group's assets. Squeak.
Just as Meggy was daydreaming, the door suddenly opened. A bald middle-aged man with a murderous face came towards them, holding the hand of a beautiful young woman wearing jewels. At the door, there were several ferocious-looking bodyguards in black. The people who came were Lei Ho and his wife who had talked to Lin Dachui before. The two of them must arrive at the bridal chamber in advance and be the first to accept the tea from their son and daughter-in-law.
Lei? Master Lei? Meg Edie looked frightened and hurried over to him. Why are you here? Majiji?
Lei Ho asked with a puzzled look on his face and frowned. Why are you here? Majiji didn't even have time to think about why the Thunder Monkey found this place. Just think of the other party as the underground emperor of Jiangcheng, who has great powers and can easily track your whereabouts.
This is to ask for money. Thinking of this, Majiji looked flattering.
Master Lei, you just said that today is young Master Lei's big day, and asked me to pay back 5 million first.
Ha ha.
Hearing that Majiji was here to pay back the money, Lei Ho's expression improved a little. You finally understand something. Then bring the 5 million, and in a month we can collect the 20 million, and then we can write off the debt. 5 million. Majiji's face froze. Master Lei, I don't have 5 million right now.
Are you kidding me? Lei Ho's expression suddenly changed. What are you doing here without 5 million? Are you here to die? Majiji hurriedly explained. Master Lei, you misunderstood me.
I don't have cash, but I have real estate.
Look, this house is mine.
It's a large flat, luxuriously decorated, and has all the appliances from big brands. After saying that, he kept praising how great this house is.
Master Lei. Majidi looked hopeful and asked, Look, can this house be used as collateral for 5 million first? But Lei Ho's expression became more and more gloomy. Majiji felt a little uneasy. Majiji, you're fucking kidding me, aren't you?
Lei Hoqiang was furious and asked word by word while biting his cheek.
Master Lei. Majiji fell to his knees. I definitely didn't play tricks on you.
If you don't think it's worth 5 million, then 4 million will do.
4 million?
Lei Ho laughed in anger. Yes, this house is indeed worth 4 million. Upon hearing this, Majiji hurriedly complimented, You are indeed worthy of being Master Lei. You can tell at a glance that this house is worth 4 million.
Then,
Master Lei, I'll mortgage this house to you. As for the remaining 21 million, don't worry, I'll pay it back in a month.
The expressions of Lei Ho and his wife were extremely gloomy. Someone, come here. Destroy him for me and make him really dickless. Several bodyguards rushed in quickly, 2 of them grabbed Majiji tightly, and the other grabbed Mei Pian. The other 3 all headed down to greet Majiji. After a while, blood started to flow down his crotch. Majiji howled miserably, clutching his crotch tightly. Lei. Master Lei, why is this happening? Why?
Lei Ho said fiercely, showing the transfer record, You used the house I spent 2 million to buy to offset my 4 million?
I'm lucky I didn't kill you. What? Majiji fainted with a groan. What bad luck.
Thunder Monkey cursed, Hurry up and throw this garbage out and roll out the red carpet.
By the way, bring his son back. I'm not afraid that he won't pay me back. Let me explain this on 2 sides.
Just when Majiji was being beaten up by Lei Ho, Lin Dachui and his companions had already arrived in front of a large villa.
This was bought by Lin Dachui the day after Su Wanqing went to accompany Meiji. This is the day I've been waiting for.
As for moving to the bridal chamber yesterday, it was just to confuse Su Wanqing.
He knows her too well.
Majiji didn't want to stay in a hotel, but she didn't dare to bring it back to the villa openly, so she would definitely give the wedding room to Majiji.
Sure enough, he guessed right again.
So, I sold the house to Lei Ho without hesitation last night.
Brother Hammer. Qin Mengyao was like a chatterbox. Is this your villa? Lin Dachui nodded. Ah. Qin Mengyao's eyes widened. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Did you know that your next door neighbor is,
Halfway through his words, Lu Ruyan covered his mouth tightly, and he could only make sounds. Then, he gave Qin Mengyao a stern warning with his eyes before letting her go.
What is that? Lu Ruyan blushed. This villa is quite big. Yeah, the villa is so big. Lin Nan Nan nodded vigorously. Mother Lu, and Qin, would you like to live with Nan Nan? Lu Ruyan's face lit up with joy, and she quickly responded, Okay. Then Mother Lu will always live with you from now on. Lin Nan Nan jumped up happily and pulled Lu Ruyan into the villa first.
When Lin Dachui saw this harmonious scene, he choked back his words.
Nan Nan.
Qin Mengyao was not to be outdone, and she ran while educating him. Little boy, don't be partial. If you call her Mother Lu, you should also call me Mother Qin. Lin Dachui's mouth twitched, and he walked in with his suitcase, looking helpless.
As soon as I entered the house, the phone rang. Lin Dachui. On the other end of the phone, Su Wanqing roared, When did you become so vicious? Chapter 9. Being licked is also a kind of happiness. Vicious? Hearing this, Lin Dachui frowned secretly. Su Wanqing, what do you mean by this? What do you mean?
Su Wanqing roared, Gigi just wanted to persuade you to move back to the villa, but you treated him cruelly.
And I kicked him all the way down there.
Lin Dachui was also stunned when he heard this.
No way, is Master Lei so cruel? Did he really become a man without a penis?
Come to think of it, this green tea girl Majiji is arrogant and fearless, she must have offended Master Lei.
Majiji told you I did it? Lin Dachui found it a little funny. Do you want to ask why he was beaten? Gigi told me that it was you who ordered the fight. Su Wanqing roared, aren't you afraid? It's none of my business. Lin Dachui interrupted angrily and hung up the phone with a click.
He just bought a new phone, and this time he couldn't T-bear to smash it. Then, he blocked all contact information of Su Wanqing.
Brother Hammer. At this time, Lu Ruyan came over with Lin Nannan. The villa is still short of some daily necessities.
I'll take Nannan out for a walk and buy some things.
Then he turned around and shouted, Mangyao, you come with me too. No need?
Lin Dachui scratched his head. If you need anything, just wait for Aunt Lu to get here and ask her to buy it.
Aunt Lu was a servant hired by Lin Dachui to be responsible for cleaning the villa and providing chores. Lin Dachui's thoughts drifted back to 6 years ago. With this rubbish around, why waste that money?
Since you're the Su family's son-in-law, you should have the awareness of a son-in-law. The ex-mother-in-law came to Su Wanqing's villa once and fired all the servants without saying a word.
No matter what you say, hiring someone costs money.
Anyway, Lin Dachui, the useless son-in-law, has nothing to do, so why not make use of him? Now that Lin Dachui is divorced, he naturally doesn't have to be reluctant to spend money and waste time on trivial matters in life. Of course, Lin Dachui will definitely participate in Lin Nannan's growth throughout the whole process and will not be absent.
Brother De Hammer?
Seeing Lin Dachui's dull eyes, Lu Ruyan waved her hand. What's wrong with you?
Are you okay? No. It's okay.
Lin Dachui collected his thoughts and said after thinking for a while, you guys can go for a walk, but remember to come back early.
Dad is the best.
Lin Nannan was delighted when she heard that.
I'll remind Mom Lu to come home early for dinner. A rare happy smile appeared on Lin Dachui's face. Starting from this morning, my daughter has become much more lively. Maybe Ruyan Lu can really help take care of the child, and in that case, I can restart my dream of becoming a singer.
Well, I don't want a divine songwriter named Mr. Hammer.
Instead, he wants to debut as a singer under the name Lin Dachui and fulfill his unfulfilled dream in his previous life, becoming the singing king of Daxia.
It just so happens that I can make my official debut with the help of the original singer program organized by Lu Ruyan and Qin Mengyao. At the same time, Jiangqing First People's Hospital.
Su Wanqing's face turned pale and she kept pacing back and forth outside the operating room.
She was so nervous that her palms were full of sweat. Half an hour ago, she received a call from the hospital saying that an injured person named Majidi was sent to the hospital for emergency treatment by a passerby. Su Wanqing was originally discussing a project with a client, but upon hearing the news, she left the client behind and rushed to the hospital. When Su Wanqing heard Majiji say in person that it was Lin Dachui who ordered the gangsters to injure her genitals, her face turned pale. Ask the hospital to arrange surgery immediately and do their best to save the patient no matter how much it costs. Just now, she called Lin Dachui, but the other party hung up before she could finish her conversation. I couldn't get through when I called again, and there was also a red exclamation mark when I sent a message. Su Wanqing knew that she had been blocked by Lin Dachui.
No. Impossible.
Su Wanqing muttered to herself.
Lin Dachui loves me so much, how could he block me? He must know he's in the wrong and doesn't dare to face me. You feel good when you beat someone up, but you make me clean up your mess.
But the person you heard is my beloved White Moonlight whom I have been thinking about for 6 years.
There is no way I, Su Wanqing, will let this go. Who is the patient's family member?
Just as Su Wanqing gritted her teeth and cursed inwardly, the door of the operating room was opened and a doctor wearing a mask poked his head out.
I am.
Su Wanqing hurried forward and asked nervously, Doctor, how is he? The doctor said calmly, the life is saved, but the roots and the testicles are not.
Ah. Su Wanqing's face turned pale. Then, wouldn't that make it too? You are his wife, right? The doctor asked. Don't be too sad. You can still be his wife even if he's gone. Do you understand what I mean? That? Su Wanqing hesitated, I'm not his wife. Not his wife? The doctor looked at Su Wanqing with disdain. So you cheated on me? He's your adulterer? Was he caught by your husband? Su Wanqing was so angry at the doctor's self-righteousness that she was speechless. TSK, looking at your expression, it really is true. The doctor continued to mock. If it were me, I would just take a scalpel and cut that thing off piece by piece and feed it to the dog. Shut up. Su Wanqing was so angry that her chest was heaving. If you dare to talk nonsense again, do you believe I will sue you for defamation? Don't say that I have nothing to do with him. Even if I do, it's not your turn to make irresponsible remarks here. The doctor spread his hands and said, I just came out to tell you that being licked is also a kind of happiness. If all else fails, you still have your hands, right? After saying this, he turned around and returned to the operating room, ignoring the furious Su Wanqing. Lin Dachui, this is all your fault. Su Wanqing threw her phone to the ground in anger. I'm so unlucky to have met you. Lin Dachui, you finally got some relief. If Meggy brings up the matter later, I wonder what you will do. Have you ever thought about who will take care of your daughter if something happens to you? Forget it. After all, you're husband and wife. I will persuade Gigi to write a letter of apology and not hold you responsible. He is so kind, he will probably agree. But I remember that after I came back from Lin Dachui's place, I called Gigi and told him not to go to the big flat again. Why did he go anyway? Could it be that he really went to persuade Lin Dachui to return to the villa? But Lin Dachui has always been a gentle and polite person who never uses violence. No matter how jealous he is, it is impossible for him to be so cruel. Su Wanqing seemed to suddenly become a little smarter. Wanqing? Just as Su Wanqing was thinking secretly, a clear voice suddenly came from behind her. Xiao Lin? Su Wanqing was very surprised. Why are you in the hospital too? Didn't you see the clothes I'm wearing? The girl called Xiaolin giggled. Of course I work here. Su Wanqing couldn't help but twitch her mouth when she heard that. This Xiaolin, the daughter of the underground emperor of Jiangcheng, wants to work in the hospital? How? Are you coming to the hospital to learn skills so that you can go back and treat the injuries of Lei Ye's men? Don't just talk about me, why did you come to the hospital? Lei Lin looked concerned. Are you okay? Do you want me to call a doctor to check you out? Su Wanqing shook her head. It's just that a friend of mine is having a minor surgery. Okay. Lei Lin smiled slightly. My brother is picking up his wife today. The wedding banquet will be held in 3 days. Have you received the invitation? Su Wanqing nodded. Oh, right. Lei Lin remembered something again. My brother is having a party at the night bar tonight. You must come. This. Su Wanqing looked embarrassed. Lei Lin laughed and said, Don't worry, you can bring your family members. Bring brother Dachui with you as well. Chapter 10, It's hard to persuade the damned. Xiao Lin. Su Wanqing looked a little embarrassed, and hesitantly said, Lin Dachui and I registered for divorce the day before yesterday. Lei Lin's almond-shaped eyes widened in disbelief. Sister Wanqing, are you sure you and brother Dachui are divorced? That's right. Su Wanqing nodded in confirmation. Marrying Lin Dachui was an accident. I don't have him in my heart. Lei Lin's expression suddenly changed. Brother Dachui is such a good man, you just throw him away like that? Su Wanqing, do you know how much he has paid for you over the years? Su Wanqing felt a little uncomfortable when she heard this. Xiaolin and I have been best friends for 6 years, and she is actually blaming me because of my divorce from Lin Dachui. Is Lin Dachui good? Apart from doing some housework and taking care of my daughter, what else can she do? Xiaolin, we are good friends, right? Su Wanqing said in a somewhat unkind tone, Don't advise others to be good without experiencing their suffering. What's wrong with me pursuing my own happiness? Ha ha. Lei Lin laughed in anger. Su Wanqing, I'm your best friend only because of brother Dachui. It's hard to persuade a damned person with good words, so you better take care of yourself. After saying that, he turned and left angrily. Xiao Lin. Su Wanqing hurriedly stopped Lei Lin. What do you mean by that? Lei Lin sneered. Boss Su, I'm very busy and don't have time to explain to you. Oh, that's right. Before leaving, she added, your Su family doesn't need to come to my brother's wedding banquet in 3 days. Upon hearing this, Su Wanqing froze in place, her heart filled with shock and confusion. She never expected that her best friend who was once so close to her would be so determined now.
He also said that the Su family would not be allowed to attend young Master Lei's wedding banquet, otherwise something big would happen. No, I have to go to Mr. Lei tonight and beg for mercy.
The Su family must be qualified to attend the wedding banquet. 12 o'clock noon. Lu Ruyan and Qin Mengyao brought their daughter back to the villa.
2 or 3 property staff from the villa complex followed behind, carrying large and small bags.
Why do you buy so many things? Lin Dachui hurried over and said, Are you tired from shopping?
I've already prepared dinner, so hurry up and wash your hands and eat. Several girls were jokingly scrambling to use the bathroom to wash their hands. Lin Dachui looked at this scene and a smile appeared on his face.
This is the feeling of home, right?
Compared to the previous cage without any family affection, this is the life my daughter and I should have.
After dinner, Aunt Lu just came to report.
Lin Dachui thought it was an old auntie, but unexpectedly, she was indeed auntie, but only Nan Nan could call her that.
Because this aunt is so young and her appearance is not inferior to Su Wanqing. She is tall and wearing a purple dress. She has all the charm that a young woman should have. Mr. Lin, I'm Aunt Lu.
Looking at Lin Dachui, who looked a little dazed, Aunt Lu smiled professionally. Here is my ID.
We all have to pass professional home economics exams before we can work.
Don't worry, I'm here to take good care of you and the young lady's daily life.
Lin Dachui looked embarrassed. Well, I'd better call you Sister Lu. Mr. Lin, please don't misunderstand.
Aunt Lu blushed and explained hurriedly, My name on my ID card is Aunt Lu.
However, I am 1 month younger than you, so it's okay for me to call you Xiao Lu.
Lin Dachui reached out and took the ID card, and sure enough, it said Lu Ma, 30 years old.
Giving someone the name Ma means you're trying to take advantage of others or something? Never mind.
Lin Dachui curled his lips and said, I'd better follow the child's example and call you Aunt Lu.
Lu Ruyan looked at Lu Ma as if she was facing a great enemy. Brother da Hammer. After thinking about it, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but ask, How about I help you find another more professional one?
Upon hearing this, Aunt Lu hurriedly explained.
Mrs. Lin, don't worry, I'm the most professional in the company.
Besides, I have my bottom line in manners, and I will never do anything to destroy the harmony of my family. After being called Mrs. Lin by Aunt Lu, Lu Ruyan's complexion became much better.
I did not mean that. Lu Ruyan blushed, since you are the most professional, there is no better one.
Lin Dachui naturally understood what Lu Ruyan meant. She was just worried that if I lived with Lu Ma day and night, the nanny would become the mistress.
However, this Lu Ma was recommended by his apprentice.
I always say that she is very professional, and not just any professional.
Then again, who says a nanny has to be a mature middle-aged woman? Who says a beautiful young woman can't be a nanny? Who says that I, Lin Dachui, will definitely do those messy things? Ahem.
Lin Dachui coughed lightly. Ruyan, don't worry, Lu, Mother Lu is not that kind of person. She is not only excellent in terms of meals and daily life management, but also a mentor in various disciplines.
From now on, we won't need to hire a tutor for our daughter's studies anymore.
When Lu Ruyan heard this, a sweet feeling arose in her heart. I didn't expect that Brother Dachui would take the initiative to explain to me. It seems he still cares about me.
Well, there's hope, keep it up. But I still have to be careful about Lu Ma. How could there be such a young, beautiful, and capable woman who is willing to work as a nanny? Doesn't she have to take care of her husband and children? Mr. Lin. Aunt Lu smiled professionally again. Can we officially go to work now? Okay.
Lin Dachui nodded. Thank you for your hard work, Aunt Lu.
Mother Lu smiled and quickly got into work mode. It really deserves to be the most professional.
She sorted out the things she had just bought and put them on the floor, tidying them up neatly. She washed the chopsticks and dishes, mopped the floor and did the laundry, all in an orderly manner. After doing all this, I taught my daughter some knowledge.
In the evening. Let's get going.
Lin Dachui changed into casual clothes and said to the 2 women behind him, The disciples have made several calls and are waiting for us.
He only brought 2 women with him.
Lin Nan Nan was taken care of by Lu Ma at home, which allowed the 2 of them to get to know each other as quickly as possible.
Good. Lu Ruyan responded and took out the car keys and handed them to Qin Mengyao. Mengyao, you drive.
In the afternoon, Lu Ruyan quietly sent Qin Mengyao away and drove a G-Class out of the garage of the villa next door. Just to make it convenient for me to attend the dinner in the evening.
Qin Mengyao pouted, looking unhappy. Okay, I'll drive it.
Lin Dachui didn't ask where the car came from.
He just took the car keys silently and sat in the driver's seat. Lu Ruyan hurriedly opened the rear door and stuffed Qin Mengyao into the back seat. He quickly opened the front door and sat in the passenger seat. Qin Mengyao felt a little annoyed. She didn't know why, but she was always half a beat slower than Lu Ruyan. "Brother Dachui, who is your apprentice?" On the way, Qin Mengyao looked curious and asked. "You'll find out when you get there." Lin Dachui kept it a secret. You should all know each other. Soon, the car stopped at the Dajianblong Hotel. After getting off the bus, several people went straight to box 678. There, 4 young men were already waiting. "Master, you are finally here." Seeing Lin Dachui coming in with 2 beauties, the 4 of them hurriedly stood up to greet them. Lu Ruyan and Qin Mengyao paused, widened their eyes, and exclaimed, You are not." Chapter 11. Among these 2, which one is the master's wife? This. Qin Mengyao covered her mouth and spoke incoherently with excitement. Although all 4 of them were wearing baseball caps and no stage makeup like they did during performances, she recognized them at a glance. After all, there have been many business collaborations before. None of this matters. What matters is that these 4 young men are so famous. "Brother Dachui." Qin Mengyao asked Lin Dachui in a trembling voice, "The 4 heavenly kings, are they all your disciples?" The 4 heavenly kings she mentioned are the mainstays of the music scene in Daxia today. Lu Xiaohua is good at pop music. Zhang Xiaoyu is good at rock music. Wu Xiaocheng is good at rhythm and blues. Lai Shuming is good at folk music. They have already become the top in their respective fields, and fans are arguing endlessly about who is better. But they all have one thing in common. In addition to his own strong abilities, the lyricists and composers of all the popular songs are Mr. Hammer. People who don't know much about the industry would think that the 4 heavenly kings made Mr. Hammer famous. Those who are knowledgeable know that it was Mr. Hammer who created the 4 heavenly kings. Therefore, all major entertainment companies are trying their best to find Mr. Hammer to write songs for their artists. There are even companies that offered sky-high contracts to sign him exclusively, including Tianyu Group. But no matter how hard they tried, they were rejected by Mr. Hammer. But he does understand the ways of the world, and several major entertainment companies benefit from him. There is one exception, and that is Emperor Entertainment. It is said that the company once approached Mr. Hammer, but no matter how high the price was, he refused. Hey! What 4 little kings? Compared with our senior brothers and sisters, we are still far behind. Lu Xiaohua was very modest and looked at Lin Dachui with a flattering look on his face. "Master, which of these 2 is the master's wife? How can you talk like that?" Zhang Xiaoyu interrupted and scolded, "Of course they are both master's wives." Wu Xiaocheng and Li Xiaoming also echoed. All right. Lin Dachui rolled his eyes and said, "You're already a big star, but you still have such a loose mouth." As he said this, he looked at the 2 girls with blushing faces and called out, "Hurry up and sit down. Eat your meal." Yes. Lu Xiaohua was the most active. He pulled Guo Xiaocheng away from Lin Dachui to make room. Then he invited Lu Ruyan and Qin Mengyao with a smile on his face, "2 masters, please take a seat." Lu Ruyan blushed and sat on the left of Lin Dachui. Qin Mengyao lowered her head and sat on the right side of Lin Dachui. The atmosphere at the dinner table was very lively. The 4 heavenly kings kept toasting Lin Dachui and talking about interesting things in the entertainment industry. Just as we were chatting excitedly, the door was suddenly pushed open. A sturdy young man with a crew cut and big tattoos on his arms stood at the door, followed by a few younger brothers. The 4 little kings stood up at the same time and stood in front of Lin Dachui and the 2 women. "Brother Hammer." The sturdy young man was excited. "I said that the man just now looked like you, and it turned out to be true." Lin Dachui also stood up and smiled. "Young Master Lei, what are you doing?" "Hey! The man who came was Lei Zhen, the son of Lei Ho. Brother Chui, didn't I get married today? I was thinking of just celebrating here briefly and then having a party at the night bar later. Brother Chui, would you please do me a favor and play with me later?" At this point, he looked at the 2 women and 4 young men behind him. "These are your friends, right? Together? Isn't this not good?" Lin Dachui hesitated and looked at Lu Ruyan and Qin Mengyao again. In fact, Lin Dachui and Lei Zhen were not particularly familiar with each other. He just sold the wedding house to him. However, he is quite familiar with Lei Ho and they even call each other brothers. But Lei Zhen didn't care about that and insisted on calling Lin Dachui Brother Chui, saying that they should call each other by their own names. But what if,
this guy is attracted by the beauty of the two girls and messes around with them.
Brother Hammer.
Lei Jin seemed to see what Lin Dachui was thinking, and promised solemnly. Don't worry, with me here, no one will dare to take advantage of the two sisters-in-law.
Oh, it's settled. Let's go.
After saying that, he pulled Lin Dachui and was about to leave. The four heavenly kings looked at each other, and finally shook their heads helplessly.
Master, you should go with the mistresses. Lu Xiaohua pulled up his cap and said, we brothers, will come to see you later. Let's go together. Lei Jin couldn't bear it anymore, and went forward to pull Lu Xiaohua and others. Huh? You guys, why do you look so familiar?
Upon hearing this, the four of them hurriedly lowered their caps. Lu Xiaohua explained, maybe it's because he's a common face, so we just feel familiar with him.
Well, we have something else to do, so we'll leave first.
After saying that, before everyone could react, the four of them ran out the door and escaped.
After all, he is a public figure.
If he is recognized, it will inevitably cause a lot of trouble.
Okay, let's go.
Lin Dachui shook his head helplessly.
Night bar. The night bar is very lively tonight, with a DJ singing on the stage. Come on, enjoy the song. Its name is Night Color. If you also like DJ, then come into our world. Let's rock out tonight and forget your troubles. Everyone come on.
The happy beats passed by in a daze, so much happiness was hazy here.
Men and women on the dance floor are dancing wildly. This bar is Lei Jin's own bar.
Today, it is filled with gang members and their wives, girlfriends, and lovers.
Of course, there are also some famous ladies and gentlemen in Jiangcheng. You guys, change seats.
Lei Jin drove several brothers away. Brother Choi, two sisters-in-law, please sit here. Not long after Lin Dachui sat down, the lights in the bar suddenly dimmed. The crowd exclaimed, and then a spotlight shone on the center of the stage. I saw a woman wearing a high-slit cheongsam slowly walking onto the stage. After she scanned the whole audience with charming eyes, she spoke in a coquettish voice. Today is Master Lei's wedding day, so I specially prepared a song and dance performance, Itchy. The music started and the woman began to dance.
Come on, have fun, there is plenty of time anyway. Come, love, there is plenty of folly anyway. Come, wander, there are plenty of directions anyway. Come on, make it up, there is plenty of scenery to be had. Ah, Itchy. Be open and fall in love with the appearance of love. Going around in circles, I fell in love with Meng Lang's dream. The more panicked I am, the more I think about it, the more panicked I am, the more itchy I am, the more I scratch, the more itchy I am. The woman's dance is charming and her singing is also very seductive. The whole audience was screaming and whistling.
As the song reached its climax, the woman blew a kiss in the direction of Lin Dachui. Lu Ruyan and Qin Mangyao felt a little uncomfortable and quietly pulled at the corner of Lin Dachui's clothes.
Lin Dachui smiled awkwardly. He always felt that the woman on the stage was being a little too deliberate. After the singing and dancing ended, the woman walked off the stage and walked straight towards Lin Dachui. You must be Brother Hammer, right? I've heard of your name for a long time. Now that I see you, you're truly extraordinary. Chapter 12 finally heard a good voice again. Who are you? Lin Dachui moved slightly to the side. Me? The Cheongsam woman covered her mouth and said with a smile, I'm Mr. Lei's friend. As he was speaking, Lei Jin came over with a glass of wine in his hand and a little girl in his arms. Brother Hammer. Lei Jin introduced, this is my wife Lu Xiang, hurry up and call her brother Choi and sister-in-law. Lu Xiang was originally a bit cynical, but at this moment he respectfully called him brother Chue and addressed Lu Ruyan as sister-in-law. This is the singer Li Xiaoya whom I mentioned to you before. Lei Jin then introduced the Cheongsam woman, Xiaoya, this is brother Choi, you should know him now, right? Lu Ruyan and Qin Mangyao looked at each other in shock. Is she Li Xiaoye? The masked singer who sings without showing her face? But she has never sung this style of song before, no wonder I didn't hear it just now. He. Li Xiaoya smiled slightly, I've heard of brother Chue's name for a long time. Now that I see him today, he's really handsome. By the way, I heard from Master Lei that brother Choi was also a singer. How about, you sing a song too? Upon hearing this, Lin Dachui waved his hands hastily, I'll let it go. I'm afraid that once I open my mouth, you won't dare to sing again. Hubby, why don't you just sing a song? Lu Ruyan hugged Lin Dachui's arm tightly and spoke in a coquettish voice to declare her status. I haven't heard you sing in a year. I want to hear it. This voice and this action are extremely inconsistent with Lu Ruyan's image of a cold and aloof female president.
Yeah, hammer brother. Lei Jin also looked expectant. Just sing a song to bless us. 6 years ago, you sang in this bar, and I don't think anyone could sing better than you. Upon hearing this, Lin Dachui suddenly fell into reminiscence. 6 years ago, I did sing in this night bar, and it was also here that I met Su Wanqing. In a blink of an eye, 6 years have passed. The bar hasn't changed much, but the people have.
Ahem.
Lin Dachui smiled slightly. Since you all want to listen, I will sing a song for you. After saying that, he stood up and walked towards the stage.
That's great.
Lei Jin looked excited.
Lu Ruyan looked expectant. Qin Mengyao tilted her head and asked Lu Ruyan, doesn't Brother Dachui only know how to write songs? Can he also sing?
He. Lu Ruyan nodded. You're in for a treat today. Li Xiaodia looked at Lin Dachui, who was discussing with the musician teacher, with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. I've heard from Lei Jin a long time ago that Lin Dachui is a great singer, but unfortunately I've never heard him. It's just no matter how great a bar singer is, how great can he be?
Hello everyone, my name is Lin Dachui.
After Lin Dachui finished communicating with the band teacher, he sat on the stilts holding a guitar. My brother Lei Jin is picking up his bride today, so I wrote an original song for the couple. I wish you two will be together forever and grow old together. These words also quieted down the audience. In just a moment, they began to discuss in low voices.
Who is this person? I don't know him. You're pretending to be singing an original song while holding an acoustic guitar? Ha ha. You don't know this, do you? He probably said it was an original song because the song was out of tune. Even if there was a problem, he could still say that the original song was sung that way. Ha ha. You're absolutely right.
Everyone was talking about it, and later they even started to make sarcastic remarks. Lei Jin wanted to yell at these blind people, but was stopped by Lu Ruyan. Don't worry, my husband won't mind. Lu Ruyan looked at the calm Lin Dachui and smiled. He will definitely give me a good slap in the face.
At the same time,
a luxury car stopped at the door of the night bar.
Su Wanqing got out slowly and walked quickly into the bar.
When she saw the mature and handsome face illuminated by the spotlight on the stage, she was slightly dazed.
This bastard, after beating up Gigi, still dares to come to the bar and have fun?
Wait until Lei Jin and I get the wedding invitation in 3 days, and I'll see if I can't teach you a lesson. Lin Dachui, who was illuminated by the spotlight, could not see the faces of the people in the audience clearly.
But that familiar feeling of stage is back. This song is called for you.
Lin Dachui smiled slightly and slowly played the guitar.
If you want to say which song is most suitable to give to a newlywed couple, it must be For You, written by Xialong and composed and sung by Zhang Yu. The music was soothing, and Lin Dachui's magnetic voice also sounded. He will be your bridegroom, and from now on he will be your lifelong companion. Everything about him will be closely related to you, and you will share both happiness and misfortune. She will be your bride, entrusted to you with love. You should spend your whole life taking extra care of me, sharing the joys and sorrows with me. Fuck. I was so wrong. Can he really sing? No. Do you think he looks like the resident singer who sang in our bar for a while 6 years ago?
I was thinking his voice sounded so familiar.
Now that you mention it, I remember it now. Yes. It's him.
Fuck, it's been 6 years, and I finally hear good voices again. Su Wanqing stood frozen in the middle of the dance floor, staring blankly at Lin Dachui, who was singing on the stage. He will be your bridegroom, and from now on he will be your lifelong companion.
Everything about him will be closely related to you, and you will have to share both the good and the bad? Did he do it on purpose? Want to use this song to save our marriage?
Lin Dachui, although you are very good to me, Gigi is back and it is impossible for us to be together.
Sister Ruyan. Qin Mengyao's eyes widened. He can really sing?
No wonder the 4 little kings said they were his disciples.
I thought they wrote songs for them.
Lu Ruyan smiled without saying a word, looking at Lin Dachui with her almond-shaped eyes, her eyes full of sweetness. Brother Dachui, if you were my groom, I would treat you as my life.
So, what if I become your bride? Would you spend your whole life taking extra care of him, sharing the joys and sorrows with him?
Li Xiaodia stared at Lin Dachui with interest with her charming eyes. This Lin Dachui is really good at singing love songs.
It seems like I can invite him to help record my duet love song.
The song continued and everyone began to follow the rhythm, clapping slowly.
It must be a special fate that we can become a family along the way. The more he loves you, the more you should love him back, and you will find the possibility of happiness. From now on, you are no longer alone, and you will always be thinking of us. The more you give, the more complete your love will be. Lin Dachui looked at the people in the audience whom he could not see clearly and sang happily. It's like I'm singing about myself. Su Wanqing's heart suddenly ached. A family? Love a little more, give a little more, and find the possibility of happiness? The more you give, the more complete your love will be. Lin Dachui, are you blaming me for being indifferent to you over the past 6 years? Yes, I admit that you and Nan Nan are not in my heart. But I have long been accustomed to your presence in my life. If it weren't for Gigi, I think I would have spent my whole life with you. Sorry, Lin Dachui. I'm sorry, Nan Nan. I just want to make up for the shortcomings of the past, and I don't want to hurt you. But why am I so heartbroken? Sledgehammer. 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 When the song was over, the audience burst into applause. Lu Ruyan stood up and glanced at the woman with her back to him in the middle of the dance floor. Then, she put her hands to her lips and shouted to the stage, "My husband is awesome. One more song." Qin Mangyao also looked excited, and she whistled wildly like a female hooligan. Husband? Su Wanqing turned her head suddenly to look. Isn't that the Lu Ruyan I saw in the new house this morning? Why would she call Lin Dachui her husband? Really got together? Chapter 13. Lin Dachui officially bid farewell to the past. One more. One more. Everyone shouted in unison, asking Lin Dachui to sing another song. Although these guys are not professional music critics, they just think that Lin Dachui sings well. Moreover, the song for you is particularly suitable for a happy day like today. Su Wanqing curled her lips. I have to say, this guy sings really well. This. Lin Dachui was a little embarrassed. I haven't sung for many years. I'm a little rusty. How about forget it? But how could the audience agree? Brother Chue. You sing very well. Much better than those popular young actors. Even comparable to the 4 heavenly kings. Yeah, Brother Chue, if you make your debut, you won't have anything to do with Lu Xiaohua, the little prince of love songs. There has to be another one. Yes. We must have another one. Lin Dachui couldn't stand the enthusiasm of the audience, so he discussed it with the musicians and teachers behind him. Dear teachers, the key of C, the chord progression of the main song, the chorus chords. After talking about the chords, he mentioned the style of the song, and some openings that needed attention. Is this okay? The musicians were very professional and understood it instantly, and they all nodded to indicate that there was no problem. It's hard to refuse such a kind offer. Lin Dachui said to the microphone with a smile on his face, then sing another song. But this song is not dedicated to Lei Xiao, but to those who have lost themselves in love. Having said that, Lin Dachui paused, took a deep breath and said, Of course, this song is also for myself. The title of the song is When I Wake Up From My Dream. Before the song started, there was applause from the audience. When you wake up from your dream? Su Wanqing muttered to herself. Lin Dachui, I know you love me very much. It's a pity that my heart can only hold Gigi, and it's time to wake up from your dream. Our relationship ends here, let us part ways in peace. Su Wanqing found an empty seat and sat down. He crossed his legs and looked calmly at Lin Dachui on the stage. The music started and Lin Dachui slowly sang the lyrics. You said you loved someone you shouldn't have loved, and your heart is full of scars. You said you made a mistake that you shouldn't have made, and your heart was full of regret. You said you have tasted all the bitterness of life and can't find anyone you can trust. You said you felt extremely depressed and even began to doubt your life. If you had known that sadness was always inevitable, why would you have been so devoted to him? Since love is always hard to part with, why bother about that little bit of tenderness? You must know that sadness is always inevitable, every time you wake up from a dream. There are some things you don't have to ask now, and some people you never have to wait for. Lin Dachui on the stage is still singing. Everyone in the audience was immersed in the song of sadness, loneliness, and unwillingness. And Lu Ruyan was already in tears. Brother Dachui, you loved someone you shouldn't have loved, and your heart is full of scars? Have you experienced all the hardships in life and can't find anyone you can trust? I don't know when you started living in my heart, was it Daylily? Or maybe my deskmate, Nunchucks, Fatal Fury, Sunflower? No matter when, I, Lu Ruyan, am worthy of your trust. I won't let you get hurt or suffer. That's right, why bother about that little bit of tenderness? What's more, Su Wancheng is not worthy of your love or waiting. Sister Ruyan. Qin Mengyao burst into tears. Brother Dachui is so affectionate, so pitiful. Lu Ruyan quickly wiped away the tears on her face. It's okay, he woke up from his dream. Lin Dachui. Suwan cleared her throat and said, are you blaming me for not loving you? This is also good, we can all part ways in peace. Although she said this, there was another voice echoing in her heart. If you had stopped me from picking up Gigi and letting me spend more than 20 days with them. If you had told me your feelings earlier, maybe we wouldn't have come to this point. The song is over. Except for Lei Jin and Lu Xiang, everyone in the audience shed tears to varying degrees. They thought of their past, or now, how their love was too humble. There were even couples who were having a quarrel and called each other to break up on the spot. If you don't love me, you don't love me. What's the point of forcing it? The dream is over, it's time to break up. Thank you everyone. After Lin Dachui finished singing, he bowed elegantly and said, I, Lin Dachui, officially bid farewell to the past today. After saying that, he stepped down and walked towards Lu Ruyan's table. Brother Hammer. Lu Ruyan and Qin Mengyao shouted at the same time, with tears still on their faces. What's going on? Lin Dachui looked puzzled. It's just a song. You two are not going to cry after listening to it, are you? Qin Mengyao pouted, you sang so emotionally, it made us feel like we were feeling the same way, of course we couldn't help it. Big Hammer. Lu Ruyan showed a beautiful smile on her face. Then, he gently took Lin Dachui's hand and said solemnly, from now on, you can trust me. Don't worry, I will take good care of you and Nan Nan. Give me a chance, okay? After saying that, she looked at Lin Dachui shyly, waiting for his answer. Lin Dachui's head is about to explode. Are all female CEOs from Kyoto so domineering and direct? Brother Hammer. Just when Lin Dachui didn't know what to do, Li Xiaoye suddenly spoke up to help. I didn't expect you to be such a good singer. I have never heard of these two songs. Are they really your original singers? Of course. Qin Mengyao said proudly, Brother Dachui is actually. Ahem. Lin Dachui coughed twice and interrupted Qin Mengyao, I was just writing for fun. After saying that, he glared at Qin Mengyao, who sticks out her tongue mischievously. You are too modest. Li Xiaoye smiled slightly, I just listened to your voice, it's very suitable for singing love songs. I just want to record an original song with a male and female duet. Can you help me record the male part? When Lin Dachui heard this, a hint of curiosity flashed across his face. He has been focusing on writing songs these years and hasn't paid much attention to the development of the entertainment industry. But this Li Xiaoye is actually also an original singer? Take the song Itchy for example, her singing skills, understanding of the song and control of emotions are all very good. Anyway, the original singer program hasn't started yet, so you might as well take some time to try it with her. Thinking of this, Lin Dachui nodded and agreed, okay. Lu Ruyan and Qin Mengyao breathed a sigh of relief when they heard this. Just now, Li Xiaoye didn't let the two of them reveal her identity because she wanted to test whether Lin Dachui would refuse. Everyone was very satisfied with the result. So, Lei Jin began to encourage a few people to drink to celebrate, and also specially thanked Lin Dachui for the song he gave them. Seeing the happy scene of several people, Su Wanqing felt very uncomfortable. Then, she gritted her teeth and walked quickly to Lin Dachui's table. Boss Su? Lei Jin noticed Su Wanqing the first time and narrowed his eyes slightly. What are you doing here? When Su Wanqing heard this honorific title, she felt a little uncomfortable. Lei Jin clearly used to call her sister-in-law, but now he changes his address to General Manager Su. Master Lei. Su Wanqing ignored the surprised looks of others and said bluntly, I came here today to shamelessly ask you for a wedding invitation. Ha ha. Lei Jin said sarcastically, Boss Su is the CEO of the Su Group. I dare not invite him. Why? Su Wanqing frowned, our Su family has not offended young Master Lei, right? Lei Jin sneered, Boss Su, you and Brother Chui are divorced, what qualifications do you have to attend my wedding? Su Wanqing was stunned. What does Lei Jin mean by this? My divorce from Lin Dachui has nothing to do with whether the Su family can attend the wedding banquet? Chapter 14 That's your home, not mine and my daughter's home. Master Lei.
Su Wanqing gritted her teeth and said, although Lin Dachui and I have registered for divorce, we haven't obtained the marriage certificate yet. Legally speaking, I am still his legal wife. Then, he looked at Lu Ruyan provocatively. Some women are shameless and seduce other people's husbands while they are still engaged.
Ha ha. Lu Ruyan laughed coldly. Boss Su is really shameless.
You've already cheated on your white moonlight before you and brother Dachui registered for divorce.
And I came to see brother Dachui only after you registered your divorce.
At this point, Lu Ruyan took Lin Dachui's arm and said sarcastically.
What? Mr. Su, you only allow the officials to set fires, but not the people to light lamps?
Su Wanqing looked at the scene in front of her, and an inexplicable fire rose in her heart.
This Lu Ruyan is really too much. He grabbed my, Su Wanqing's, man right in front of me. Even this man, I don't love him that much. But why do I feel so uncomfortable when I see him being affectionate with others? Maybe, it's because he is the child's father. People with a heart see everything as dirty. Su Wanqing gritted her teeth and said, I was just accompanying Gigi to relax. We didn't do anything.
Oh? Lu Ruyan sneered, brother Dachui and I were just holding hands, we didn't do anything else.
Su Wanqing was speechless when she heard this.
Then, he directed his anger towards Lin Dachui.
Lin Dachui. You had someone hurt Majiji today, and he's still in the hospital. I tell you, tomorrow you will come with me to apologize to Gigi and ask for his forgiveness. Otherwise, I won't speak well of you or cover up for you anymore. Majiji? At this moment, Lei Jin, who was standing nearby, said jokingly, Boss Su, the person you cheated with couldn't be Majiji, right? You know him?
Su Wanqing was stunned, then she gritted her teeth and explained, I reiterate again, I did not cheat.
Ha ha. Lei Jin laughed. If you cheat, then you cheat. Why are you afraid to admit it?
But, my dad said that this morning, a guy named Majiji turned out to be really JJ-less. When Su Wanqing heard this, her face turned pale and red.
The person who beat Majiji was actually Master Lei? Why? Su Wanqing looked puzzled. Just because I'm close to him, you guys are helping Lin Dachui deal with him? Hearing this, Lei Jin frowned and looked at Lin Dachui. Brother Choi, didn't you tell her? Ha ha. Lin Dachui raised his lips slightly. Do you think she will believe me if I tell her? Lin Dachui, what do you mean? Su Wanqing's expression froze.
Then, he gritted his teeth and said, if you have the guts, just tell me.
I'll see how you make it up.
Lin Dachui was calm and composed and did not reply. Lei Jin looked at Lin Dachui, then at Su Wanqing, and immediately understood. I'm picking up my bride today, and my newly bought villa hasn't been decorated yet, so Hammer sold his wedding house to me at half the price. But Majiji insisted that it was his, occupying my house and being so arrogant.
Do you think he should be beaten? After hearing this, Su Wanqing finally understood. The cause of the conflict was that Majiji occupied the house. Master Lei, you said that the house was sold to you by Lin Dachui?
Su Wanqing looked at Lei Jin, but in the past few years, I
didn't give him any money. Where did he get the money to buy it? I see. This house should be rented by Lei Xiao to Lin Dachui, right? Right. This must be the only way it makes sense. At that time, Majiji definitely didn't know that the house belonged to Lei Xiao. In order to protect my interests, he stood up and said that it was his house. Unexpectedly, just because of a misunderstanding, Mr. Lei would be so cruel. Rent? Lei Jin was speechless. Boss Su, how blind are you? At this point, he took out his cell phone again and said, come, take a look, what is this? The page above shows that the bank card transfer record is 2 million yuan. Really? Su Wanqing confirmed again and again, and finally had to admit, I didn't know that this house belonged to De Hammer, and I sold it to you. But, even if that's the case, you shouldn't hit someone just because of a misunderstanding. Lin Dachui couldn't bear to listen anymore. Su Wanqing. Lin Dachui said coldly, do you know how much of a jerk Majiji is? He kicked my daughter and I out of the bridal chamber and took over this house himself. Moreover, he also wants Ruyan and Meng Yao to live in the house without charging rent. He wants to keep his beautiful daughters here. Su Wanqing staggered when she heard this and muttered to herself. How is it possible? How could Gigi be such a person? He just wanted to persuade Lin Dachui and Nan Nan to move back to the villa. There must be some misunderstanding. He is so gentle and polite, how could he drive away Lin Dachui and Nan Nan? He loves me so much, How could he be interested in other women?
It must be that Lin Dachui wants to win me back and is deliberately trying to sow discord here.
But
I clearly told him not to go look for Lin Dachui, but he went anyway.
was it to persuade Lin Dachui to return to the villa, or to occupy the house? Just ask tomorrow and you'll know. Lin Dachui.
Su Wanqing's expression returned to its calm state.
Maybe there is some misunderstanding. I apologize to you on his behalf now. But I will get to the bottom of this matter.
I hope what you said is true. Lin Dachui ignored him and turned to Lei Jin and said, Master Lei, it's too late.
I have to go back to accompany my daughter.
Okay, Brother Chue. Lei Jin smiled, you must come to the wedding banquet in 3 days. Lin Dachui nodded and immediately walked towards the door of the bar. Lu Ruyan and Qin Mangyao followed closely behind, and Li Xiaoyi also stood up and left.
Lin Dachui.
Su Wanqing glanced at Lei Jin, stomped her feet and chased after him. Wait for me.
Mr. Su, do you have anything else to say?
Lin Dachui turned around and asked calmly. Su Wanqing's face froze, and she asked in a cold voice, you have no place to live now, where are you going?
Boss Su. Lu Ruyan stepped forward and stood in front of Lin Dachui. You seem to have forgotten that you are divorced.
Where he goes now is none of your business.
You. Su Wanqing was so angry that she was shaking all over, but she couldn't refute.
At this moment, a luxury car slowly drove over and stopped on the side of the road.
The car is here.
Su Wanqing lowered her head and pulled Lin Dachui's sleeve. Take me to pick up Nan Nan, let's go home.
Go home?
Lin Dachui sneered, that's your home, not mine, and Nanan's home. Su Wanqing's heart trembled, and she was silent for a while before she spoke. Our cooling off period, isn't there still 28 days?
If you don't come home with me, where will you and Nan Nan live? Don't forget, Nan Nan is my daughter too.
Lin Dachui was a little surprised when he heard this.
Didn't he expect that Su Wanqing would now begin to admit that Nan Nan was her daughter? Unfortunately, it's too late. Su Wanqing. Lin Dachui's tone was very calm, without any emotion. Do you think you are worthy of being Nanan's mother?
From the moment you went to pick up Majiji, you have already died in my and Nanan's hearts.
Chapter 15. You and Nan Nan go home first, okay?
You. Su Wanqing felt so painful that she could hardly breathe. I know I didn't do it well, but I didn't cheat.
Boss Su.
Lu Ruyan's pretty face turned cold as she said in a cold voice, sometimes mental infidelity is more terrible than physical infidelity.
Besides, your body has already gone astray, hasn't it?
As he spoke, he took out his cell phone and flipped through some photos. On it was a photo of Su Wanqing and Majiji holding hands at the beach. There are also hotel photos of Su Wanqing wearing sexy silk pajamas and being hugged by Majiji from behind.
You. Su Wanqing's face turned pale and she clenched her fists.
I just held his hand for a while, we didn't go to the last step.
Lin Dachui said sarcastically, the first time was holding hands, the second time was hugging, and the third time? Kissing? Going to bed? Su Wanqing's face turned pale when she heard this. She admitted that what Lin Dachui said was true.
Majiji acted like a spoiled child every time, causing her to fall step by step, and she almost lost her bottom line. But she always believed that as long as it didn't come to that step, it wouldn't be considered cheating. I will keep my distance from him during these 28 days.
Su Wanqing promised softly, and looked at Lin Dachui with hope. You and Nan Nan go home first, okay?
This was the first time she compromised with Lin Dachui.
She also doesn't know why she is like this?
Maybe it's because after I went home last night, I found that 2 familiar figures were missing from my house, and I felt a little uncomfortable.
No.
Lin Dachui decisively refused. After leaving Aunt Su, Nan Nan no longer has to be so cautious and afraid of making you unhappy.
Besides, Ruyan gets along very well with her.
After saying this, regardless of Su Wanqing's flushed face, he called a designated driver who was waiting on the roadside and drove away. Su Wanqing froze in place, tears streaming down her face.
I am Nanan's mother. How can she get along with Lu Ruyan? She doesn't know what's wrong with her? Isn't it what you want that Lin Dachui and Nan Nan leave? Why do I feel so sad?
Su Wanqing was in a daze, and the driver hurriedly helped her into the car.
Mr. Su.
Seeing that Su Wanqing was in a bad mood, the driver hesitated for a long time before speaking. Are we still going to Mr. May's place tonight?
Su Wanqing didn't reply.
After a long time, he wiped his tears and said in a deep voice, let's go to the hospital.
The driver responded and started the car quickly.
Su Wanqing looked at the neon lights outside the window, her thoughts racing. Lin Dachui and I met at the night bar. His singing was very good, but I didn't listen carefully. He drank a lot of wine with me, and then we went to a hotel. I don't know who took the initiative, but I got pregnant with his child. After that, he quit his job as a resident singer and focused on taking care of me. After his daughter was born, he became even busier. In addition to taking care of me, she also has to take care of Nan Nan, change diapers, feed her milk powder. I thought that giving him 100,000 yuan every month for the past 6 years and supporting him and our daughter was doing my best for both father and daughter.
But how come I gave the card to Mejidai's grandmother and forgot to get him a new one? How could I be so careless? Cindy, can you come out and have a drink with me?
Halfway through, Su Wanqing wiped her tears from her face again and called her assistant Lu Cindy. Without saying a word, the other party immediately found a merchant and sent the private room information.
Golden and Brilliant Commercial K, Private Room 666. The driver turned the car around and drove away in the opposite direction of the hospital. Boss Su, here.
In the private room 666, Lu Cindy stood up to greet Su Wanqing, who had just walked in through the door.
What's wrong? Why do you look so bad? Su Wanqing didn't say anything, just picked up the wine and started drinking. He took a big gulp and choked and started coughing. Boss Su, please slow down. Lu Cindy looked distressed and snatched the bottle. What happened to you? Sunny. Su Wanqing looked at Lu Cindy with a dazed look in her eyes. What do you think of my attitude towards others? Boss Su. Lu Cindy smiled slightly. You are very kind to me, and to other subordinates too. Su Wanqing smiled bitterly and shook her head. I'm talking about Lin Dachui and Nan Nan.
In the entire company, only assistant Lu Cindy knows who Lin Dachui and Nan Nan are.
This. Lu Cindy was a little nervous. Boss Su, why do you suddenly ask this question? Did you have a quarrel with Mr. Lin? Lu Cindy didn't know yet that Su Wanqing had divorced Lin Dachui because her white moonlight maid Gigi had returned to China. Su Wanqing did not answer, but asked again, let me ask you, how do I treat Lin Dachui and Nan Nan? Mr. Su. Lu Cindy hesitated to speak. Call me Sister Wanqing when you're off work. Su Wanqing poured 2 glasses of wine and handed one to Lu Cindy. Aren't we best friends? Upon hearing this, Lu Cindy hurriedly picked up the wine glass. Okay, Sister Wanqing. Su Wanqing started pouring wine again. The two of them drank 3 glasses of foreign wine in a row. Their faces were red and their heads were a little confused. Sister Wanqing, come, let's have another drink. After a few drinks, Lu Cindy felt a little drunk. Sister Wanqing, let me tell you, you are nice to everyone except your brother-in-law. Hey. I'm not saying anything bad about you. He treats you so well, I'm almost dying of envy, but why are you always so cold to him? And Nan Nan, if you hadn't told me, I would have thought she wasn't your daughter. How can a daughter call her own mother auntie? Lu Cindy was not wrong about this. I am very nice to everyone else, but why can't I be nice to Lin Dachui and Nan Nan? Yeah, he's very nice to me. Su Wanqing fell into memories. I just can't hold him in my heart. My daughter was also treated with my indifference and ruthlessness. No, that's not what I meant. I'm just afraid that if I accept his love, I will never be able to make up for the past shortcomings. This is my first time being a mother and I don't know how to communicate with my child. But they were only gone for 1 day, why was I so sad? Su Wanqing drank a glass of wine by herself and muttered to herself. I must take them back. Lu Cindy sobered up a bit after hearing this. Sister Wanqing, what happened between you and your brother-in-law? Su Wanqing's eyes were a little lonely. We divorced the day before yesterday. Ah? Lu Cindy was shocked and hurriedly advised, I don't know what happened to you. But right now, Brother Lin must be very angry. You have to give him some time to calm down. Su Wanqing bit her lip. She knew Lu Cindy was right. But she didn't want to wait a moment. I took out my phone and dialed a familiar number. A cold tone came from the other end of the line. Sorry, the number you dialed cannot be connected at the moment. Blocked? Su Wanqing was so angry that her face turned pale. I've already taken the initiative to give you a way out, why are you still angry? Drink wine. Su Wanqing had a cold face. She filled the glass with foreign wine again and drank it all in one gulp with Lu Cindy. The two drank too much that night, but fortunately they had a driver to escort them home. Lin Hammer.
Inside the villa, Su Wanqing, who was drunk, kicked off her high heels and staggered onto the sofa.
Hurry up and make me a bowl of hangover soup. But inside the house, it was quiet and no one responded. Lin Dachui. Su Wanqing was drunk and tried to stand up. Listen to me.
She stopped talking abruptly in the middle of her speech. Looking at the empty living room and dark kitchen, she felt aggrieved.
Hubby, what I said, you don't want to listen to it anymore.
Having said that, he rushed out of the villa barefoot without even putting on shoes.
Chapter 16 Dachui, Nan, wait for me. Boss Su, your husband is awake. As soon as Su Wanqing got into the car, the nurse from the hospital called. Su Wanqing sobered up instantly after hearing this. Mejijai woke up?
I just happened to have something to ask him. Why did Lu Ruyan have those photos?
But if I don't go find Lin Dachui and Nan, will they really not want me anymore? Probably not.
He and Nan love me so much, there is no way they would be willing to leave me. After hesitating for a moment, she said to the driver, go to the hospital. After saying that, he closed his eyes and took a nap, comforting himself in his heart.
Once I get things straightened out, I will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation. Dachui, Nan, wait for me. Boss Su.
Half an hour later, Su Wanqing stepped into the ward and the nurse came forward to greet her. You are finally here.
Your husband just went to bed. Do you want me to? Who told you he is my husband? Su Wanqing looked gloomy.
The nurse was a little confused.
Mr. May has been calling you his wife. I thought. Su Wanqing said coldly, what you see and hear, is it necessarily true?
After saying that, he waved his hand and asked the nurse to leave first. Looking at Majiji with his eyes closed, Su Wanqing no longer felt the joy she had when they first met. She frowned and looked around the ward, feeling like something was missing.
Wanqing. As soon as the nurse left, Majiji woke up. I'm in so much pain. Su Wanqing's brows wrinkled slightly. Then, staring into Mejijai's eyes, he asked calmly, how did you get so badly injured?
Majiji didn't dare to Su Wanqing. I went to find Lin Dachui this morning, thinking of persuading him to return to the villa.
After all, you haven't officially divorced yet. If people find out about this, they'll laugh at you.
Having said this, he coughed twice and his face turned pale.
This time he didn't pretend, it really hurt.
After all, not everyone has been beaten to the point of being powerless. Su Wanqing hesitated for a moment, but finally helped him pat his chest to calm down.
Ahem.
Mejijai paused for a while before speaking again, but
I found 2 women hidden in his house.
He was afraid that the truth would be revealed, so he hired someone to beat me up and took Pai Yan away with him. Su Wanqing was stunned, and suddenly remembered why she always felt that something was missing.
It's Mejijai's son, Mapian. Why did Mr. Lei take a child away? Are you sure you want to persuade him? Su Wanqing narrowed her eyes slightly, instead of wanting to drive them out. Wanqing. Majiji was a little excited.
He pulled the wound and grimaced in pain.
How could you think of me like that? I know. Lin Dachui must have said this to you on purpose, right? At this point, Mejijai looked angry.
He spends your money, lives in your house, and keeps 2 beautiful women. Su Wanqing sneered, in the past 6 years, I haven't given him a penny.
Mejijai's face changed. That might be the rented house. Oh, I remember now.
I was beaten at that time, and it was Master Lei who had someone beat me up.
That house should be rented to him by Master Lei for your sake, right?
I didn't expect that he actually kept 2 mistresses inside.
Meg Edie, that's enough. Su Wanqing no longer wanted to listen to what Majiji said. At this point, you still don't tell the truth?
That house was bought by Lin Dachui with his own money, and he just sold it to Lei Yi this morning. When Majidi heard this, a trace of panic flashed across his face. Then, he rolled his eyes and explained hurriedly.
Wanqing, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have lied to you.
As he said this, he slapped himself and secretly watched Su Wanqing's reaction.
Su Wanqing just looked at him coldly without saying anything. Meg Edie became angry and continued.
Wanqing, I actually knew a long time ago that Lin Dachui had been kept by those 2 women a year ago. That house was bought by those 2 women. Su Wanqing's face became increasingly darker, and her chest rose and fell. Before, I also suspected that Lin Dachui was kept by Lu Ruyan. But that wedding house was clearly bought 6 years ago. At that time, Lin Dachui would always come to me and ask me what color I liked. He also asked me if I was satisfied with the decoration plan. I just said casually that I like pink. He painted the entire wedding room pink. He loved me so much, but I failed him. Seeing that Su Wanqing didn't say anything, Majiji thought his words had worked, and continued. Wanqing, those two women are so mean. They even deliberately approached your daughter, Lin Nannan. They have a very good relationship. I was so angry that I said a few more words. I didn't expect them to let Master Lei. Su Wanqing narrowed her eyes and interrupted in a deep voice, so, you know that Lin Dachui is my husband and Lin Nannan is my daughter, right? Majiji's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. Oh no! How did this woman suddenly become so smart? No, I have to find an excuse to get away with it. Otherwise, how can I pay off 25 million? Thinking of this, Majiji gritted his teeth and explained. Wanqing, I just want to know how you have been living these past 6 years. I swear, I only found out about this after I got divorced a year ago. Seeing Su Wanqing's cold face in silence, Majiji could only act coquettishly again. Wanqing, I'm in pain. From now on, I can't do anything. Please don't look down on me, okay? I can lick. Su Wanqing gritted her teeth and shouted, Majiji, I didn't expect you to be so disgusting. I didn't mean that. Majidi explained hastily, I'm just afraid of losing you. I love you so much. Su Wanqing felt disgusted when she heard this. Tell me, how did those hand-holding photos get exposed? Majiji looked away and didn't reply. Su Wanqing immediately understood that it must be Majiji who secretly sent the photos to Lin Dachui, and Lu Ruyan got them. Majiji, if Lin Dachui really divorces me, I will never let you go. After Su Wanqing finished speaking, she left the ward angrily. Majiji looked fierce. Lin Dachui, it's all because of you. You've cut off my roots, and I won't let you go. And your wife Su Wanqing, and the two women beside you, I want to lick them all. At the same time. Inside Lin Dachui's villa. Mr. Lin. Aunt Lu smiled and looked at Lu Ruyan again. Nannan just lay down. She said she was waiting for Aunt Lu to accompany her. When Lu Ruyan heard this, a blush appeared on her face. Okay, I'll go and accompany her right after I finish washing up. After saying that, he picked up his newly bought pajamas, rushed into the bathroom and started washing. I'll go too. Qin Mangyao also picked up her pajamas and ran towards the other bathroom. Lin Dachui smiled bitterly and shook his head, then followed Lu Ma upstairs to accompany his daughter. Nan. Lin Dachui walked into the children's room with a smile on his face. Dad. Lin Nan called out sweetly, when will Mama Lu come to accompany me? I want to listen to her stories. Lin Dachui gently pinched Nannan's nose and said, Be good, Nan. Mother Lu will be here soon. Just then, the doorbell downstairs suddenly rang. Lu Ma went down to open the door and saw a haggard woman standing at the door. She asked politely, Who are you? I am Nannan's mother. The woman's voice trembled a little, as if she was suppressing her anger. Chapter 17 starting tomorrow, I will treat you well. Who are you? Looking at the woman in front of her whose appearance was no worse than hers, Su Wanqing was furious. Previously there were Lu Ruyan and Qin Mangyao, and now there is one more. No wonder he was so eager to move out right after the divorce. It's President Su. Aunt Lu showed her signature smile. I am Mr. Lin's servant, Aunt Lu. Maid? Is Lin Dachui so good at playing now? Still role-playing? I don't want to talk nonsense with you. Su Wanqing was really angry. She pushed Aunt Lu aside and went into the house. Where are Lin Dachui and Nannan? Boss Su. Aunt Lu's face suddenly turned cold. This is Mr. Lin's private residence. If you break in again, I will call the police. Su Wanqing sneered when she heard this. Lin Dachui's private residence? Don't think I don't know. He's just a gigolo kept by Lu Ruyan. Just then, a woman in pink silk pajamas, with her hair still dry, came in gracefully from the bathroom on the first floor. The person who came was Lu Ruyan. In order to go upstairs early to accompany her daughter, she hurried out of the bathroom without even having time to blow dry her hair. Hey, isn't this Mr. Su? Lu Ruyan said with a half smile, how did you find this place? Lu Ruyan, don't be so proud. Su Wanqing asked angrily, where are Lin Dachui and Nannan? Lu Ruyan stroked her hair gently, he is mine now, and Nannan is also under my care. Just you?
Su Wanqing sneered, I am still Lin Dachui's legal wife and Nanan's biological mother. Oh. Lu Ruyan looked mocking and whispered in his ear, you also know that you are Dachui's legal wife, right? So, you're going to blatantly accompany your Bai Yueguang for a month and cuckold brother Dachui? Su Wanqing's momentum weakened a bit after hearing this, I didn't cheat. Lu Ruyan rolled her eyes and continued to taunt, you also know that you are Nanan's biological mother? But since Nan could talk, you haven't even let her call you mom, Aunt Su. Su Wanqing opened her mouth, but was unable to refute. If she had thought that spending a month with Meggie wouldn't be considered cheating if she didn't cross that line, then the word Aunt Su made her lose completely. Su Wanqing was silent for a long time, with a hint of regret in her eyes. But soon, she raised her head again, I can't change the past, but Nan is my daughter, I won't give up. Ha ha. Lu Ruyan sneered, do you think you still have a chance now? Brother Dachui and Nan will never forgive you. At this moment, a childish voice came from behind, Mom, why don't you come to accompany your daughter? When everyone looked back, they saw Lin Dachui holding Lin Nan and looking at Lu Ruyan helplessly. Go ahead. Lin Dachui put his daughter down and scratched her nose lovingly. Nanan's small figure ran towards Su Wanqing, Lu Ruyan, and Lu Ma. Su Wanqing felt a little excited and nervous. This was the first time she heard her daughter call her mom in front of outsiders. Seeing her daughter approaching, she hurriedly squatted down, opened her arms, and prepared to welcome her biological daughter. Lu Ruyan felt a little disappointed, but she still squatted down and stretched out her arms. At this moment, she knew clearly that she could never compare to Su Wanqing. After all, the time spent with Lin Nanan only lasted for one day at most. But she still squatted down. Lin Dachui looked at the two women's actions with a dazed look in his eyes. Nan has longed for maternal love since she was a child. But Su Wanqing can't give it. Mr. Lu is sincere to Nan, otherwise he would not have won Nanan's approval. But, this time, I might have to let down Mr. Lu. Nan wants her mother's love so much. Nan. Su Wanqing was very nervous, but still tried her best to show a gentle smile, Mom is here to pick you up. Lu Ruyan didn't say anything, just squatted quietly. Everyone is looking forward to whether Nan will forgive her mother Su Wanqing. Lin Nan walked up to the two of them and glanced at Su Wanqing with a frown. Then, he threw himself into Lu Ruyan's arms. Mother! Lin Nan called out sweetly, Nan has been waiting for a long time, why don't you come and tell Nan a story? Lu Ruyan hugged her daughter tightly, tears welling up in her eyes. She didn't know why Nan called her mom. But this word mom also means that Nan has completely recognized herself. The next step is to get Lin Dachui, and then life will be complete. Nan. Lu Ruyan wiped the tears of happiness from her face and hugged Lin Nan. Mom will take you there right away and tell you many stories. Lin Nan nodded obediently. Then, he tilted his head and looked at Su Wanqing, Auntie, thank you for coming to pick me up. Now Mama Lu is Nanan's mother. Su Wanqing was so heartbroken that she couldn't breathe when she heard this, Nan, Mom was wrong. From now on, Mom will make it up to you, okay? Nan shook her head, but, I already gave you a chance last night. Su Wanqing staggered and fell to the ground, covering her chest with her hands, tears flowing uncontrollably. Lin Nanan's small hands tightly grasped Lu Ruyan's shoulders. Lu Ruyan felt all of this and knew that although this little guy was strong in words, he was actually very disappointed in his heart. No matter how Su Wanqing treats her, she is still her biological mother. Nan is still young and just longs for motherly love. Thinking of this, Lu Ruyan gently patted Lin Nanan's head, Nan, Aunt Su is wrong, but she is your biological mother after all. Give her a punishment. Let her buy you lots of gifts in the future, okay? Lin Nan was instantly happy when she heard this, okay. Come, go hug your mother Su. Lu Ruyan put Lin Nan down. Lin Nan walked towards Su Wanqing timidly. Su Wanqing hurriedly stood up, adjusted her skirt, and then suddenly hugged Lin Nan. Tears gushed out like a dam breaking. Nan, Mommy was wrong. Mommy will treat you well from now on, okay? Lin Nan was a little at a loss. When he looked up and saw Lu Ruyan's encouraging gaze, he shouted out the two words that had been in his heart for many years. Mom. Hey. Su Wanqing responded hurriedly, don't cry, Nan, Mom will give you the best from now on. Lin Nan was still young, and her desire for her biological mother's approval had almost become a mental illness.
Years of grievances turned into strings of pearls sliding down her face.
Lin Dachui looked at the scene in front of him and finally sighed.
Su Wanqing, I don't know how you found this place, but my belated love is cheaper than grass.
There's no going back between us. Nan Nan does need maternal love, but it doesn't have to be you. You can come to visit Nan Nan in the future. This is my biggest concession.
Su Wanqing held her daughter in her arms and nodded slowly.
She knew this was the best outcome at the moment.
She wants to use her actions to slowly make up for the lack of maternal love and win back her daughter's heart. But the issue with Majiji must also be dealt with as soon as possible. He cannot be allowed to sue Lin Dachui and affect the lives of both father and daughter. Lin Dachui has no money now and he only relies on Lu Ruyan. It was wrong for me to accompany Majidi, but he also had affairs with these women.
Let us call it even. Starting tomorrow, I will treat you well. What does Chapter 18 have to do with her? Does it have anything to do with you? You mean Megidi is here to rob the house?
Su Wanqing was somewhat incredulous when she learned that Majiji wanted to occupy the wedding house and was therefore beaten into a eunuch by Master Lei.
Su Wanqing, when have I ever lied to you?
Lin Dachui said calmly, that's right, you only have Majiji in your heart, so you won't believe anything I say.
I didn't.
Su Wanqing denied in a low voice, with a hint of guilt on her face.
But he still asked, then, what about Lu Ruyan? Are you being kept by her? Lin Dachui found it a little funny.
No matter how poor I am a creator with a net worth of hundreds of millions.
Why would I be kept by someone? Mr. Lu is from Kyoto. After thinking for a while, Lin Dachui finally explained, what is the relationship between her and me? Does it have anything to do with you?
Su Wanqing was suddenly speechless, but she still felt a little proud in her heart. At least, he was still willing to explain to me. It means he still loves me, but he is still angry with me.
It's okay, take it slow. As long as I humble myself, he and Nan Nan will come back to me. Okay, I won't ask anymore. Su Wanqing clutched the hem of her skirt awkwardly. Aunt Lu, is this the servant you hired?
Lin Dachui was a little confused. This woman seems to have talked too much tonight. 6 years combined is not as long as tonight.
Unfortunately, it's too late to care about these things now. I, Lin Dachui, cannot tolerate any sand in my eyes, and I cannot tolerate betrayal in love. I can be generous and not care about your past, but I must be loyal to you for the rest of my life. You, Su Wanqing, are dirty. An hour later, Su Wanqing left. When I left, I seemed to feel a lot more relaxed. She knew that Lu Ruyan and Qin Mengyao were friends from Kyoto. It seems like it was some entertainment company that invited Lin Dachui to collaborate with them, not to keep them as a sponsor.
And Lu Ma is indeed the high-level nanny that Lin Dachui hired at a high price, and she is top-notch in all subjects. Only at this moment did Su Wanqing realize that Lin Dachui was still very outstanding. He must have made a lot of money over the years, at least tens of millions, to be able to buy such a nice villa. Although it is nothing compared to the Su family's tens of billions of assets, he is already qualified to be the Su family's son-in-law. She decided that after returning, she would cut off contact with Majiji and return to her family. We must also bring Lin Dachui and Nan Nan back to the Su family openly. Su Wanqing's vision of men is always good. Brother de Hammer. After coaxing Lin Nan Nan to sleep, Lu Ruyan returned to the living room on the first floor again. You won't blame me, will you? Lin Dachui was stunned when he heard this. Boss Lu, what are you doing? Lu Ruyan took the initiative to step forward and hold Lin Dachui's hand. Then, he lowered his head and spoke softly, I just shouldn't have treated Su Wanqing like that. I just can't help being angry. Why can't she just say no and come back whenever she wants? Having said that, he looked at Lin Dachui cautiously again. Brother Dachui, you still love her, right? Lin Dachui grabbed Lu Ruyan with his backhand and said seriously, I loved her for 6 years. Lu Ruyan's heart trembled, and there was an indescribable loss on her face. Ha ha. Lin Dachui laughed, who isn't frivolous when young? I've been in love too. It's just that every experience is a scenery on the road of life, and letting go of someone is also very quick. When Lu Ruyan heard this, a gleam of light appeared in her eyes. Then, how about we be together? Don't worry, I will treat you and Nan Nan well and will never betray you. Lin Dachui's mouth twitched. Boss Lu, we have only been in contact for less than a day, isn't it too fast? To be honest, Lin Dachui actually likes Lu Ruyan quite a bit. Although her daughter is shy about strangers, she is very attached to Ruyan Lu, which proves that she treats her daughter with care.
However, the two of them only actually came into contact for one day.
Lin Dachui hasn't understood it in depth yet.
But I'd been waiting for a long time. Lu Ruyan's eyes were burning. Since I heard the song Daylily last year, Lin Dachui listened to Lu Ruyan's words and was full of surprise. Can a song make you wait so long? That song was just an opportunity. Lu Ruyan shook her head slightly.
Seeing you taking care of Nan Nan is like a ray of light shining into my life. I think I fell in love with you at that time. Lin Dachui was silent. Over the past year, he felt that Lu Ruyan's concern for him seemed too enthusiastic. Therefore, I chose not to continue writing songs for Chanyu Group in the second half of the year because I was afraid that she would misunderstand.
Unexpectedly, this also indirectly led to the artists under her company terminating their contracts. Boss Lu.
Lin Dachui thought for a moment and said seriously, I know you are a good person, but I don't want to make a hasty decision. Lu Ruyan bit her lip and said, Brother Dachui, I can give you some time to think about it slowly, as long as you don't reject me.
Okay.
Lin Dachui stroked Lu Ruyan's hair and smiled, I'll give you a chance, but I need some time. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan hugged Lin Dachui and said with a blushing face, then I'll collect some interest first. After saying that, she kissed Lin Dachui with her soft red lips. Lin Dachui's heart was pounding.
Oops, this is the feeling of being in love. Da hammer, Nan Nan, I was wrong. Su Wanqing returned to the empty villa again, and she was no longer as confused as before. But don't worry, I will make it up to you. I will go to Meg Edi tomorrow and explain everything to him. As she spoke, Su Wanqing took an ice bath.
That night, she slept in Lin Dachui's room. Although his belongings were gone, the bed sheets were not changed. Smelling the masculine scent emanating from the sheets, all her tiredness from the past 2 days disappeared and she slept soundly.
No words were spoken that night. The next morning, Su Wanqing packed up simply and went to the hospital to find my Gigi. Wanqing.
When Majiji saw Su Wanqing coming over, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. I knew you wouldn't ignore me. Su Wanqing didn't say anything, just looked at him coldly.
Is this the white moonlight that I am obsessed with? Why was I so blind before?
Not only did he occupy someone else's house, he also deliberately tried to sow discord between me and Lin Dachui.
My son was taken away and I never asked a single question from beginning to end.
Majidi, our relationship is over. After a long time, Su Wanqing said calmly.
What did you say? Majiji's eyes widened. Wanqing, are you crazy? Su Wanqing sneered, I am very sober.
I was blinded by greed before, but now I see you clearly.
Just because of that Lin Dachui? Majidi was angry. What's so good about him?
Su Wanqing was too lazy to argue with him anymore and turned to leave.
Wanqing. Majidi was anxious, can I ask you one last favor? Su Wanqing stopped and looked at Majidi coldly, what is it?
I can help you one last time within my ability.
Majiji's face lit up with joy. He was just about to ask to borrow 30 million, but when he thought about how Lin Dachui harmed him, he felt unwilling to give in.
Majiji burst into tears and choked up, can I hug you one last time? Seeing Su Wanqing was about to leave again, he hurriedly explained, Wanqing, I just want to put an end to our past love. Don't worry, I will never sue Lin Dachui.
I will leave quietly.
When Su Wanqing heard the word sue, her expression was a little hesitant.
Finally, he came back and gave me a gentle hug. Majiji quietly took out his cell phone and found the most ambiguous angle to take a photo. Thank you. Chapter 19 Su Wanqing is too shameless. Mr. Lin. There is something I want to talk to you about.
At the entrance of Chengguan Kindergarten, after Lin Nanan's head teacher took the child away, he called Lin Dachui.
Lin Dachui was stunned and looked at the other party. Teacher, did Nan Nan make any mistakes? No.
Teacher Zhang hesitated. Tomorrow is Mother's Day, and we are going to hold a parent-child activity. Let the children make a gift for their mothers on the spot, you see. Teacher Zhang looked at Lin Dachui, a hint of apology flashing in his eyes. Lin Dachui thought about it and replied, okay, I'll ask the child's mother to attend tomorrow.
Great.
Teacher Zhang heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. Mr. Lin, you have been picking me up and dropping me off in person for the past 2 years.
I thought Nan Nan was from a single-parent family.
Lin Dachui felt a little uncomfortable when he heard this.
Su Wanqing is indeed not worthy of being Nan Nan's mother.
Seeing that Lin Dachui looked upset, Teacher Zhang quickly apologized. Mr. Lin, I'm really sorry.
Teacher Zhang, you don't have to feel sorry.
Lin Dachui smiled slightly. I have been the one who has taken care of Nan Nan since she was little. Her mother is busy, so she doesn't have time to pick her up. Lin Dachui found that mentioning Su Wanqing was not as painful as before.
The only person I feel sorry for is Nan Nan. Let Su Wanqing come tomorrow.
This child has lacked maternal love since childhood. If Su Wanqing can give it to her, he doesn't mind letting her come to see Nan Nan. But if you want to make amends with this, it's impossible.
Ha! Hammer brother.
Just then, a familiar voice came from behind. Lin Dachui looked back and saw Lei Jin walking towards him with a child.
Mejijai's son, Mapian? Lin Dachui was a little confused and frowned as he looked at Lei Jin. What are you doing?
Oh. Lei Jin scratched his head. Well, Majiji owes us 25 million.
My dad beat this guy up yesterday. No one is taking care of the kids, so I.
Having said this, he sighed again and said,
Alas, today's society is upside down. Damn it, the one who owes money is the boss. We creditors are like grandsons.
I have to help him take care of the kids and pick them up from school.
It's really fucking annoying. Of course Lin Dachui understood, but he didn't point it out. Lei Jin detained Mei Pian because he was afraid that Mei Jiji would run away.
But we can't blatantly break the law, so we have to send our children to school. But I didn't expect that Majiji actually owed the Lei family 25 million.
Didn't he just come back from abroad? How could he owe so much money? Lin Dachui pretended to be indifferent and asked, failed in business? What do you mean by business?
Lei Jin sneered, Majiji is a lazy guy who likes to eat, drink, gamble and smoke.
In recent years, he has often asked us to borrow money.
However, this boy does have some skills. He has a rich woman to pay for his loans and he pays back what he borrows. That's why my dad agreed to lend me 20 million last month.
I didn't expect this kid to cheat now.
Listening to Lei Jin's complaints, Lin Dachui had some guesses in his mind.
The money that Majiji borrowed last month? Isn't that the time he posted on WeChat Moments saying he would return to China? This is interesting. If Su Wanqing knew that her white moonlight was a bad person, I wonder how interesting her expression would be.
Su Wanqing, I only give you one chance to be Nanan's biological mother, I hope you cherish it.
If you hurt Nan Nan, you deserve to die. Mejiji.
In the hospital, Su Wanqing became indifferent again. Where is your son Mei Pian? Majiji's eyebrows were evasive when he heard this. He is with my cousin.
Cousin? Su Wanqing frowned and stared at Majiji. When did you have a cousin? Majiji said to himself, oh no. How come Su Wanqing, who is so love-brained, suddenly becomes so smart?
No, we must not let her know that Pian was taken away by Master Lei.
Majidi pretended to be calm and said, he's just a distant cousin of mine. I haven't had time to tell you yet. Really?
Su Wanqing crossed her arms. It's good to have someone to take care of it. Then, he looked at Megidi deeply.
Mejiji, this is the end of what happened between us. There is 10 million in this card. Consider it as compensation for your injury.
I hope you won't come and harass our family again, or else don't blame me for being rude. After saying that, he turned around and left. This time, she didn't stop. She also wants to prepare a surprise for Lin Dachui. Majiji took the bank card and opened his mobile phone to look at the photo he had just taken, his face full of ferocity.
Su Wanqing, you want to get rid of me with just 10 million? No way.
When I recover from my injury, I will go find Lin Dachui and show him this photo. He loves you so much that he definitely can't stand betrayal and will definitely leave on his own initiative.
By then, everything about you, Su Wanqing, won't be mine? 11 o'clock in the morning.
Lin Dachui had just returned to the villa after doing some things, and Lu Ruyan came to meet him.
Brother Dachui. Lu Ruyan was a little nervous. Su Wanqing insisted on coming in. I'm so angry.
Qin Mengyao also pouted and complained, Su Wanqing is so shameless. You've already registered for divorce, but she still treats this place like her home. Lin Dachui smiled, looked at the busy figure in the kitchen, and recognized him at a glance.
He was a little confused. When did Su Wanqing, who had never done any cooking, learn how to cook? Oh, I remembered it.
Some time ago, Majiji posted a photo of her pretty back on her moments. The goddess said that the first time she cooked was for us father and son, she was so happy.
I guess she learned how to cook just to please Bai Yueguang. Sledgehammer.
Su Wanqing was wearing an apron and holding a plate of shredded potatoes in her hands, with a happy look on her face.
Hurry up and wash your hands. There's only one dish left before we can eat.
After saying that, he pulled Lin Dachui to wash his hands. Lin Dachui withdrew his arm and walked into the bathroom on his own. Su Wanqing paused, feeling a little aggrieved.
I've taken the initiative to give him a way out, why is he still angry? But the next second, I cheered myself up again. The hammer must still be angry with me, which proves that he still cares about me. Come on, Su Wanqing. Let's go out for dinner.
Lin Dachui came out after washing his hands and shouted to Lu Ruyan, Qin Mengyao, and Lu Ma.
The hammer, the meal is ready, why are you still?
Su Wanqing's face turned pale, and her throat seemed to be blocked by something.
Lin Dachui glanced at the dishes on the table and said calmly, I'm allergic to chicken essence. Ah?
Su Wanqing was at a loss for words.
Yes. I'm sorry, I didn't know. For so many years, I didn't even know that Lin Dachui was allergic to chicken essence. Damn it. Then I'll do it again.
Su Wanqing said, and ran back to the kitchen again.
No need.
Lin Dachui said calmly, these are the dishes that Majiji likes to eat.
Send them to him. Don't waste them.
Su Wanqing heard this and explained nervously, Dachui, Gigi, and I have already.
It's up to you.
Lin Dachui said lightly. After saying that, he left with the three women. Su Wanqing looked at the backs of several people and felt very aggrieved.
It's just a rejection, why do you feel so bad?
Lin Dachui was rejected by me for 6 years.
How did he persist? Bite.
Just then, Su Wanqing's cell phone made a crisp sound.
I knew you wouldn't abandon me.
Su Wanqing was very happy, thinking it was a message from Lin Dachui, but she was disappointed after opening it. Wanqing, I want to start a business, but I'm still short of 20 million.
Can you help me again? Chapter 20. We don't need to listen to Green T's explanation.
Majiji, 10 million is my bottom line, don't have any more ideas.
Su Wanqing's face turned pale and she directly replied with a message. But not long after, Majiji's message came back again, with a photo attached. Wanqing, 20 million is not too much for me, right? If I send this photo to Lin Dachui, what do you think he will think? Su Wanqing's face changed drastically and she clutched the phone tightly.
Although the photo doesn't capture her face, I can definitely recognize it as myself at first glance.
Moreover, the photo from this angle looks like he is leaning over to kiss Maggie, so ambiguous. Majiji. Su Wanqing called Majiji's cell phone and said in a terribly cold voice, are you looking for death? Wanqing, how can you say that to me? Majiji said viciously, I'm doing this for your own good. I just thought that after giving me 20 million, I would not bother you and Lin Dachui anymore, right? You.
Su Wanqing was so angry that her pretty face turned pale.
Then, after taking a deep breath, he said in a cold voice, I can give you the money, but you have to delete the photos. Of course. I love you the most. Maggie laughed, just like a eunuch. Majiji, you're so disgusting. Su Wanqing's face turned pale and she gritted her teeth and said, wait, I'll ask my assistant to transfer. No. Majiji refused directly. You still have several 100 million in your personal card. Transfer it to me directly. Otherwise. Good.
Su Wanqing was almost furious, I hope you will do what you say, otherwise I don't mind killing you. Although nothing was done, this photo was really too much, even more excessive than the hand-holding photo. Su Wanqing hung up the phone and bit her lip as she transferred the money. After transferring the money, she immediately sent a message to Majiji to confirm the payment and delete the photos. Majiji took the money and replied that he would delete it immediately. However, within a few minutes, Su Wanqing's phone received countless message alerts. When she opened it, she found that it was Majiji who posted the photos on various social platforms and attached some highly suggestive words. Su Wanqing felt dizzy. She never expected Majiji to be so shameless. Just then, Lin Dachui suddenly called. Su Wanqing's face turned pale, and she was anxious and at a loss. Did he see the sledgehammer too? How should I explain it? Will he be angry with me and ignore me? But the phone kept ringing and I answered it with trembling hands. Husband, please listen to my explanation. Su Wanqing's tone was almost pleading, actually, Majiji and I. Su Wanqing, I'm not interested in listening to you. Lin Dachui's voice came from the other end of the phone. I have something to tell you.
Husband, you.
Su Wanqing had a complicated expression, waiting for Lin Dachui's verdict. Believe me, I really didn't. Lin Dachui was a little impatient. It doesn't matter whether I believe it or not.
Tomorrow is Mother's Day. There is a parent-child activity at my daughter's school. Will you participate?
What? Su Wanqing was so excited that tears welled up in her eyes when she heard this.
I will participate. I will definitely participate.
After getting a positive answer, Lin Dachui immediately hung up the phone, not wanting to say another word to Su Wanqing. Su Wanqing let out a long sigh after hanging up the phone, and her heart was filled with gratitude towards Lin Dachui. But she would not let Mejiji off easily. After all, he had done such a despicable thing. After calming down, Su Wanqing contacted her most capable private detective friend and told him what Mejiji had done.
Boss Su, something bad has happened.
Assistant Lu Sini called. Our people went to the hospital and found that Mejiji had been discharged and is now missing.
Investigate.
Su Wanqing gritted her teeth. Even if I have to turn Jiangcheng upside down, I must find my Gigi for me. After saying that, he hung up the phone angrily. Not long after, she thought of something and quickly called Lu Sini. Find a way to remove all the photos from the internet.
After arranging everything, Su Wanqing turned and walked out the door.
This time, she wants to take the initiative and explain things to Lin Dachui. With Su Wanqing's ability, she found the place where Lin Dachui and his friends were having dinner in less than 10 minutes.
She drove over in a hurry. This is a small Malatang restaurant, and the environment is naturally not as good as those of high-end hotels. Not only is it crowded and noisy, it is also unhygienic.
But Su Wanqing saw that the four of them were eating very happily. Lin Dachui had brought me here before, but as soon as I reached the door, I left in disgust. It turns out that he really likes the spicy hot pot here.
But why didn't I care about his feelings and eat with him properly before?
Su Wanqing calmed herself down, straightened her skirt, and walked into the store with a still nervous mood.
Dachui, Mr. Lu, Mr. Qin, and Lu. Su Wanqing greeted everyone one by one, with an unnatural smile on her face. Why did President Su come to a place like this?
Lin Dachui was a little surprised, but his tone did not sound surprised or happy.
Su Wanqing's heart trembled slightly when she heard this.
She found that every time Lin Dachui called her Mr. Su and had that distant attitude, she felt suffocated.
Brother Dachui, since Mr. Su is here too, why don't we eat together?
Lu Ruyan was quite generous, but she still seriously sought Lin Dachui's opinion.
Lin Dachui didn't say anything. Lu Ruyan looked at the dazed Su Wanqing and winked at her quickly.
In fact, after Lu Ruyan and Lin Dachui had a heart-to-heart talk, they were no longer worried about Su Wanqing's existence. Just as Lin Dachui said, what belongs to you will eventually belong to you, and it's better not to force love.
Thank you.
Su Wanqing came back to her senses and hurriedly sat next to Lu Ma. Qin Mengyao looked unhappy. Some people, just after returning from a loving relationship with their lovers, actually come here again to disgust others. They have no shame at all.
Su Wanqing lowered her head guiltily after hearing this. Things are not what you think, Mejiji and I. Pa. Qin Mengyao didn't care about that.
She got angry when she saw Su Wanqing.
We don't need to listen to Green Tea's explanation.
Su Wanqing was so angry that her face turned pale, but she was powerless to refute, and whispered, I will prove it. After saying that, he seemed to become a little thicker-skinned.
He unpacked the bowl and chopsticks and joined the eating group. The taste was very good, but it might be a little spicy. Su Wanqing even shed tears. Boss Su.
Halfway through the meal, Lin Dachui looked up at Su Wanqing. Upon hearing this, Su Wanqing hurriedly put down her chopsticks, sat up straight, and waited for Lin Dachui's next words.
Lin Dachui hesitated for a moment, but still reminded, Are you sure you can attend tomorrow's parent-child activity? Just as Su Wanqing was about to speak, Lu Ruyan interrupted and said, Brother Dachui, is there a parent-child activity tomorrow? Lin Dachui nodded and said apologetically, Tomorrow I'm going to record a new song with Li Xiaoye, you have to accompany me, so? Qin Mengyao heard this and grumbled in dissatisfaction, Don't I have to go? I can go, why should I let this green tea go? Boss Qin. Su Wanqing could no longer bear it. Please be careful with your words.
I don't mind suing you for defamation.
TSK.
How could Qin Mengyao, the daughter of a wealthy family in Kyoto, be afraid of Su Wanqing?
You dare not take responsibility for what you did? Do you want me to look up the photos on the internet? You. Su Wanqing was suddenly speechless. Alright. Lin Dachui looked a little unhappy, and then looked at Su Wanqing. Are you sure you won't stand me up again? Su Wanqing quickly responded, definitely not.
Lin Dachui retracted his gaze and reminded again, I hope you will do what you said.
If you make Nan Nan sad again, you will die. Chapter 21. So this is what home feels like. During a meal, everyone has their own thoughts.
In the afternoon, Lin Dachui, Lu Ruyan and Qin Mengyao came to Li Xiaoye's recording studio. The recording will start tomorrow, and there are some details that need to be communicated in advance, which is also a way to familiarize yourself with the song in advance.
Lu Ma and Su Wanqing went shopping in the mall.
This time Lin Dachui did not stop him.
Su Wanqing was Nanan's biological mother, so it wouldn't hurt to give her a chance.
After all, we will leave Jiangcheng in more than 20 days. By then, everything here will come to an end.
Ma Lu.
In the children's shopping mall, Su Wanqing lowered her proud head for a rare time and humbly asked Lu Ma for advice.
I don't know what toys Nan Nan likes. Can you give me some suggestions? Boss Su. Aunt Lu showed a professional smile.
Logically, I just need to do my job well and shouldn't say too much. But you have shown too little love and care for your children over the years. When Su Wanqing heard this, a trace of guilt flashed across her face. Aunt Lu sighed and tactfully said no more about it. Actually, Nan Nan doesn't pick anything, as long as it's a gift from her mother.
Su Wanqing's breathing stagnated. I understand, thank you Aunt Lu. She thanked him sincerely. In the past, I showed too little care and love to my daughter. How could I be so cruel and ignore my daughter, whom I had carried for 10 months and risked my life to give birth to? Su Wanqing, Su Wanqing, you are such a bastard. He even went so far as to lick the face of that disgusting Majiji and travel around for a whole month. How sad must Lin Dachui and Nan Nan be? I don't want to get divorced. I want to make amends to both father and daughter. De Hammer, you are finally here.
In a recording studio in Jiangcheng, Li Xiaoye welcomed the three people in with a happy look on her face.
Come, have some tea first, and let's talk about the lyrics and arrangement. Li Xiaoye was very polite. Of course, if you have any good suggestions, you can also raise them. There is still time to make changes now.
Lin Dachui was not polite and listened carefully to the song demo coming from the monitoring speakers. Li Xiaoye recorded the demo in advance, including both the male and female parts. I have to say that Li Xiaoye is very talented as an original singer. But there's still something missing in the male and female chorus part. And the lyrics are a bit too tongue-twisting. It is neither easy to understand nor easy to sing. Is there anything that needs to be modified? Seeing Lin Dachui's frown, Li Xiaoye felt a little embarrassed. This is my first time writing too.
I just said, if there is anything that needs to be revised, make it boldly.
Lu Ruyan laughed and said, Teacher Li has found the right person. Brother Dachui is the best at changing songs.
Really? Li Xiaoye was full of curiosity. This is the first time I've heard of this.
But seriously, the two original songs you sang yesterday, although the lyrics were simple, the emotions were very strong. Lin Dachui smiled and said, Ms. Li, some love songs may not require fancy words and arrangements.
The reason why classics become classics is that everyone can sing them, and likes to sing them, don't you think?
Li Xiaoye clapped her hands vigorously, expressing her strong agreement with Lin Dachui's words. Lin Dachui smiled modestly, and there was a hint of admiration in his eyes when he looked at Li Xiaoye.
This Li Xiaoye is a natural singer. Perhaps the Tianyu group that rescued Lu Ruyan, this Li Xiaoye will be a dark horse.
Of course, the prerequisite is that I help her write songs.
Ms. Li.
Lin Dachui took a sip from his teacup and said slowly, the rhythm of the chorus can be faster.
It's a bit slow now.
As for the lyrics, they might as well be straightforward and concise, like telling a love story around us.
Look, what do you think if we change it to this?
Li Xiaoye nodded repeatedly, her eyes full of surprise.
Brother Dachui is so great.
He has really changed.
Lu Ruyan's eyes were sparkling.
Ever since she came to Lin Dachui's side, she looks less and less like the cold and aloof female CEO. Just like a girl in love, all she has eyes for is the other person. Qin Mengyao on the side also echoed, Brother Dachui's idea is very good, this will resonate more with the public.
After 2 hours of discussion and revision, the framework of the song was basically determined. Lin Dachui stretched and said, let's stop here for today. Everyone is tired. Everyone nodded and left the recording studio with different feelings. Thank you so much, Da Hammer. I'll treat you to dinner.
Li Xiaoye was full of gratitude and sincerely invited everyone to have dinner together.
Forget it, I still have to pick up my daughter.
Lin Dachui refused with a smile. Hearing this, Li Xiaoye felt a little regretful. Then next time, when the song is recorded, I will treat you to a big meal. Seeing that Lin Dachui wanted to refuse again, Li Xiaoye pretended to be angry and said, "Don't refuse next time." Lin Dachui shook his head helplessly and agreed to the other party's invitation. Then, he took the two girls out of the recording studio and headed to the kindergarten.
Dad, Mom Lu, Aunt Jean.
Lin Nannan was so happy when she saw three adults coming to pick her up.
Everyone was very happy, except Qin Mengyao, who pouted, "Nannan, you can't always be so partial.
You should also call me Mother Qin, that's what a good child should be."
Lin Dachui's mouth twitched. "Boss Qin, you." He. Lu Ruyan covered her mouth and laughed secretly. "Mengyao, this is Nannan's true feelings, you can't force her." Qin Mengyao pretended to be wronged and said, "Humph, Nannan doesn't love me anymore. Auntie Qin is the best." Nannan ran over and shook Qin Mengyao's hand. Everyone laughed when they saw this.
After returning home, Su Wanqing and Lu Ma also came back, carrying bags of toys in hand. Nannan's eyes lit up when she saw Su Wanqing bought so many things for her.
Then, he thanked her in a baby voice, "Mother Su, thank you."
Su Wanqing's eyes were red and she hugged her daughter tightly.
When Lu Ma went to cook, Su Wanqing insisted on joining in.
Lin Dachui was too lazy to worry about it.
There are not many days left before leaving Jiangcheng.
Let her spend some time with our daughter during this time. The dinner was very pleasant.
Nannan was really happy. She picked up food for Mama Lu and then for Mama Su.
He also had to take care of Aunt Qin and Aunt Lu, but he didn't pick any food for Lin Dachui.
Lin Dachui pretended to be angry.
Lin Nannan pouted and reluctantly handed the half-eaten chicken leg to Lin Dachui. That cute look of reluctance made all the girls burst into laughter. Su Wanqing smiled, turned around and quietly wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. It turns out that this is what home feels like. Why haven't I tried to feel it properly all these years? After dinner, Lin Dachui sat alone on the balcony, took out a cigarette and lit it. A few years ago, Su Wanqing said that she didn't like the smell of cigarettes, so he quit long ago. But now I pick it up again, with mixed emotions in my heart. The time to leave Jiangcheng is getting closer.
He is very worried about Nannan.
These 2 days, Su Wanqing's kindness to Nannan has made Nannan more cheerful. But this short time we spend together is about to end, and I want to take Nannan away.
Will she blame me? Honey, what are you thinking about?
At this moment, Su Wanqing's extremely gentle voice sounded behind him.
Chapter 22. Is it really impossible? Boss Su.
Lin Dachui turned around and said calmly, "We have already registered for divorce.
It is not appropriate to call me husband anymore."
Su Wanqing trembled when she heard this. "Husband, I really know I was wrong.
I always thought I loved Meg Edie.
But since he came back, I realized that I was just obsessed with him. For the past month, when I've been with Majiji, I've found that my mind is filled with you and Nannan." When Lin Dachui heard this, his heart ached slightly. It would definitely be a lie to say that I don't love Su Wanqing. I loved her for 6 whole years. But precisely because of this, I cannot forgive her. She doesn't care about me, but she is so cruel to Nannan. The day Majiji returned and she went to pick him up at the airport, I had completely given up hope. The only thing that worries me now is the motherly love that Su Wanqing has been missing for many years. Nannan is still young, but she is very sensible and she will definitely agree with whatever I want to do. But if I don't let them meet each other again, I can't tell whether my daughter will hate me for this when she grows up.
Boss Su.
After thinking for a long time, Lin Dachui said calmly, "You know, even if you don't have me in your heart these years, I can still treat you well.
The moment you chose to pick me up at the airport, our engagement was over."
Su Wanqing moved her lips, wanting to explain something, but Lin Dachui didn't give her a chance and continued.
"You are Nannan's biological mother.
You also have the obligation and responsibility to raise her.
I can give you the opportunity to visit her. But don't think about doing something self-touching to save our relationship. No one owes you anything. Is it really impossible?" Su Wanqing's face turned pale, and she was so heartbroken that she couldn't breathe. "Can you bear to watch Nannan without a complete family since she was a child?" Su Wanqing.
Lin Dachui's eyes were full of coldness.
Isn't this how Nan Nan has been living for the past 5 years?
Su Wanqing's body trembled violently, and her heart felt like it was stabbed into pieces by a sharp knife. After a long time, Su Wanqing pursed her lips and said, I understand.
I will spend more time with Nan Nan in the future. As for what's going on between us, I won't force it anymore.
Su Wanqing now finally understands that the relationship between her and Lin Dachui can never go back to the same state.
I can only settle for the next best thing and make it up to Nan Nan. That.
Su Wanqing was about to speak but stopped herself, gritted her teeth and said, It's my mother's birthday the day after tomorrow.
Can we have a good meal together as a family?
Seeing Lin Dachui's gloomy face, she hurriedly explained, Don't worry, it's just this once. I will explain the divorce to them clearly.
Speaking of the Su family, Lin Dachui was in a bad mood. Her family has always looked down on Lin Dachui and Nan Nan, and has always believed that Lin Dachui forced himself on Su Wanqing and gave birth to Nan Nan. But there is an exception in the Su family, that is Su Wanqing's grandfather, the old man of the Su family. He is very good to Lin Dachui and always cares about his great-granddaughter Lin Nan Nan. This time, I'll just say goodbye. Good.
After thinking for a long time, Lin Dachui nodded in agreement. Nan Nan and I will go, don't forget the parent-child activity tomorrow. Su Wanqing finally showed a smile on her face. Okay, don't worry, I will definitely come to pick up Nan Nan on time.
After the two of them finished talking, Su Wanqing said goodbye to Nan Nan reluctantly and left the villa by herself. Brother da Hammer.
Lu Ruyan thoughtfully made a cup of wolfberry for Lin Dachui. You haven't had a good rest these past 2 days, drink some to replenish yourself. Lin Dachui's mouth twitched. Although I'm 30 years old, I've been idle and have no place to use my skills.
I'm in good physical condition, so why do I need to supplement this stuff? However, he did not reject Lu Ruyan's kindness.
He took it and took 2 sips.
It tasted slightly sweet and a little sour. It's quite delicious.
Lin Dachui nodded and said nonchalantly, If someone is being nice to you for no reason, he is either a traitor or a thief.
Tell me, what's the matter?
Lu Ruyan blushed and came forward. Sell this villa, there is a big villa in Kyoto.
Ha ha.
Lin Dachui said jokingly, Are you worried that Su Wanqing will come to see us often if she finds out about this place?
Lu Ruyan was not angry even though her secret was exposed.
Then, he naturally hugged Lin Dachui's arm. I'm serious.
I know you won't look back, but I can't guarantee what Su Wanqing will do to win you back. Lu Ruyan's worries are not without reason.
A woman who cares about face like Su Wanqing will definitely not give up on Lin Dachui and is likely to behave irrationally.
Okay, I'll do as you say.
Lin Dachui thought about it and finally agreed with Lu Ruyan's opinion. Since you have chosen to leave Jiangcheng, let's do it decisively.
You take care of this.
I have to finish recording the song with Li Xiaoye and go to Kyoto to help you as soon as possible. A touch of emotion flashed across Lu Ruyan's face, and her sweet lips kissed Lin Dachui again.
Ahem.
A minute later, feeling Lu Ruyan's hot body, Lin Dachui gently pushed her away. Let's take it slow.
Lu Ruyan's pretty face flushed. Yes, I know.
Thinking of something, he asked, Brother Dachui, do you think our Tianyu group should sign a contract with Li Xiaoye?
Li Xiaoye is really amazing.
Upon hearing this, Lin Dachui also felt the same way. She is extremely talented in music theory and lyrics writing, her singing skills are also very strong, and she is very malleable.
But I don't know if she is willing to sign a contract with you.
Lu Ruyan's face was full of anticipation. Brother Dachui, I will go talk to her tomorrow.
From now on, Tianyu Group will fully train you and Li Xiaoye.
Of course, your shares will still be 60%, Li Xiaoye 20%, and I will have 10%.
Lin Dachui smiled and said, How can a boss only take 10?
Well, you take 51%, Li Xiaoye and I take 15% each, and the rest will be distributed to the good employees who are still here. Lin Dachui decided the matter like this, and no matter what Lu Ruyan said, he disagreed.
If he doesn't listen, Lin Dachui won't go to Tianyu Group. With no other options, Lu Ruyan could only agree. However, the situation of Tianyu Group is not optimistic right now. I wonder if Li Xiaoye is willing to sign the contract.
Lin Dachui still expressed his concerns.
In fact, whether Li Xiaoye is there or not, Lin Dachui can lead Tianyu Group on his own.
But he also had a passion for talent, and he believed that Li Xiaoye would definitely become a superstar.
She is still a versatile queen. Don't worry.
Lu Ruyan blinked her big eyes and said mysteriously, As long as you are here, she will definitely sign. Lin Dachui was stunned for a moment. He remembered that when he first met Lu Ruyan, her coldness was so daunting. Now she looks like a shy little woman, which is really touching.
Little did people know that Lu Ruyan had always been aloof and only acted like that towards Lin Dachui. No words were spoken that night.
The next morning, Su Wanqing arrived at the villa early and dressed up specially, shaking off her decadent appearance of the previous 2 days.
Mother! Lin Nan happily stepped forward and took Su Wanqing's hand. Do you want to play with Nan today? Of course.
Su Wanqing showed a touch of kindness and doting. Mom will play with Nan more in the future, let's go. Lin Nan was very happy and turned around to say to Lin Dachui and others.
Dad, Mom Lu, Aunt Qin, Mom Lu, I'm going to school now. I'll give you gifts when Nan comes back.
This child is really sensible and considerate of other people's emotions. Su Wanqing drove herself to take Lin Nan to the kindergarten to participate in parent-child activities. Behind the car, there was a man wearing a baseball cap and a mask, following closely on a motorcycle.
Chapter 23. It takes you 20 minutes to go to the bathroom? 10 o'clock in the morning.
Lin Dachui, Lu Ruyan and Qin Mengyao arrived at Li Xiaoye's recording studio as promised.
Today we will officially start recording.
But at this time, Lin Dachui was a little uneasy. He checked his phone, no calls or messages.
Brother Dachui, what's wrong? Lu Ruyan keenly noticed something was wrong and hurried forward to show concern. I wonder how Nan is doing now.
Lin Dachui frowned, and the uneasiness in his heart became stronger. I always feel a little flustered. The last time this happened was when Su Wanqing punished her daughter for calling her mom by leaving her alone on the side of the road in the middle of winter.
Nan called herself crying, but she couldn't tell where she was.
When Lin Dachui found her according to the location of his phone watch, he discovered that Lin Nan was already shivering from the cold and huddled next to a trash can.
Lin Nan fell seriously ill.
Lin Dachui wanted to divorce at that time, but Nan said that she didn't blame her mother and that she made the mistake herself.
For Lin Nan, Lin Dachui finally held back. This feeling of palpitations happened again today. I'm afraid that Su Wanqing is causing trouble again?
Thinking of this, Lin Dachui couldn't bear it anymore, picked up his phone and called Su Wanqing.
The call was quickly answered. Husband? What's wrong? Lin Dachui did not correct Su Wanqing's way of addressing her, but just quickly asked, Su Wanqing, where is Nan? Nan is preparing a gift for me. Su Wanqing's voice was truly happy.
Upon hearing this, Lin Dachui breathed a sigh of relief.
But before he could say anything, Su Wanqing's panicked voice suddenly came from the other end of the phone. Huh? Where's Nan? Where did she go? Little friends, have you seen my daughter? My daughter.
Lin Dachui's heart skipped a beat, and a sense of uneasiness surged in his mind. Su Wanqing.
You'd better pray that Nan is okay, otherwise.
Before he could finish his words, Lin Dachui hung up the phone angrily and rushed out of the recording studio.
Lu Ruyan, Qin Mengyao, and Li Xiaoye followed closely behind. Brother Dachui, don't be anxious.
While driving, Lu Ruyan consoled her. Nan may have gone to the bathroom.
Try calling her.
Upon hearing this, Lin Dachui hurriedly called the number on Lin Nan's children's watch.
But it rang for a long time and no one answered. Lin Dachui's heart instantly sank to the bottom.
It took less than 20 minutes for them to reach the kindergarten. The kindergarten was already in chaos at this time, and everyone was looking for Lin Nan. Su Wanqing had tears on her face and looked panic-stricken.
She was like a madman, asking questions to everyone she met.
Lin Dachui was so angry that he rushed forward and slapped her. Su Wanqing, is this how you look at your daughter? Su Wanqing was awakened, fell to her knees, slapped herself hard a few times, and said with tears streaming down her face, Husband, I was wrong. I just went to the bathroom, and when I came back Nan was gone.
You can beat me to death. Woo.
Lu Ruyan gently pulled Lin Dachui and said, Brother Dachui, now is not the time to hold someone accountable.
Check the surveillance immediately.
Yes, check the surveillance. Lin Dachui also came to his senses and hurried to find the director. Director, where is the surveillance room? Upon hearing this, the headmaster patted his head and said, I was so anxious that I forgot to check the surveillance camera.
Come with me.
We have also called the police, and they will be here soon. Su Wanqing also hurriedly stood up and followed them to the monitoring room. Lin Dachui was not in the mood to settle accounts with Su Wan now, he was just asking for details seriously. According to Su Wanqing, she went to the toilet at 9:40.
It was 10 o'clock when I came back.
It was not until Lin Dachui called that I realized Lin Nan was missing.
It takes you 20 minutes to go to the bathroom?
When Lin Dachui gets angry, he shows no mercy at all. Although he was angry, he still patiently checked the surveillance footage, starting from when Su Wanqing left at 9:40. In the picture, Su Wanqing can indeed be seen looking back every few steps, with happiness on her face. The scene shows 9:50, and Lin Nannan seems to have gone out by herself. There was a little boy waiting for her at the door. Lin Dachui narrowed his eyes slightly and recognized at first sight that the little boy was Majiji's son, Mei Paiyan. The two children chatted for a few words and then saw Mei Paiyan suddenly fall to the ground. Lin Nannan seemed a little at a loss and kept checking on Mei Paiyan's condition. After about a minute, Mei Paiyan slowly got up and held onto Lin Nannan tightly. It looks like the two of them had some kind of argument. Then, the two children came to the gate and successfully opened it and went out. The strange thing is, no one stopped it. Lin Dachui looked at the director coldly. What are the security guards doing? Why don't they stop them? The old security guard behind him was sweating profusely. I squinted at the time and didn't see it. This is the biggest dereliction of duty. If anything happens to the two children, not only will they lose their jobs, they may also face huge compensation or even go to jail. But he didn't dare to lie because there were surveillance cameras on him, so he just kept apologizing. Su Wanqing grabbed the old man and kept asking him how he could sleep during working hours. Ding-ling-ling. Just then, Su Wanqing's cell phone rang. She hurriedly took it out and saw that it was Nan Nan's watch phone. Nan. Where have you been? You made your mother so worried. Su Wanqing cried with tears falling. It can be seen that she is really anxious and worried about Nan. Oh? Isn't he still alive? A dull voice came from the other end of the phone, and the tone was obviously changed deliberately. Su Wanqing's heart skipped a beat, and she asked hurriedly, Who are you? How come Nannan's phone number is in your hands? Lin Dachui snatched the phone and spoke into it. Majiji, I know it's you, tell me your conditions. Yo! A teasing voice came from the other end of the phone. I didn't expect that a gigolo like you is actually quite smart. When Su Wanqing heard the voice, she staggered. It's Majiji without a doubt. Combined with the fact that Mei Paiyan had just dragged Nan away, no matter how dumb Su Wanqing was, she could have guessed that Majiji had kidnapped Lin Nannan. Then, a surge of anger rose up and he shouted into the phone, Majiji, it's over between us a long time ago, why are you doing this? Why? Majiji's voice turned sinister. Lin Dachui turned me into a eunuch. I said I would lick your ass, but you cruelly abandoned me. What? You want to get rid of me with 30 million? I'm telling you, Su Wanqing, no way. Lin Dachui glared at Su Wanqing, then winked at Lu Ruyan. Then, he gritted his teeth and said, What do you want? There was silence on the other end of the phone. Everyone's heart was in their throat. He. Majiji suddenly laughed. My request is very simple, 500 million in cash, and then Su Wanqing will let me lick her to my heart's content. Upon hearing this, Su Wanqing's face turned pale, and she stared at Lin Dachui with her big watery eyes. She really wanted to know what decision Lin Dachui would make. Majiji, are you even interested in a second-hand item? Lin Dachui sneered, I can give you 500 million, as for whether you can lick Su Wanqing, it depends on your ability. Lin Dachui. What qualifications do you have to bargain with me? Majiji suddenly became furious. Money or life? Lin Dachui shouted coldly, Majiji, I'll only give you 100 million now. If you miss this opportunity, you won't be able to get it again. Lin Dachui said this not for Su Wanqing, but as a psychological game between him and Majiji. He was betting that Meggy loved money more. Chapter 24 Police, don't move. Lin Dachui. Meggy was furious and threatened angrily, 100 million? Are you sending away beggars? Do you believe that I will? 50 million. Lin Dachui interrupted coldly. Majiji on the other end of the phone suppressed his anger and said, Lin Dachui, you don't want your daughter to die without a burial place, do you? 30 million. Lin Dachui clenched his fist tightly, if you say one more word, I won't get a cent. Okay. Deal. Majiji agreed angrily, I want cash, no tricks. Lin Dachui knew that this was Majiji's bottom line, so he stopped trying to lower the price. Can. Lin Dachui said calmly, send the location. Do you think I'm stupid? Majiji was not fooled. Let Su Wanqing bring the money here by herself. I will tell her where to trade. Lin Dachui looked at Su Wanqing coldly but said nothing. The latter hurriedly wiped away her tears and said, "Majiji, I will go and prepare right now.
Please don't hurt my daughter." The call was hung up. Not long after, Su Wanqing received an address for cash.
He also threatened that if he didn't get the money, he would never see Lin Nan again. "The police are here." At this moment, the director of the park brought several policemen to the temple where Lin Dachui and others were.
"How is it going?"
The middle-aged policeman in the lead had a serious expression on his face and quickly understood the situation. Then, without any hesitation, he began to make arrangements. First, follow the kidnapper's instructions and prepare the cash. Xiao Zhang, please arrange for technicians to check the location of the child's phone watch immediately. Xiao Li, arrange for someone to stake out the transaction location.
Act quickly.
After some arrangements, the middle-aged policeman looked at Lin Dachui again.
"Mr. Lin." The middle-aged policeman frowned and said, "Do you know this kidnapper?
Or does he have other relatives?"
After Su Wanqing finished a phone call, she hurried over. I know him.
He was my former neighbor. His parents have passed away, and his only relative now is his son."
The middle-aged policeman frowned when he heard this. "Why did he kidnap your daughter?"
Lin Dachui did not explain, but looked at Su Wanqing. Su Wanqing lowered her head, her face full of self-blame. It's my fault. He has lived abroad for 6 years. He came back from abroad last month. I went to pick him up at the airport and accompanied him on his travels for another month. Maybe he got nothing from me, so he holds a grudge against me."
The middle-aged policeman showed a look of surprise when he heard this.
Then, he frowned and said, "As far as I know, Majiji has been a frequent visitor to our bureau in the past few years. He is good at eating, drinking, whoring, gambling, and smoking, and he also gathers people for promiscuity."
How is this possible?" Su Wanqing's face turned pale when she heard this.
This news was like a bolt from the blue, catching Su Wanqing off guard.
"Fortunately, I didn't have any substantial relationship with him, otherwise."
Su Wanqing. Lin Dachui's voice was extremely cold. "Now you know how powerful your Bai Yue Guang is, right?
Are you satisfied that my daughter got kidnapped?" Su Wanqing burst into tears and kept apologizing. "Hubby, I know I was wrong. But there's really nothing between him and me. Holding hands that day was just an accident."
Lin Dachui raised his hand to stop her.
He had no intention of listening to Su Wanqing's explanation. On the day of pickup, she was already dirty. Does it matter whether you cheat physically or not? What is more important now is Nan Nan's safety. Brother Hammer. Lu Ruyan took her phone and quietly came to Lin Dachui's side. "They have found it." Then, he quietly handed the phone to Lin Dachui and motioned him to go and look at it.
Lin Dachui's heart tightened and he walked aside without saying a word.
The police must not know about this. The screen that is currently open on the phone is a WeChat video chat in progress.
There was a group of people inside, surrounding a pale-faced man and 2 children.
It was Mei Jiji, Mei Pian, and Lin Nan.
The opposing party was Lei Jin and his men. This was what Lin Dachui had asked Lu Ruyan to secretly contact Lei Jin and tell him the location of Nan's cell phone. In this situation, it might be safer for the police to intervene. But Lin Dachui also knew that if the police showed up, Majiji would put forward more conditions. Even if you get caught, the worst that can happen is jail time. Lin Dachui is not a good man. It is impossible for him to let Majiji go just like that. Therefore, evildoers need to be punished by evildoers. Seeing that Lin Nan in the picture was not hurt, Lin Dachui felt relieved.
"Majiji." Lei Jin roared, "Do you think I can't find you if you hide here? Pay back the money now. Otherwise I don't mind killing all 3 of you."
These words were taught by Lin Dachui. Only if the target of this action is not exposed, that is, Lin Nan, will Majiji not use it as a threat.
Moreover, Lin Dachui was certain that Majiji was more afraid of Lei Jin than the police.
When Majiji heard Lei Jin's words, he cursed inwardly. "Damn, it's better for the police to come than for Lei Jin to come.
This is totally unreasonable."
Master Lei, I didn't intend to hide."
Majidi looked miserable and groveled. "I'm just trying to find a way to raise money, right?"
As he spoke, he grabbed Lin Nan and smiled flatteringly.
"Look, this is the daughter of President Su of the Su Group. I have kidnapped her.
She said she would give me 30 million, so 25 million is more than enough for you."
Majiji said this, but he felt extremely unhappy.
"Originally, I planned to complete this job, plus the money Su Wanqing gave me before, a total of 60 million.
I can take my son abroad and have fun.
Unexpectedly, he was found by Leijin. When Leijin saw Lin Nannan being caught by my Gigi, his hands unconsciously clenched tighter. But I still forced myself to stay calm.
Oh? I didn't expect you to be so bold now that you even dared to kidnap someone? Isn't this something I was forced to do?
A fierce look flashed across Majiji's face.
Master Lei, I am doing this. All right. Leijin suddenly interrupted. How could I not know what you were thinking?
How about this, give him to me, and I'll negotiate with Su Wanqing.
I can get at least 100 million. Of course, I only want 30 million, and the remaining 70 million will be yours. How about that?
When Majiji heard this, a look of confusion flashed across his face. He didn't know why Leijin suddenly wanted to take this risk. After all, once the kidnapping is exposed, even if the Lei family has powerful connections in Zhengcheng, they will not be able to deal with it.
Why? Don't want to?
Leijin frowned and waved to his younger brother behind him. You don't have to pay back the 25 million.
Buying 3 lives should be enough.
A group of younger brothers came forward and opened the telescopic sticks and were ready to start.
Master Lei.
Majiji finally got anxious and gritted his teeth and said, if you can really get 100 million, I only want 50 million.
You're quite sensible.
Leijin laughed. Okay, then give the person to me and I'll negotiate.
Majiji showed a smile that was uglier than crying. I am also here to pay back the money.
After saying that, he slowly let go of Lin Nannan.
Lin Nannan walked towards Leijin timidly. Police, don't move.
At this moment, a delicate shout suddenly sounded behind everyone. Immediately afterwards, a female police officer who looked somewhat similar to Su Wanqing suddenly appeared. Majiji was startled and grabbed Lin Nannan by the back of the neck, saying fiercely, don't come over here, or I'll kill her. On the way to the kidnapping site, Lin Dachui watched the scene on the screen and could no longer hold back his anger.
Grass. Chapter 25. Listen to your brother-in-law. Get out of the car.
After rushing for a long time, Lin Dachui, Lu Ruyan, Su Wanqing and others finally arrived at an abandoned factory. There were many policemen surrounding outside, and inside was a group of thugs squatting on the ground with their hands raised. In front of the gangsters, there was a pretty policewoman, pointing her gun at 2 children, one big and one small. Lin Dachui stepped forward quickly but was stopped by the police.
I'm the child's father, and I'm going to talk to the robber.
The policeman who stopped us said it was dangerous and refused to let us in. Fortunately, the middle-aged policeman who was at the kindergarten arrived in time and let them go.
Lin Dachui. As soon as Lin Dachui approached, Majiji became extremely excited. Where's the money I want?
Lin Dachui ignored him and just carefully observed whether Lin Nannan was injured. Fortunately, Majiji only grabbed his daughter's neck and had no weapons in his hands. Not enough to accomplish anything, but more than enough to cause trouble.
Lin Dachui glared at the policewoman and said, get out of the way. You. The policewoman shouted angrily, I'm saving people, and you asked me to step aside? Little sister.
Su Wanqing hurried forward and pulled the policewoman, listen to your brother-in-law. On the way here, Su Wanqing had already learned that Lin Dachui had arranged people to rescue them.
It was about to succeed, but it was ruined by my own sister. Sister, are you confused?
The policewoman was puzzled.
Why don't you let the police solve the kidnapping case? Why do you let a useless person go? This policewoman is Su Wanqing's biological sister, Su Qinghe.
After graduating from the police academy, he worked as a criminal policeman in Jiangqing police station.
Shut up. Su Wanqing shouted softly, then walked to Lin Dachui and looked at Majiji nervously. Majiji, don't be impulsive. I can give you money if you want it, but don't hurt Nannan.
Majiji swallowed nervously. Lin Dachui, let the police leave first. Prepare 100 million in cash and arrange a helicopter. He was interrupted by Lin Dachui when he was halfway through his words.
Majiji. Have you watched too many fucking movies? You think you can get away by getting in a helicopter?
I'm telling you, before irreparable damage is done, you better surrender. You will be in jail for a few years at most, but when you get out you will be able to see your son go to school and start a family. When Majiji heard this, a hint of hesitation appeared on his face. But soon, it was replaced by a fierce, you fart.
You've left me with nothing, even my roots, gone. I'll let you taste the pain, too.
Then, he raised his chin and looked at Lin Dachui's lower body. Do it yourself, cut it off.
Give me another 100 million and prepare a helicopter.
Whether I can escape or not is my own business.
Lin Dachui's face suddenly fell. How much must Majiji hate me? Then, after taking a deep breath, he slowly spoke. Majiji, every wrong has its perpetrator, and the misfortune will not affect my family. Why should we involve the child in our grievances? He was very nervous. He first explained the interests involved to Meggie, and then appealed to his emotions and reasoned with him. But I don't know if Majiji will be so crazy as to do whatever it takes and hurt Nan Nan. Lin Dachui is gambling. Wherever Majiji went, he always took his son Mepian with him. He must have loved his son very much. I bet he will consider his son. Stop talking nonsense. Unexpectedly, Majiji was very stubborn and said, Today, either you castrate yourself or your daughter dies. Majiji. At this time, Leijin, who had been squatting on the ground, said, Do you have any shame? You occupied my house. My dad beat you up because you didn't have a penis. Can you blame others? As he spoke, he ignored Su Qinghe, who was looking at him coldly, and walked forward with a fierce look on his face. Majiji, if you dare to hurt this little girl, I will kill you and your son today. This should be considered a heroic act. I can even be a hero to him for once. Lin Dachui did not stop Leijin, but just looked at Majiji coldly. He knew that Majiji was reluctant to die, otherwise he would have brought a knife. Sure enough, Majiji was shaken again. Majiji. Lin Dachui stepped up his attack. My previous words stand for what I said. After you go in, I will take good care of your son Mei Pian for you. People like Majidi would probably be shaken if he was slapped in the face and then given a candy. As expected, the struggle on Majiji's face became more intense, and he thought to himself, I probably can't leave. Even if I had 100 million in cash and took a helicopter, I would never be able to leave Daxia. The most terrible thing is Leijin. Judging from his appearance, he will definitely kill me if I move. I don't want to die yet. Although he hated Lin Dachui, it was indeed his own fault and he could only blame himself. But we can't let them off so easily. Okay, I can let your daughter go, but you have to make sure my son doesn't suffer. Also, you must help me pay back the 25 million I owe to Master Lei. Lin Dachui secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This should be Majiji's bottom line, he can't refuse anymore. Thinking of this, Lin Dachui said calmly, Master Lei, do you have the IOU with you? Here we are. Leijin waved to his younger brother behind him, we carry the IOU with us wherever we go. Then, he took the IOU from his younger brother and said to Meggie. Majiji, even though you lost your penis, I respect you for not hurting your daughter. You are still a man. Consider this 25 million as a gift to you. After saying this, he burned the IOU in front of Majiji. Thank you. Majiji looked miserable and bowed to Lin Dachui. Then he let go of Nan Nan. Lin Dachui was so nervous that his palms were full of sweat. When Nan Nan took a step forward, Lin Dachui suddenly flew over and kicked Majiji down. Su Wanqing also rushed over and hugged Lin Nan Nan in her arms. Leijin and Su Qinghe also rushed over quickly to help Lin Dachui subdue Majiji. Lin Nan Nan is safe. Mei Pian ran over, hugged Lin Dachui's thigh, and punched and kicked him. Bad guy, don't hit my dad. You bad guy. Majiji looked miserable. The wound on his lower body must have opened again, and blood flowed out instantly. Pian. Majiji shouted with all his might, you can't hit people. From now on, you will live with Uncle Lin and Aunt Su. Wait until Daddy goes to make a lot of money, then he'll come pick you up, okay? Mei Pian cried loudly, but still stopped what he was doing. Lin Dachui was a little shocked. He didn't expect that Majiji, who was not a good person, had an obedient son. Megidi, you're under arrest. Su Qinghe shouted, from now on, you have the right to remain silent, but everything you say will be used as evidence in court. Majiji did not resist at all. The police outside had already arrived and took out handcuffs to handcuff Majiji. Lin Dachui. Before getting into the police car, Majiji turned his head and looked at Lin Dachui. I didn't expect that I would lose in the end. The photos I sent you were taken from angles I chose on purpose. Some of them were photoshopped. Because I found that Su Wanqing had already fallen in love with you after marrying you. I just can't bear it, so I force you to leave in this way. Having said this, he paused and said, I won't say any more. Please help me take good care of Pian. Thank you. After saying that, he got into the police car without looking back and left the scene. Majiji didn't tell Su Wanqing, but told his love rival Lin Dachui. It was really fate that played tricks on him. Husband, I really know I was wrong.
Su Wanqing hugged her daughter and looked at Lin Dachui with tearful eyes.
Chapter 26. My brother-in-law doesn't seem that useless. Sister, are you okay?
Just as Su Wanqing was apologizing, Su Qinghe walked up and checked whether his sister and little niece were injured. But Su Qinghe's eyes would glance at Lin Dachui from time to time. She had just witnessed the entire negotiation process between Lin Dachui and Majiji. It could be said that her brother-in-law was the winner, a complete victory. This is completely inconsistent with her understanding of Lin Dachui over the past 6 years.
He is a timid house husband and nanny.
Apart from his face and figure, he has nothing else to offer. But today, Lin Dachui remained calm in the face of danger. Although he seems not to care about Lin Nannan's life or death, he is actually good at grasping Majiji's personality traits and constantly playing games with him. Su Qinghe is a police officer after all and has studied criminal psychology, so she naturally noticed this.
This pretty-faced brother-in-law doesn't seem to be that useless. Nan, it's okay, Daddy is here.
Lin Dachui comforted his daughter softly. She was handed over to Lu Ruyan and Qin Mengyao, who had not been let in, and Lu Ma, who came in a hurry. Then, he turned to look at Su Wanqing, whose eyes were red, and said with all his anger, "This incident was caused by the mistake you made earlier.
If anything happens to Nan, you will be to blame." Su Wanqing trembled all over, feeling extremely remorseful.
She opened her mouth to explain something, but nothing came out.
Lin Dachui, how can you talk like that? Su Qinghe didn't have so many concerns. My sister didn't want this to happen. How can you blame her? Qinghe.
Su Wanqing tugged at Su Qinghe's sleeve. "Stop talking, this is my fault."
Sister, why are you?
Su Qinghe frowned and looked at her sister with a look of disbelief.
Su Wanqing actually took the initiative to admit her mistake? This was unlike her usual indifferent attitude. Could it be that Nan's kidnapping is really related to her? But doesn't she deny her brother-in-law and her daughter? Wrong.
As soon as she came in just now, she said to Majiji, "Don't hurt my daughter."
She admitted it? How is this possible? Over the years, how could I not know what status Lin Dachui and Lin Nan held in the Su family?
I just can't stand the Su family's attitude and Lin Dachui's weakness, that's why I rarely go home.
It's only been a month since we last met, how come it became like this? Qinghe, actually your brother-in-law. Su Wanqing wanted to explain, but was interrupted by Lin Dachui's glare. Su Wanqing, we are no longer related.
Please be careful with your words. Lin Dachui said this and ignored them.
He drove to the hospital with Nan, Lu Ruyan, and others. But Mei Paiyan was left behind. Hey! You! Su Qinghe looked confused and pointed at the departing car. Sister, what did my brother-in-law just say?
Also, Lin Dachui clearly said he would take care of this little brat, so why is he leaving you guys alone now?
Su Wanqing didn't say anything, she just felt a severe headache. I didn't want anything to do with Meggie anymore.
I don't want to take care of his son Mei Paiyan either, to avoid causing misunderstanding between you and your daughter.
But now, you left him here. Should I take care of him or not? Qinghe.
Su Wanqing thought for a moment and finally made a decision. Take Majiji's son back and take care of him first.
I'll go see how Nan is doing.
After saying that, he got into the car driven by Lu Sini and left in a hurry.
Hey! Sister! I am a virgin.
Su Qinghe was halfway through her words when the car disappeared. She could only stamp her feet in anger.
Let's go back to the police station with Auntie first. Su Qinghe pulled the silent Mei Paiyan up and got into the police car he had driven. Seeing that no one paid attention to them, Lei Jin and others left quickly. Although they looked like gangsters, the police did not make things difficult for them. They were not causing trouble this time, but were good citizens helping to solve the case. At this point, the case of Majiji kidnapping Lin Nan was solved. No one was injured and the suspect was brought to justice, facing severe legal sanctions. Brother de Hammer. Lu Ruyan walked into the consulting room with the report. The report is out. Nan is fine.
Lin Dachui nodded. Dr. Zhang, there is nothing wrong with Nan's physical examination, but her psychological condition.
Don't worry too much.
The pretty Dr. Zhang raised her head and smiled. I just tested it and there's nothing wrong with your mental health. Generally, children who have experienced this kind of thing will have some psychological trauma to a greater or lesser extent.
But this little boy is not afraid at all.
At this point, Dr. Zhang hesitated and said, "It's just, she seems to be afraid to mention her mother." Upon hearing this, Lin Dachui gritted his teeth.
My own daughter knows everything. She never fights for anything and is so sensible that it makes people feel distressed. But the only thing she lacks and longs for is maternal love. This is also the reason why Lin Dachui asked Su Wanqing to make up for Nan Nan. If things are allowed to continue like this, Nan Nan's psychology will become unhealthy. Now that I have chosen to leave Su Wanqing, I can only try my best to ensure that Nan Nan suffers less harm. I hope Su Wanqing can distinguish right from wrong and make it up to Nan Nan. Otherwise, I don't mind letting you never see your daughter again in your life. Nan Nan.
Just when Lin Dachui was a little distracted, an urgent voice was heard outside the clinic. Su Wanqing came, her eyes blurred with tears.
Mother.
Lin Nan Nan smiled and said in a baby voice, "Don't cry, you're getting uglier."
Okay, I won't cry.
Su Wanqing wiped her tears hastily, hugged Lin Nan Nan, and kept apologizing.
Nan Nan, I'm sorry.
It's my fault that I didn't take good care of you.
I'm sorry.
Lin Nan Nan raised her little hand and smoothed Su Wanqing's messy hair. Mom, Nan Nan doesn't blame you.
Nan Nan went out by herself.
Speaking of this, Lin Dachui was also very curious.
My daughter has always been well behaved and sensible, and she is shy about strangers. There is no way she would walk out of the kindergarten with Mei Pian. Something must have happened.
Thinking of this, Lin Dachui asked tentatively.
Nan Nan, tell Daddy why you ended up performing with Mei Pai.
Lin Nan Nan thought about it, and then said with a look of grievance. He said my mom bought me some candy and asked me to go outside to get it, but my dad said that he doesn't allow girls to leave school without permission.
Nan Nan didn't want to go, so he suddenly lay on the ground, and Nan Nan thought he was sick.
But he insisted that it was Nan Nan who pushed him, and asked Nan Nan to take him to the hospital for a checkup, so. At this point, Lin Dachui basically knew the cause and effect of the matter.
It must have been Meg Edie who ordered his son to do this. If you don't learn well when you are young, what will happen to you when you grow up? Su Wanqing. Lin Dachui frowned and looked at Su Wanqing. Where's Mei Pian? Why didn't you bring him back? Su Wanqing stammered, I was afraid that you would be jealous again, so.
Jealous? Lin Dachui rolled his eyes.
He's just a little brat, why should I be jealous? I will definitely do what I promised, unless I give up. Su Wanqing felt very uncomfortable when she heard this. He can even accept his rival as child, so why can't he accept me coming back? I have never cheated. I'm asking you. Where did the person go?
When Lin Dachui saw Su Wanqing's distraught look, he became angry again. Su Wanqing came back to her senses and quickly replied, Mei Pian, he is at Qinghe's place.
Chapter 27 What bad intentions could a child have?
Lin Dachui frowned slightly when he heard this. After a long while, he slowly said, It's okay to leave it at Su Qinghe's place, let her take care of it herself. You are responsible for all living expenses, tuition fees, and daily expenses.
If you can't afford it, you will be sent to an orphanage.
Su Wanqing didn't expect Lin Dachui to say this, and she was ready to make her remarks. If Lin Dachui blamed himself for not bringing Mei Pian back, the worst that could happen was that he could just hire someone else to bring him back. Unexpectedly, he agreed to let Su Qinghe take it.
That's right.
Lin Dachui paused, then said, After all, he is your Bai Yueguang's son, so you can take him with you if you want.
How could I? Su Wanqing waved her hands hastily, I just want to take good care of Nan Nan.
Lin Dachui did not respond, but picked up his daughter and left the clinic.
Lu Ruyan hurried to follow. Su Wanqing felt a little disappointed, but still followed quickly. Husband.
When they arrived at the hospital entrance, Su Wanqing tangled her hands together, feeling a little embarrassed to speak.
Su Wanqing. Lin Dachui could no longer bear it. Please recognize our current relationship, okay? If you keep yelling like that, I won't mind not letting you see Nan Nan for the rest of your life. Su Wanqing's face turned pale and she felt very uncomfortable. It seems that Lin Dachui really doesn't want to get back together. Big sledgehammer. Su Wanqing hesitated for a long time before she spoke hesitantly, Tomorrow is my mother's birthday. We agreed that you and Nan Nan would go.
Upon hearing this, Lin Dachui paused as he tried to open the car door.
Su Wanqing, after what happened today, do you think I will still take Nan Nan with me? Lin Dachui's voice was extremely cold, his eyes full of chill. What? Take Nan Nan back to see how the Su family laughs at us? No.
Su Wanqing tried her best to explain. This time, I will stand on your and Nanan's side. Lin Dachui smiled bitterly and shook his head. In the past, I begged Su Wanqing to take my daughter back to the Su family's old house with me.
What did she say? Are you so impatient to go back and embarrass her?
Later, she finally agreed to take her with her, but my daughter and I were despised and bullied by the Su family in every way.
Enduring great humiliation. Anyone who wants to go to the Su family can go, but I definitely want to go.
Grandpa, he doesn't have much time left, and he wants to see you and Nan Nan.
Su Wanqing looked at Lin Dachui with a bit of expectation and pleading.
When it comes to the old man of the Su family, Lin Dachui feels a little hesitant. He knew about Mr. Su's condition and knew that he didn't have much time left. But Nan Nan had just gone through such a thing, and was treated coldly when she went to the Su family.
Why should she be uncomfortable? Da Hammer, don't worry.
Seeing that Lin Dachui was still considering it, Su Wanqing quickly expressed her opinion. I will talk to Mom about it.
I promise that no one will dare to embarrass you and Nan Nan. If anyone dares, I will sever ties with the Su family.
Lin Dachui stared at Su Wanqing, trying to tell from her face whether her words were sincere. Su Wanqing did not dodge, her eyes were full of determination.
Su Wanqing. Lin Dachui took a deep breath and said slowly, can I trust you again?
Yes.
Of course.
Su Wanqing raised her right hand and stretched out 3 fingers.
I, Su Wanqing, swear that if anyone embarrasses you and Nan Nan, I will quit the Su family.
Good. Lin Dachui retracted his gaze and said, I can promise you, but I have to ask Nanan's opinion. The reason why Lin Dachui agreed was not because he believed Su Wanqing would do it.
But he was about to leave Jiangcheng, and it was time for him to go and see old Master Su, the only person in the Su family who was kind to him. Maybe this will be the last time we see each other. Nan Nan. Su Wanqing looked at Lin Nan Nan, who was acting coquettishly in Lu Ruyan's arms, and asked softly. Let's go visit Zuzu and Grandpa and Grandma with Dad tomorrow, okay?
Lin Nan Nan turned her head and looked at Lin Dachui. Wherever Dad goes, I go.
Lu Ruyan touched Lin Nanan's little head lovingly. Nan Nan is so good, Mother Lu will reward you with a big gift later. Mother Lu is so nice.
Lin Nan Nan happily rubbed Lu Ruyan's bulging chest with her little head. After all, they are children. They may just think that place should be softer.
What bad intentions could they have?
Su Wanqing felt very uncomfortable seeing her daughter being so intimate with another woman.
But I was also relieved. If my daughter doesn't agree, then the chance for our family of 3 to have a good meal tomorrow will be gone. Su Wanqing, you must cherish it.
I also hope that my family members will cherish me, otherwise.
I don't mind leaving the Su family. Then you guys go back first.
Su Wanqing took the initiative to reach out, open the car door for Lin Dachui, and help him into the car.
Then, an unnatural smile appeared on his face. Dachui, Nan Nan, I have to go back and prepare today. I won't go back with you. I'll come pick you up tomorrow.
After saying that, he gently closed the car door and watched Qin Mengyao start the car and leave.
Qinghe, what's wrong? As soon as the few people left, Su Wanqing called back. Sister. Su Qinghe on the other end of the phone was full of anger. Why did you call me just now? Hurry up and ask Lin Dachui to take this brat away. He's disturbing my work. Su Wanqing's mouth twitched when she heard this.
But he still patiently said, Qinghe, your brother-in-law said that you were so old and still haven't married and had children, so you should take care of this child. You can hire a nanny or whatever, I'll pay for it.
What did you say? Su Qinghe thought he had heard it wrong and shouted, say it again? Su Wanqing pulled the receiver farther away. What did you say? I can't hear you clearly. Hello? Hey, I have something else to do, I'll hang up first. After saying that, he quickly hung up the phone and got in the car. Cindy, how is the gift I asked you to prepare going?
In the car, Su Wanqing returned to her usual cool demeanor and asked her assistant Lu Cindy, who was sitting in the passenger seat.
Boss Su. Lu Cindy half turned her head and frowned. The antique you asked me to bid for was bought by a buyer last night. What? Su Wanqing was stunned.
That was a gift I helped my husband and Lin Dachui prepare for Grandpa.
Find a way to contact the buyer and get the antique. Lu Cindy looked embarrassed and said softly, Boss Su, I've thought of many ways, but the auction house is unwilling to reveal who bought it.
Su Wanqing rubbed her brows and sighed, forget it, let's change it.
Grandpa shouldn't mind it.
By the way, help Lin Dachui prepare a gift for my mother.
The price should be around 5 million. Lu Sini nodded. I feel a little helpless. For a gift worth more than 5 million, the only worthy gift is a customized diamond necklace or something like that, right? But where can I find it now? Thinking of this, she hesitated for a moment and then asked. Boss Su, a gift worth 5 million is not easy to find right now. If I want to customize it, I'm afraid there won't be enough time. Su Wanqing frowned even more when she heard this. After thinking about it, she took out her cell phone and clicked on a WeChat profile picture of someone she hadn't contacted for a long time. Open the conversation box, write and delete, delete and write again. It was sent out after a while. Are you there? I want to consult you about something. Is it convenient for you now? The other side. Lin Dachui and others had just returned to the villa when they felt the cell phones in their pockets vibrate slightly. But now I'm holding my daughter and don't have time to pay attention to it. After Su Wanqing sent the message, she stared at her phone. But half a minute later, the other party still didn't reply. She couldn't help but frown slightly. He used to reply immediately. It's only been a year since we last contacted each other. Why is he ignoring me now? Chapter 28. I thought I could change her. Nan Nan. Outside the villa, Lu Ruyan seemed to see that something was wrong with Lin Dachui, and hurriedly reached out. Come, let Mother Lu hold you. No. Lin Nan Nan pouted and refused. Lu Ruyan felt a little sad. It seemed that Su Wanqing's return made her forget about herself. Lin Dachui was also slightly stunned. He wondered why Nan Nan, who had always liked Lu Ruyan, would refuse. Does she really not want to leave Su Wanqing? Mother Lu. After Lin Nan Nan came down, she took the initiative to walk towards Lu Ruyan. Nan Nan is grown up now and can walk by herself. You hold my hand. This way, your arms won't be sore, and you and your daughter can help Daddy massage his shoulders and legs at night. As he said this, he looked at Lu Ruyan sweetly. Be sensible, polite, and not annoying. Lu Ruyan covered her mouth and cried with joy. Then, he squatted down and hugged Lin Nan Nan in his arms. I thought. Nan Nan didn't like Mother Lu anymore. How could that be? Lin Nan Nan gently wiped away the tears from Lu Ruyan's eyes with her chubby little hands. She said in a baby voice, although Mama Su is my mother, she will always be Aunt Su. Mama Lu is my real mother. Just like Aunt Qin. Qin Mengyao gnashed her teeth and said, Nan Nan, why do you always stab your mother Qin with a knife? You want to be a mother too? Lin Nan Nan tilted her head and pointed, then. Is Aunt Qin's thing also this big? The corners of Qin Mengyao's mouth twitched and she rolled her eyes. Then, he looked at his chest hatefully, and then looked at Lu Ruyan. In the end, he was defeated and dejected. Poochie. Lu Ruyan and Lu Ma both laughed out loud, and tears came out of their eyes. Mengyao. Lin Dachui's face was dark, and he advised, children's words should not be restrained, children's words should not be restrained. Nan Nan is just a little kid, how could she have any bad intentions? After saying that, he turned around, opened the door and went in. He still had a lot of things to deal with. The first thing is to apologize to Li Xiaoye. Earlier, Li Xiaoye followed to the kindergarten and then to the kidnapping scene. After seeing that Nan Nan came out safely, she went back first. Mr. Lin. As soon as Lin Dachui dialed the phone, Li Xiaoye answered it. How is it? Is Nan Nan okay? Lin Dachui was grateful. Thank you, it's nothing serious. I'm sorry, because of Nanan's matter, I was delayed in recording the song. Well. Li Xiaoye said in a nonchalant tone, good food is never too late. Besides, we don't have to finish recording today. I'm just worried that after you leave Jiangcheng, it will be difficult to find you to record songs. Speaking of this, Lin Dachui suddenly recalled what Lu Ruyan said, that he wanted to recruit her to Tianyu Group. He himself also has a passion for talent, so he might as well take this opportunity to ask the other party what he thinks. Thinking of this, Lin Dachui asked tentatively. Ms. Li, there is something I want to hear your thoughts on. Li Xiaoye on the other end of the phone said softly and waited quietly. Ruyan's Tianyu Group wants to invite you to sign a contract. What do you think? Lin Dachui didn't say it explicitly, but considering the other party's intelligence, he must have known it. Will you sign it? After a long silence, Li Xiaoye finally spoke. But he did not give a direct answer, but asked Lin Dachui instead. Me? Lin Dachui was a little confused, but he answered honestly, she came to Jiangcheng this time just to invite me. Of course, you don't have to worry about me stealing your resources. Instead. Halfway through his words, he was interrupted by Li Xiaoya. That's fine, I'll sign too. Lin Dachui was a little confused. Is he so easy to talk to? You don't want to ask about the treatment? Lin Dachui touched his nose and said, Ruyan said she would give you 10% of Tianyu Group. That's not important. Li Xiaoya laughed, as long as I can cooperate with you in the future. Lin Dachui smiled awkwardly and could only reply, well, I think Ruyan will be very happy to hear this news. Then, are you unhappy that I signed with Tianyu Group? Li Xiaoya asked suddenly without any reason. Then wait quietly for Lin Dachui's answer. Well. Lin Dachui's mouth twitched, I am naturally very happy to be able to cooperate with you. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. After a while, the two talked about the recording of the new song, and after signing the contract with Tianyu Group, they hung up the phone. Only then did Lin Dachui have time to open WeChat. I only saw a message from a netizen named Wan Lin Qingmeng on WeChat. Why did she message me? Lin Dachui frowned slightly, see what's going on? Click on the WeChat chat dialog box, which shows. Are you there? I want to consult you about something. Is it convenient for you now? Lin Dachui thought about it and replied. What's up? Inside a luxury store in a shopping mall. Su Wanqing was choosing a gift for her mother tomorrow, but she seemed a little absent-minded and kept looking at her phone from time to time. Boss Su, I think this is good. Auntie should like it. Lu Xinyi picked up a high-end limited edition bag and handed it to Su Wanqing with joy. But Su Wanqing just took a look and said uninterestedly, whatever. Bite. Just then, a message sounded from the cell phone. Su Wanqing opened it in a hurry and saw the chat box that finally received a reply after waiting for a long time. Her face lit up with joy. He replied to me. Su Wanqing's excitement was evident on her face. She quickly typed a reply. I want to ask, do you know what Nan Nan likes? I want to give her a gift to make up for not being with her for so many years. Lin Dachui looked at the screen, hesitated for a moment and replied, Nan Nan likes teddy bears and sweet snacks. Su Wanqing sent a happy expression, thank you, I understand. In the living room on the other side. Qin Mengyao saw Lin Dachui typing and came over with a curious look on her face. When he saw the chat interface of Wan Lin Qingmeng, he curled his lips speechlessly. Is it Su Wanqing? Qin Mengyao said jokingly, we've already divorced, and now you care about me? You're so hypocritical. Lin Dachui said calmly, she doesn't know this is my WeChat. What? Qin Mengyao looked incredulous. She doesn't know it's your WeChat? Then how can she ask about your daughter's preferences? Speaking of this, it's actually quite rare. That night 6 years ago, the two of them clearly added each other on WeChat, but they never chatted once. But she forgot that this account belonged to Lin Dachui. One time, Su Wanqing got drunk again and sent a message for the first time. Stranger, I am married, but I don't love him, what should I do? Lin Dachui understood instantly that Su Wanqing didn't know that this account belonged to him and only treated him as a stranger to confide in. Lin Dachui felt uncomfortable at the time, but he also understood. After all, the two of them slept together without knowing it and got their marriage certificate without knowing it, so it is normal that they are not in love with each other. The two continued chatting as strangers on the internet. However, Su Wanqing did not say anything that crossed the line, and they chatted less frequently, but sadness was revealed between the lines. In order to get to know Su Wanqing better, Lin Dachui replied almost immediately every time. Last year, Su Wanqing actually asked him to be Lin Dachui's friend, saying that she wanted to see what he did all day. Lin Dachui was very happy, thinking that Su Wanqing finally saw his efforts. Unfortunately, after Majiji posted about his divorce on his circle of friends, the two stopped chatting. I thought I could change her. Lin Dachui shook his head helplessly. Just as he was about to speak, Lu Ruyan came closer with a blushing face. Brother Dachui, Nan Nan just said that she wants you and me to sleep with her tonight. Chapter 29. I hope you can come out as a judge. Ah? Lin Dachui's mouth twitched. How could Nan Nan let Lu Ruyan and I sleep with her? Impossible? No matter what, the two of them can't be together so soon. Thinking of this, Lin Dachui said with an embarrassed look on his face, how can I take a child's words seriously? Aunt Lu, let me help you cook. Having said that, he fled the living room in a panic and rushed into the kitchen. Qin Mengyao looked at Lu Ruyan with a smile. Sister Ruyan, isn't this excuse of yours too shameless?
We agreed at the beginning that pursuing Brother Dachui depends on your own ability.
You are aloof, and you don't care about worldly things. How did it become like this? What do you know, little girl?
Lu Ruyan rolled her eyes.
When it comes to love, why should we care about face? In my eyes and heart, he is the only one. Of course, my daughter is included as well. Qin Mengyao snorted, then let's wait and see. Mother Lu.
At this time, Nan Nan ran over and took Lu Ruyan's hand and said, let's ignore Aunt Qin.
Lu Ruyan picked up Nan Nan and scratched Lin Nanan's nose. Okay, Nan Nan is the best.
In the kitchen, Lin Dachui was cutting vegetables while thinking about random things. He knew what Lu Ruyan was thinking, but he was not ready yet.
As for this little girl Qin Mengyao, forget it. It's good enough for her to be a younger sister.
Sir, I think Miss Lu likes you very much.
While helping, Aunt Lu joked, why not get it done sooner? Ahem.
Lin Dachui's hands trembled and he almost cut his fingers.
Aunt Lu, how can I be worthy of him? Gentlemen.
Aunt Lu's tone suddenly became serious. If I didn't know you, I wouldn't think you were worthy of me.
But you are Mr. Hammer. How many superstars have been created since it suddenly appeared 6 years ago? At this point, Aunt Lu blushed suddenly and whispered, it's because I admire you that I.
Lu Ma didn't finish her words, but Lin Dachui understood what she meant. When the boy introduced Lu Ma to him, he said that Lu Ma was very extraordinary. It is said that he just graduated from the most famous finance department of Harbin University abroad and is a postdoctoral fellow. I'm nearly 30 years old, but I've never been in a relationship. At that time, Lin Dachui refused.
After all, for a postdoctoral fellow in the finance department to work as a nanny, wasn't that a waste of talent? Besides, she has never been in a relationship, so how can she take care of someone?
Unexpectedly, the boy actually said that Lu Ma had obtained a professional certificate in housekeeping before taking the job.
Moreover, it is one of the best performing housekeeping agencies in the country. Aunt Lu, I can actually take care of Nan Nan, there's no need.
Lin Dachui wanted to persuade Lu Ma again. After all, she was really wasting her talent.
Sir. Aunt Lu was anxious. You want to chase me away?
I feel pity for him when I see that aggrieved look on his face.
No.
Lin Dachui hurriedly explained, I just feel that it's a bit of a waste of talent.
Sir.
Aunt Lu said seriously, Xiao Qin told me that you were looking for a nanny.
You don't know how happy I was. Xiao Qin?
Lin Dachui was stunned when he heard that.
She actually called Qin Shiha Xiao Qin? That's a true international superstar. What is the relationship between her and Qin Shiha? That, sir.
Lu Ma realized that she had let something slip, and hurriedly explained, I'm a little older than him, so he always asked me to call him Xiao Qin.
Oh.
Lin Dachui smiled bitterly and shook his head.
I see. This is in line with Qin Shiha's style. He is always so humble. He deserves to be an international superstar.
Just when Lin Dachui wanted to ask something else, the doorbell suddenly rang.
Lu Ruyan ran to open the door and saw a man wearing sunglasses standing at the door. Excuse me, is Mr. Lin Dachui here? The man asked.
Lin Dachui heard the voice and came out. When he saw the person coming, he couldn't help but said in surprise.
Aqiang? Why are you here? The man took off his sunglasses and smiled. Ha, the hammer, you are so lucky. Ahem.
Lin Dachui smiled awkwardly. Let me introduce to you all, this is my brother, Danny Chan. He is the director and producer of major talent shows such as The Voice of China and The Masked Singer. Lu Ruyan and Qin Mengyao greeted each other with a smile.
I've heard of it, but I've never seen it.
It just so happened that the two of them wanted to invest in a song called Great Summer Songs, so maybe they could ask him for help with the planning.
Da Hammer, I came to you for something serious.
Danny Chan said solemnly, we want to organize a large-scale talent show, and we hope you can come out and serve as a judge. Lin Dachui hesitated for a moment.
Although he was about to sign a contract with Tanyu Group, he didn't want to get too involved in the entertainment industry. Danny Chan saw his hesitation and added, this program is specifically designed to discover new musical talents. It's also an opportunity for you to find more good seedlings to cultivate.
After thinking for a moment, Lin Dachui looked at Nan Nan, then at Lu Ruyan and the others, and said slowly,
give me a few days to think about it. Danny Chan nodded to show his understanding, then chatted for a few more words and prepared to leave. Now that we are here, let's eat first.
Lin Dachui smiled and patted Danny Chan on the shoulder. your set of dishes and chopsticks is not a big deal.
I just want to discuss something with you. Dinner will be ready soon.
Everyone sat down one by one and enjoyed the delicious food prepared by Lu Ma and Lin Dachui. I have to say that Lu Ma's cooking skills are really professional. And Lin Dachui's cooking skills are not inferior.
During the meal, the topic naturally turned to talent shows. What are you going to do with this talent show? Lin Dachui asked.
Dasha's music culture is currently at a very low level.
Danny Chan frowned. Of course, I'm not talking about you.
If it weren't for you, I'm afraid Dasha's music wouldn't be so prosperous in the past few years.
At this point, Danny Chan changed the subject and said, but it's not enough for Dasha to only have one of you. We should let 100 flowers bloom.
So, we're going to have an original song contest.
Next, Danny Chan gave a detailed account of the competition system and positioning of the program.
Very good.
Qin Mengyao's eyes lit up. If we focus on original music, it will definitely attract many young people who truly love music.
That's right.
Lu Ruyan also nodded in agreement. The music industry is currently lacking something pure like this.
After hearing this, Danny Chan slammed the table excitedly and said, "You are absolutely right.
This is exactly the direction our program team is thinking."
After thinking for a moment, Lin Dachui said, "Just now I said I would think about it for a few days, but it seems I don't need to think about it now." Upon hearing this, Danny Chan looked at Lin Dachui with excitement yet some confusion in his eyes.
"Da Hammer, have you agreed to be a judge?"
Ahem. Lin Dachui smiled awkwardly. "Don't worry, let me introduce you first.
This is Lu Ruyan, the CEO of Tianyu Group."
Upon hearing this, Danny Chan was stunned.
Tianyu Group? Didn't they say that all the artists under their company have terminated their contracts? Could it be that Lin Dachui is going to help Tianyu Group? Lin Dachui then introduced, "This is the daughter of the Qin Group in Kyoto, Qin Mengyao.
They came to Jiangcheng this time to invite me to sign a contract with Tianyu Group and then do an original song program.
It just so happens that you all have the same idea. Why don't we work together for a win-win situation?" Danny Chan's eyes lit up. "Great.
I was just worrying about how to find a sponsor." Lin Dachui smiled slightly, looked at Lu Ruyan and Qin Mengyao, and slowly asked,
"What about you? What do you think?" Chapter 30, Participating as an Original Singer. "Of course we do."
Lu Ruyan put down her chopsticks, looking excited. "Mengyao and I originally wanted to invest in an original program.
We were just worried about what to do, and now that we have a great director like you here, we are definitely not afraid anymore." Danny Chan raised his mouth slightly, picked up the cup and looked at everyone, then,
"I wish us a successful start." Lin Dachui smiled slightly and picked up the cup as well.
Lu Ruyan, Qin Mengyao, and Lu Ma also raised their glasses. Even Lin Nan clamored to clink glasses with her drinks. The whole house was filled with joy.
In the following process, several people discussed the issue of how to choose a mentor.
"Da Hammer, this mentor position belongs to you." Danny Chan laughed. "How many new talents have been created by the classics you created? How many singers have been made famous? He, Xiaohua and the others are typical representatives." Danny Chan certainly knew Lam Dechue's creative ability.
Among the 100 classic songs on the Dasha music chart, 99 were composed by Lin Dachui.
Then isn't it more than enough to be a judge of Sing My Song?
Lin Dachui smiled mysteriously. "I won't be a judge anymore."
"You?" Danny Chan smiled bitterly and shook his head. "I was originally thinking about showing everyone who Mr. Hammer is."
It seems that Dasha's fans don't have this blessing. Lu Ruyan raised her lips slightly and explained softly. "Dachui said that he wants to participate as an original singer."
What? Danny Chan was slow to react. "Dechue, he can sing?"
Lin Dachui smiled shyly. "I haven't sung for a long time, and I don't know if I can pass the audition."
"Of course I can." Danny Chan stood up with an excited look on his face.
"This show is mainly about the lyrics and arrangement. Singing skills are not that important."
"Of course, if your singing skills are better, that would definitely be a plus."
This kind of original program has never been done before, and when formulating the scoring rules, the main focus is still on the singer's creative ability. But a singer is a singer after all. If his singing skills are not good, no matter how good the lyrics and arrangement are, it will not become a good song. But if Lin Dachui participates, no matter how badly he sings, he will still have to make it to the finals.
Who made Lin Dachui the famous Mr. Hammer? Da hammer, don't worry.
Danny-chan patted his chest and assured, I will greet the instructor when the time comes.
Come on.
Shin Mangyao sneered, Brother Dachui doesn't need you to say hello. If Brother Dachui doesn't sing well, I'll cut off his ears and stew them.
Shin Mangyao's words left Danny-chan a little confused.
He looked at Lin Dachui in confusion. Lin Dachui just smiled and said nothing.
Danny-chan turned his gaze towards Rian Lu again and asked cautiously, Boss Lu, is what Boss Jin said true?
Hey!
Director Chen, what do you mean?
Shin Mangyao put her hands on her hips and puffed out her chest, how am I small? Lu Rian smiled and hit Shin Mangyao, okay, Mangyao, stop showing off your helipad here.
Helipad? What does that mean?
These words made Shin Mangyao think for a long time. Lin Dachui and Danny-chan looked at Shin Mangyao's cute appearance and clinked their glasses while trying not to laugh.
Director Chen. Lu Ruyan put away her playful thoughts and said seriously, have you heard of Daylily, the song released by our Tianyu group?
Of course I've heard of it.
Danny-chan became excited when he mentioned this song, the big star and masked singer even covered it. But isn't the singer anonymous? We still don't know who sang it.
Halfway through the conversation, Danny-chan suddenly realized, Mr. Lu, are you saying that the song is?
No way. Can Lin Dachui sing? Moreover, he was the one who sang the most touching wedding song? Yes, it was sung by Da Hammer. Lu Ruyan nodded.
Fuck. Danny-chan stood up again and cursed with a smile, Mr. Hammer is awesome. If I had known you were so awesome, I would have invited you to participate in The Voice or The Masked Singer.
What a waste.
Lin Dachui smiled bitterly and shook his head, alright, stop insulting me.
Let me talk business. In about 20 days, I will go to Kyoto and sign a contract with Tianyu Group.
When the time comes, I will sign up for big summer songs as Lin Dachui. Having said that, Lin Dachui looked seriously at Danny-chan, Ruyan Lu, and Shin Mangyao. He slowly said, I don't want to be treated specially.
I want to get my own honor with my own strength. Even if I fail, I am willing to do it. Do you understand what I mean?
Of course the three of them understood. This was Lin Dachui reminding them that this competition should be based on strength, not on backdoors. Another meaning is that his name is Lin Dachui, not Mr. Hammer.
He doesn't want outsiders to know his hidden identity. Okay.
Danny-chan was the first to stand up and express his opinion, as long as you participate. I believe that with your strength, you will definitely be the champion. Of course, we will never reveal your identity to the instructor. Please participate in the competition fairly.
Lin Dachui smiled and nodded.
After eating and drinking, Danny-chan said goodbye and left. Lin Nan pestered her father and mother Lu to sleep with her, but Lin Dachui directly refused. In the end, it took Lu Ruyan a long time to coax him to sleep.
No words were spoken that night.
As soon as he woke up the next day, Lin Dachui received a call from his ex-sister-in-law Su Qinghe.
Brother-in-law. Su Qinghe's tone was filled with obvious anger. Why are you throwing Majiji's son to me?
Hurry up and come to the police station to pick him up, you're keeping me from work.
Lin Dachui touched his nose.
Originally, I wanted to let this former sister-in-law experience what it's like to take care of a baby, so that she wouldn't mock me for my incompetence one day.
It's been less than a day and I'm already impatient.
I promised to take care of Mei Paiyan, but I never said I would take care of him myself.
The son of a mistress, you still want me to be magnanimous? It's good enough that I didn't send him to an orphanage right away.
Thinking of this, Lin Dachui said calmly, he is the son of your sister's boyfriend, let your sister take care of him.
Brother-in-law, are you crazy? Su Qinghe didn't seem to understand, what do you mean my sister's boyfriend's son?
Forget it, no matter whose son it is, you have to take him back anyway. Having said this, Su Qinghe paused and continued.
It just so happens that today at noon is Yang Shenglan's birthday. You drive over to pick me up.
I'll wait for you at the police station and we'll go back together.
Oh right. I've already chosen the gift for you, so you don't have to prepare it.
After saying that, he quickly hung up the phone. Lin Dachui smiled bitterly and shook his head. Su Qinghe has always been like this, not only rebellious, but also looking down on him as her brother-in-law and being too cowardly.
No, it's my ex-brother-in-law.
I just didn't know that this time he called me brother-in-law all the time and even took the initiative to prepare gifts for me.
Changed sex? Dachui, Nan, I'm here to pick you up. Just as Lin Dachui was wondering, Su Wanqing's voice sounded outside the door. Chapter 31, Divorced? Great. Mom, how about this outfit that Mama Lu chose for me? Lin Nan, wearing a pink princess dress, turned around and asked Su Wanqing in a baby voice.
Su Wanqing took a look, her eyes full of doting. Nan is so well behaved, she looks good in anything she wears. Until now, Su Wanqing felt more and more that she had been really stupid in the past few years. She ignored such a good husband and such a good daughter, but was obsessed with the bad Meggie.
Well, how great would it be if we could live our lives over again? Unfortunately, there is no if. Then face the future well.
Even though there is no possibility for me and Dachui, I am still Nanan's mother and I can be good to her.
Su Wanqing's transformation took only a few days.
This was also due to the fact that when she went to accompany Majiji the previous month to make up for the regret in her heart, she realized that love can change. It's not that she can't feel Lin Dachui's love for her, she just stubbornly believes in her heart that she loves Majiji. However, when Su Wanqing met her old love again, she no longer felt the same excitement as before. I found myself not seeming to love Majiji that much.
It's just an obsession in my heart.
Once you've experienced it, you'll no longer have that obsession. Unfortunately, it was because of his obsession that the family broke up. Her husband insisted on divorce, and her daughter was unwilling to follow her.
You deserve it.
Su Wanqing wiped the slightly moist corners of her eyes and reached out to hug her daughter.
Then, he looked at Lu Ruyan and said with a smile, I'm going to borrow the father and daughter for now, and I'll return them to you in full in the evening.
Lu Ruyan raised the corner of her mouth slightly but said nothing.
But she knew that Su Wanqing must have really let it go. From now on, you will never compete with me for Lin Dachui and Nan again. Let's go.
Lin Dachui was carrying a small bag, which contained a water bottle, tissues and other things that Lu Ruyan had packed for Nan.
But now it's a different person. All I can say is that Lu Ruyan is more suitable to take care of Lin Dachui and Nan. The family got on the bus quickly.
Lin Dachui then realized that Su Wanqing had driven here herself today and did not bring a driver.
Well, if it's convenient, you can drive it? Su Wanqing held Lin Nan in her arms and sat in the back seat, looking at Lin Dachui with a smile. Okay.
Lin Dachui nodded, started the car and drove away. Halfway through the journey, Su Wanqing felt something was wrong and immediately asked.
"Da Hammer, this isn't the way back to the old house?"
Lin Dachui didn't even turn his head and explained softly, "Your sister asked me to pick her up." Su Wanqing's eyes flickered when she heard this, and no one knew what she was thinking. The car soon arrived at the police station.
Su Qingha and Mei Pian were already waiting there. "Brother-in-law, why are you taking so long? My feet are numb from standing so long." Su Qingha started complaining before she even got in the car.
When he opened the back seat, he saw Su Wanqing and Lin Nan sitting there, and Su Qingha had a strange look on his face.
"What's going on with your sister lately? Didn't you dislike going back to the old house with your brother-in-law before? How come this time?" "Let me think, when we rescued Nan yesterday, my sister seemed very anxious. But that's not right. My sister never let my daughter call me mom before. Could it be that she changed her gender? What are you hesitating about?" Su Qingha was still daydreaming when Su Wanqing suddenly spoke. "There's no room in the back row. Mei Pian will sit with us. You can sit in the front row."
Upon hearing this, Su Qingha looked at Su Wanqing and then at Lin Dachui. In the end, he stuffed Mei Pian into the back seat and sat in the passenger seat, carrying an exquisite gift box.
"Sister, brother-in-law."
On the way, Su Qingha hesitated several times, but finally couldn't help but speak.
"Are you two really together?"
After these words were spoken, Lin Dachui and Su Wanqing were both a little embarrassed.
Yes. For 6 years, it seemed as if the two of them had never really been together. Now that they are divorced, their life has become more harmonious. Are all people so cheap that they only learn to cherish something after they lose it? No.
Lin Dachui said calmly, "Your sister and I have already registered for divorce."
"Ah?" Su Qingha exclaimed, "Divorced? That's great."
As soon as he said this, he realized that his reaction seemed too excited, and smiled awkwardly.
I mean, do your parents know about your divorce? Does Grandpa know? Why didn't you tell me earlier?"
When Su Qingha said the last sentence, her voice was as thin as a mosquito. Su Wanqing's face turned pale, and she unconsciously tightened her grip on Nanan's hand.
"Little sister, it's my fault. Su Wanqing lowered her head, as if she didn't want to say more. Su Qinghe opened his mouth but didn't ask any more questions.
The journey was very dull. Su Qinghe turned his head to look at Lin Dachui from time to time, with a hint of curiosity and a hint of joy in his eyes.
Miss, you are back?
The car stopped steadily in front of an old manor, and 2 servants came up to greet it. Lin Dachui handed the car keys to one of the servants, turned around, opened the car door, and waited quietly for the people to get out.
Lin Dachui, why did you give me the car keys? The servant looked unhappy and said arrogantly, what a waste.
Why don't you park the car in the garage? Lin Dachui was speechless. This is why he didn't want to come to the Su family's old house. Even his mother, a servant, could point at him and call him a waste and make him do this and that.
Su Qinghe frowned, and anger suddenly appeared on his face. Just as he was about to get out of the car to teach them a lesson, Su Wanqing got angry first. You 2 are fired.
The 2 servants' faces suddenly changed.
They didn't know how they had offended the eldest lady. Did I say something wrong just now? Miss.
The servant who had previously instructed Lin Dachui spoke cautiously. I was just following your previous practice and reminding Lin Dachui.
Su Wanqing's face turned pale.
After getting out of the car holding Mei Pian, she ran straight to the 2 servants.
Snap.
Su Wanqing slapped him twice and roared, you dare to disrespect me, I'm lucky I didn't kill you.
Why don't you get out of here?
The 2 servants covered their faces, looked at each other in confusion, and then fled in a hurry.
If you don't roll over, you 1T die, but you will definitely lose a layer of skin.
Moreover, after being kicked out by the Su family, no one else would dare to take her in.
Sledgehammer, I'm sorry.
Su Wanqing turned to Lin Dachui and apologized softly, I was too indulgent to them before.
I won't do that again in the future. Ha ha.
Lin Dachui chuckled, I certainly won't do that again in the future. After saying that, I silently added in my heart, because I 1T come again. Su Wanqing thought that Lin Dachui finally saw her transformation, and she was secretly happy.
Big hammer, Nan.
Su Wanqing handed Mei Pian to Su Qinghe and took Lin Nan's hand, let's go in quickly, everyone is here.
Lin Dachui nodded and followed him into the manor.
Su Qinghe curled her lips, holding the gift box and following behind with an unhappy look on her face, threatening from time to time.
Hurry up and catch up.
If you can't catch up, you won't have lunch today.
Mei Pian looked aggrieved, but didn't dare to cry. The Su family manor is huge.
Although it is an old-style manor, it is also one of the largest mansions in Jiangcheng. There are no more than 3 families that own this kind of manor, and the Su family is one of them. This shows how strong the Su family is.
Stop.
Just as they were on their way to the family gathering hall, a discordant voice suddenly came from behind them.
Chapter 32 Leave everything to me.
Lin Dachui could tell who it was without even turning around.
Su Wanqing's uncle's son, Su Jingguang. Su Jingguang, what do you want to do?
Before Lin Dachui could say anything, Su Qinghe spoke with a cold face.
He. Su Jingguang chuckled, Su Qinghe, I'm talking to a piece of trash, why are you so excited?
As he said this, regardless of the gloomy faces of Su Wanqing and Su Qinghe, he walked to Lin Dachui and said with a mocking look.
Hey. You're dressed up nicely. What's going on? Do you want to leave a good impression in front of your aunt?
Lin Dachui ignored him and looked at Su Wanqing. This time, I agreed to come to the Su family because Su Wanqing said that she would not let anyone make things difficult for herself and Nan.
Su Jingguang.
Su Wanqing narrowed her eyes and looked at Su Jingguang, this is your brother-in-law, watch your mouth.
Is it because your uncle indulges you too much that you don't know your own limits? Su Jingguang frowned when he heard this. What happened to Su Wanqing? Doesn't she dislike Lin Dachui? Why is it being maintained like this now? And Su Qinghe is also very abnormal. Ahem. Su Jingguang smiled, Sister Wanqing, how can you say that? Isn't it my custom to teach Lin Dachui a lesson? In case he doesn't know the rules and ruins my aunt's birthday party. Su Wanqing looked a little unnatural when she heard this. Yes, in the past, whenever Dachui and Nan entered the Su family's old house, everyone would step forward and step on them. But I chose to watch from the sidelines and did not stand on his side. How sad and desperate must Dachui and Nan be at that time? No one can bully Dachui and Nan from now on. Roll. Su Wanqing looked at Su Jingguang coldly and said, you are a traitor, and you have the right to tell my husband what to do? I'm a traitor? Su Jingguan said angrily. Su Wanqing, you helped an outsider to slap me in the face, and you say this to me? Okay. I want to see how your useless husband makes a fool of himself later. After saying that, Su Jingguan left angrily. Su Wanqing walked towards Lin Dachui shyly, hesitating and saying, Dachui, I'm sorry, I used to. Lin Dachui raised his hand to interrupt him halfway through his words. This is the last time my daughter and I will come to the Su family. Just don't let us down. Su Wanqing pursed her lips, seeming to want to say something but stopped herself. Finally, he sighed, lowered his head, and walked towards the banquet hall with his daughter in hand. Su Qinghe curled her lips and hurriedly pulled Mei Pian to catch up. After walking for nearly 10 minutes, we finally arrived at the banquet hall of the Su family manor, and everyone was already there. It was a long table filled with all kinds of delicacies from land and sea. Old Master Su sat in the center, with Su Wanqing's parents and uncle and aunts sitting on both sides. The Su family members sat in order. There were 2 empty seats next to Su's father and mother. It should be left for Su Wanqing and Su Qinghe. Lin Dachui tactfully took Nan Nan and sat at the end of the long table. Da Hammer, please sit next to me. Su Wanqing looked pleading. Grandpa wants to talk to you. Yes, brother-in-law, Nan Nan can just sit with me, don't worry. Su Qinghe also spoke. Lin Dachui thought about it and finally chose to sit next to Su Wanqing. You're just a piece of crap, don't you know where to sit? As soon as Lin Dachui sat down, Su's mother Yang Shenglan questioned him with a cold face. Mom. Su Wanqing glared at her mother. Didn't I tell you yesterday that Dachui came here this time for? Forget it, I'll just sit over there. Lin Dachui interrupted. Then he stood up again and walked to the end of the long table. Sledgehammer. At this moment, Mr. Su spoke up, sit next to me, and I'll see who dares to bully you. After saying this, he glared at Su's mother fiercely. Yang Shenglan immediately frowned and didn't dare to say anything. Lin Dachui hesitated for a moment, but still sat down. The purpose of coming here today is to see Grandpa Su. There are more and more spots on his face, and I'm afraid he won't have much time left. Sister-in-law, today is your birthday, please don't be angry. Li Ling, the eldest aunt of the Su family, said with a smile, although Dachui comes from a poor family and is a little poor, he is very hardworking. Which of the housework in this house doesn't he do? He has to take care of the kids, do the laundry and cook, it's quite hard. At this point, Li Ling pretended to be unhappy again. Unlike our Jin Guang, who is not sensible at all and is only focused on running the company. Now, I don't even have time to find a girlfriend. It's really worrying. Li Ling seemed to be praising Lin Dachui, but in fact she was implying that Lin Dachui was a coward. He just eats free meals all day and doesn't even have a proper job. What's the point of coming here? Yang Shenglan naturally heard it, and his face became terribly gloomy. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Dachui suddenly stood up and walked quickly towards Lin Nan Nan. Old Master Su glared at his 2 daughters-in-law. If looks could kill, these 2 would have died many times over. Su Wanqing didn't care about that, and hurriedly followed Lin Dachui and asked carefully. Hubby, what's wrong with you? Everyone in the Su family, except Su Qinghe, looked at Su Wanqing in shock. Su Wanqing actually called Lin Dachui husband? Moreover, she actually cares about him so much, which is not like her usual style. What on earth is Su Wanqing doing? Aunt is right. I still have a lot of clothes to wash. Lin Dachui said calmly, I have to take Nan Nan home to wash the clothes. You guys can eat slowly. After saying that, he picked up Lin Nan Nan and was about to leave. Su Wanqing grabbed Lin Dachui, her eyes full of pleading, husband, please don't leave, okay? Leave everything to me. You're not leaving? Lin Dachui narrowed his eyes and looked at Su Wanqing. Are you going to make things worse by staying here? Su Wanqing gritted her teeth and turned to face everyone. Then, he spoke with a cold face. I'm making it clear today. Da Hammer was being discriminated against and treated unfairly, but I turned a blind eye. I was wrong. She took a deep breath and continued, from now on, if anyone treats Dachui and Nan Nan badly again, they will be against me. Everyone was in an uproar, and Su's mother Yang Shenglan was so angry that she was shaking all over. Ha ha. Old Master Su nodded slightly. Wanqing is right, our Su family shouldn't treat our family members like this. Dachui, you and Nan Nan come sit next to me. I will give you justice today. As he said this, he asked the servants to add another chair next to him and let Lin Dachui and Nan Nan sit next to him.
Lin Dachui couldn't resist, so he had no choice but to take Nan Nan to the first seat and slowly sit down.
All right.
Su Changhua, Su's father, who had been silent, finally couldn't help but speak. Shanglan, today is your birthday, so say less.
Then, he looked at Grandpa Su again and said with a smile, Dad, you start eating first. The Su family has a rule that no one else can pick up their chopsticks before the elders do. Good.
Grandpa Su smiled and picked up a big chicken drumstick. Nan Nan, great-grandpa will pick up a big chicken drumstick for you.
Thank you, Grandpa. Nan Nan smiled sweetly.
Then, he carefully tore the chicken leg into thin pieces and placed them one by one in Grandpa Su's bowl.
Grandpa, you have bad teeth.
Please tear it into smaller pieces before you eat it.
Grandpa Su scratched Lin Nan's nose lovingly. Nan Nan is so good.
The wrinkled face was filled with smiles, but it could not hide the reluctance and worry. I was reluctant because he was about to die. The worry was that if he left, there would be no place for Lin Dachui and Lin Nan in the Su family. At this moment, a sudden voice sounded. Grandpa, this little bastard's hands are full of bacteria, don't eat it, in case he burps and dies.
Chapter 33, it's just like the real thing. The hammer is really thoughtful. Su Jinguang.
Su Wanqing couldn't stand it anymore and threw the chopsticks at her.
Nan Nan is my daughter.
How dare you call her a bastard?
If you don't want to eat it, get out. You can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth.
Also, you don't have to work as a department manager at Su Group anymore.
Pack up your things and get out. Su Changhua looked up at the angry Su Wanqing and said nothing. Li Ling was furious. Wanqing, what's wrong with you? How can you blame Jin Guang for this? Didn't Lin Nan always call you aunt?
I thought it was Lin Dachui who went behind your back to find the bastard that his mistress had.
Yang Shanglan's face was terribly gloomy. Then, he glared at Su Wanqing and said, Jin Guang is not wrong, why are you so excited? A good birthday was ruined by you guys. Su Changsheng, the eldest uncle of the Su family, laughed and said, Wanqing, Jin Guang didn't do it on purpose, so don't be angry. Today is your mother's birthday. Dachui and Nan, we are all family, don't be angry.
Old Master Su looked at Lin Dachui with an apologetic look on his face. After a long while, he sighed and said, Dachui, my Su family is sorry for you. If you don't want to stay in the Su family anymore, you can take Nan away, and I will ask them to compensate you. Upon hearing this, Lin Dachui just smiled faintly and said nothing.
Su Wanqing mentioned the divorce registration on the way here, and she said it herself. This is certainly the best option.
If Lin Dachui had brought it up on his own initiative, he would have been ridiculed again.
Grandpa.
Su Wanqing's face was pale, and the look she gave Old Man Su was filled with a hint of help.
All right.
Old Master Su sat up straight and said, I don't have many days left. I'll say a few more words before I die. Having said that, Mr. Su paused for a moment, then slowly spoke.
The Su family has always appointed people based on their merits. When managing the Su group, they value ability. Here, only Wanqing is the most suitable. Su Changsheng, Li Ling, and Su Jinguang's family looked very unnatural and somewhat unconvinced when they heard this. Su's mother, Yang Shanglan, looked proud.
Su Changhua lowered his head and remained silent, and seemed to have no status at home.
Don't be unconvinced. Mr. Su looked at his eldest son and his family and said, if you were capable, how could you have suffered such a huge loss before?
Wanqing has been managing the Su group for 6 years, and the group's performance is booming, so you can share so much profit.
From this point of view, what Mr. Su said was not wrong.
Although Su Changsheng's family coveted the power of the Su group, they also knew that their abilities were limited. That's why he gave the shares that his family received to Su Wanqing to manage together.
Why not share the money without having to work hard? Dad, we didn't mean that.
Su Changsheng hurriedly explained to Mr. Su, it's just that Jin Guang was outspoken and offended Wanqing.
Jin Guang, why don't you apologize to Wanqing and Dachui right away?
As he said this, he forcibly pulled Su Jinguang up and forced him to apologize.
Yes, I'm sorry, Sister Wanqing, brother-in-law, I was wrong.
I shouldn't have said that to Nan.
Although Su Jinguang was extremely reluctant, he was not brave enough to disobey his grandfather and father. Dachui, Nan, let's not bother with this arrogant loser, okay? Su Wanqing walked between Lin Dachui and Nan and comforted them with a smile. Everyone in the Su family watched the scene with their eyes almost falling to the ground. Especially Yang Shanglan. She didn't understand why her daughter had been so nice to this useless father and daughter in just a few days.
Not only did she call him husband affectionately, she also protected him in every possible way, even at the cost of offending Su Changxing's family.
You really shouldn't bother with trash.
Lin Dachui smiled faintly, then took out a small box from his pocket and handed it to Grandpa Su. Master, I came here today mainly to give this to you.
Mr. Su was a little curious. Oh? What is this?
After he took it and was about to open it, Su Jinwang snatched it away and said with a smile,
Grandpa, let me help you open it. See what kind of great gift your grandson-in-law gave you. Su Jinwang deliberately emphasized the 3 words grandson-in-law. Then, he opened it casually. This gift didn't have any packaging, it was just an ordinary wooden box. There shouldn't be anything valuable in it. Ha! Walnut? Su Jinwang opened the wooden box and found a shiny walnut inside.
When Mr. Su saw the gift, his eyes suddenly lit up and he was so excited that his whole body trembled slightly.
Dad, this isn't what you've been looking for. Su Changguo widened his eyes and stared at the walnut intently. Dachui, where did you get this thing?
Lin Dachui smiled and said, a friend gave it to me.
Hubby.
Su Wanqing was also a little surprised. Cindy told me that this thing was originally going to be auctioned, but it was bought by a mysterious person.
Could it be that you were the one who bought that antique? Sister Wanqing, you said this broken thing is the 8 Immortals Crossing the Sea walnut collectible that the auction is going to sell?
Su Jinguan was also stunned for a moment and checked carefully. There is a relief of the 8 Immortals Crossing the Sea engraved on the walnut, but it is a little worn.
Probably not. When did this loser become so rich? Su Changxing took the walnut and played with it carefully.
Dad has spent so much energy over the years trying to find out about this, but there is still no trace of him.
Last week, there was news that this 8 Immortals walnut collectible was going to be auctioned, and I even went to inquire about it.
Yesterday, I heard that the seller took it back.
Is this thing a replica? But it's pretty good, it looks just like the real thing. Dachui is really thoughtful.
As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked at Lin Dachui with eyes full of contempt. Su Wanqing frowned and thought carefully.
Cindy told me yesterday that the 8 Immortals Crossing the Sea walnut was bought by someone else first. But my uncle said that the seller had taken it back.
But no matter what, it seems to have nothing to do with Lin Dachui's walnut, but he said it was given by someone else. In other words, this thing might be fake, but Lin Dachui doesn't know it.
Forget it. If Grandpa finds out later, I will just say a good word for him.
Su Wanqing thinks this way, but others may not think so.
Shameful waste. Yang Shenglan was furious. Why pretend if you don't have money? This is what the old man likes the most, but you use a fake product worth several hundred yuan to fool the old man. You guys, cough cough.
Old Master Su was so angry that he kept coughing, and it took him a while to recover. Then, he snatched the 8 Immortals Crossing the Sea from Su Changxing's hand and recognized that it was real at a glance.
What do you know?
Old Master Su burst into tears. This thing that Dachui gave me is our Su family's heirloom that has been passed down for 10 generations, like the 8 Immortals Crossing the Sea. As soon as these words came out, everyone exclaimed at the same time.
What? An heirloom? Chapter 34. This is a gift from the Hammer. If you don't want it, just throw it away. Thank you, Hammer.
Grandpa Su burst into tears. I have been looking for it for many years, but I didn't expect that you would help me find it in the end.
The 8 Immortals Crossing the Sea walnut collectible is a family heirloom of the Su family.
When the Su family encountered difficulties, Mr. Su mortgaged this item to the pawnshop in exchange for some money. Mr. Su overcame numerous difficulties and expanded his stall business, eventually establishing the current Su group. It can be said that the Su family's current situation is inseparable from this 8 Immortals Crossing the Sea. But when Mr. Su wanted to redeem the heirloom, he found that the pawnshop had gone bankrupt.
The boss is missing.
Mr. Su had been asking people to look for it until news came out some time ago that 8 Immortals Crossing the Sea was going to be auctioned. The old man then let his eldest son try his luck to see if it was his heirloom. Unexpectedly, before the auction started, the item was suddenly not put up for auction.
Dad, are you sure this is ours? Su Changxing frowned. I don't think it looks like this. There are so many high-quality imitations now. Besides, how could anyone be willing to give such a valuable item to Dachui?
This question also expressed the doubts of everyone in the Su family.
You don't know, it's not your fault.
Mr. Su wiped away his turbid tears and said, at the beginning, I carved the word Su on it.
Look, I carved these words myself.
When everyone looked closely, they saw a not very obvious word Su engraved on the bottom of 8 immortals crossing the sea. At this moment, no one doubted the authenticity of this thing anymore.
I just secretly wondered in my heart, how did Lin Dachui get this thing? Grandpa, the things have been delivered. Nan Nan and I will leave first.
Lin Dachui didn't plan to stay any longer, it was really disgusting, so he stood up and prepared to leave.
Sledgehammer.
Old Master Su hurriedly stopped him and said, "In my lifetime, I will be satisfied if I can see the 8 immortals crossing the sea again. This thing is too valuable, you should keep it." Having said that, he returned 8 immortals crossing the sea to Lin Dachui.
Dad. Yang Shanglan stood up and said, "This thing is originally a family heirloom of the Su family."
Lin Dachui bought it with the money Wan Qing gave him, why should he give it to him?
Su Qinghe became unhappy when he heard this.
He walked forward and angrily scolded his biological mother.
Yang Shanglan, please stop being so unreasonable, okay?
My brother-in-law said before that this thing was given to him by someone else.
Besides, don't you know how my eldest sister treated Dachui and his daughter in the past?
Su Wanqing trembled all over when she heard this. Yes, I never gave Lin Dachui a penny, but my mother still framed him like this.
This home really has no warmth at all. Forget it. After Grandpa passes away, I want to be back. Snort. Yang Shanglan snorted coldly, the past is the past. Didn't you see how she defended this loser today?
The starting price for this 8 immortals crossing the sea is at least 5 million, and the final transaction price is at least tens of millions. Lin Dachui stays at home all day and doesn't even go to work.
Where does he get so much money? With just one sentence, Su Qinghe was speechless.
Although I don't like my mother calling Lin Dachui a loser, my brother-in-law has been busy taking care of the children in recent years and really has no money. Although Lin Dachui explained that it was given to him by someone else.
But we are not fools.
The starting price is 5 million, and the final price is at least tens of millions. Apart from the possibility that the eldest sister gave him money to buy it and give it to grandfather, there is no other possibility.
Mom, I really didn't give the hammer a penny.
Su Wanqing also came back to her senses and hurriedly explained. I wanted to buy it and give it to my grandfather, but when I asked my assistant to take a photo yesterday, I was told that it had already been bought by someone else.
So, please stop being unreasonable, okay?
Then, he looked at Lin Dachui with an apologetic look and said softly.
"De hammer, I'm so sorry. Let's not have this meal. Let's go back together."
Lin Dachui was stunned when he heard this. He also didn't expect that Su Wanqing would defend him this time, so he nodded and prepared to leave.
Su Wanqing. Yang Shanglan was completely furious. What the hell is wrong with you today? Even if it's not you who paid, you don't have to protect this piece of rubbish everywhere, right?
At this point, she suddenly looked suspicious and said,
"You're not really in love with him, are you?
I'm telling you, they are not worthy of you at all, get a divorce now."
Mom.
Su Wanqing was also angry. If you dare to say that Dachui is a waste again, you are no longer my mother. Su Qinghe's eyes lit up, and a smile finally appeared on his face.
He secretly praised in his heart. I have to say, Big Sister did a great job this time.
If you had done this a few years earlier, you and your brother-in-law might not have gotten divorced.
But how can I have the chance if you don't divorce me? He.
Brother-in-law, my daughter, my sister doesn't know how to cherish you, so I will do it.
I don't mind you being a coward at all.
Just stay at home and take care of your wife and children.
You unfilial daughter.
Yang Shanglan was so angry that she covered her chest and said, I told you not to marry him, but you insisted on marrying him. See, you've been corrupted by Lin Dachui, and now you don't even acknowledge me as your mother.
I'm telling you, get a divorce right away. Otherwise I won't have a daughter like you. Yang Shanglan.
Lin Dachui took Nan Nan by the hand and looked at Su's mother calmly. As you wish, she and I have registered for divorce a few days ago.
Big hammer. Su Wanqing looked apologetic and hesitated to speak. What did you say? Yang Shanglan's face lit up. You really divorced?
As he said this, he looked at Su Wanqing intently, as if seeking an answer. Seeing that Su Wanqing pursed her lips and didn't say anything, he immediately understood.
These two people are really divorced. That's great.
Majiji just came back from abroad and brought me a lot of good things. Sensible, humble, rich and good-looking. She also helped me get an annual beauty card. I can't miss out on such a good son-in-law.
Ahem. Yang Shanglan suddenly smiled. Wanqing, why didn't you tell Mom about such a big thing earlier?
Mom was just angry just now. I don't really want you to divorce Dachui.
When saying this, Yang Shanglan's expression was particularly fake and disgusting.
Then, she changed the subject and said,
"But, your divorce should have been carefully considered, right? That's fine too. If it's not suitable, don't force it. Letting each other go is the best choice."
Su Wanqing buried her head lower and lower, and the expression on her face became more determined. Lin Dachui smiled and said, "Yang Shanglan, in the past 6 years, you are the only one who is right about this."
"That's right. If it's not suitable, don't force it. Letting each other go is the best choice.
You persuade your daughter to learn to let go." After saying that, he picked up his daughter and was about to leave.
Sledgehammer. At this moment, Mr. Su stood up tremblingly. "Old man, let me see you off."
Lin Dachui did not refuse, and Su Wanqing hurried to follow. Before leaving, he threw the gift he had brought to Yang Shanglan. "This is a gift from Dachui to you.
If you don't want it, just throw it away." Su Qinghe curled his lips, walked up to Yang Shanglan, and said hesitantly, "This is Mejijai's son, Mei Pian.
Please help take care of him for a while."
"Oh?" Yang Shanglan's eyes lit up. "I wanted to ask just now, why didn't Ji come today? I couldn't get through to him on the phone. He has something to do." Su Qinghe looked outside the door, seeming a little impatient. Don't you want Majidi to be my brother-in-law?
You can help him take care of the children. Oh, by the way, this is a gift from Sledgehammer.
If you don't want it, just throw it away."
After saying that, he chased after him.
Chapter 35. Uncle, you should get divorced too. It's a rebellion. Yang Shanglan was furious. What do the two of them mean by this? Ha! Lin Dachui doesn't have the ability to buy gifts.
It's fine if he lets her buy them, but he doesn't even give them to her.
I'm so pissed.
Li Ling said with a smile, "Oh, Sister Shanglan, Lin Dachui and Wanqing are divorced, so it's normal not to send gifts.
I just didn't expect that Wanqing and Qinghe would be willing to help Lin Dachui bring gifts. If you ask me, you should be proud. After all, both of your daughters like trash."
Since Mr. Su was not around, Li Ling was no longer polite when speaking.
"Anyway, Yang Shanglan also dislikes me.
She relies on the fact that Su Wanqing is the one in charge of the Su family and always makes fun of me."
"You
don't talk nonsense, they are just helping Lin Dachui send me the last gift."
How could Yang Shanglan not hear it?
Considering that her two daughters had just been defending Lin Dachui in every possible way, she felt a little nervous. If these two really fall in love with this loser Lin Dachui, they would be laughed to death. Thinking of this, Yang Shanglan looked at Mei Pian, who was quietly beside her, and asked with a smile,
"You are Pian, right? You are as handsome as your father." Mei Pian nodded and called out in a baby voice, "Hello, Grandma."
This is what Su Qinghe had just whispered to him, that he should call the woman in front of him Grandma, otherwise she would be sent to an orphanage.
"Oh, you're so good." Yang Shanglan smiled happily and took out a big red envelope from her bag. "Here, Grandma will give you a big red envelope." Mei Pian hesitated for a moment and did not answer. "Xiao Pian, why don't you want it?" Yang Shanglan held Mei Pian in her arms and asked softly, "Did your dad forbid you from taking strangers' things?"
"Hey! Even though you have never seen me, I am your grandmother, not a stranger." At this point, she coaxed Mei Pian again. "Look, that Lin Nan didn't even get a red envelope.
Grandma will only be nice to you." Hearing this, Mei Pian finally smiled and said in a baby voice, "Thank you, Grandma."
Yang Shanglan hugged him and kissed him. She simply couldn't let him go.
"Grandmother."
Mei Pian was happy to see Yang Shanglan, so he cautiously asked, "My father is on a business trip abroad, and I don't know when he will be back." Instead of stating his request, he lied. He learned to lie at a very young age and could read people's expressions.
This is not good at all.
It was because of this that Lin Dachui directly violated the promise he had made. Of course, he would give the money, but he would not keep Mei Pian around because he would lead his daughter astray. But all Yang Shanglan was thinking about was how to bring Mei Jiji and her daughter Su Wanqing together, so she didn't think too much about it.
Just think of it as a child missing his dad. Pian.
Yang Shanglan comforted him, "If your father doesn't come back, you can live at your grandmother's house.
Grandma will send you to school and buy you lots of toys, okay?"
Su Changhua curled his lips and snorted in his heart. "You've never shown any concern for your own granddaughter, and you even called her a bastard." The son of an outsider has no blood relationship with us, but you treat him like a treasure.
Yang Shanglan, I've had enough of you over the years.
Thinking of this, Su Changwa stood up and walked towards the gate of the manor. He wanted to go and see his son-in-law and granddaughter.
Su Changwa, where are you going?
Yang Shanglan roared, "It was a good birthday, but you turned it into a mess and you even ran away.
Get back here."
Unfortunately, Su Changwei ignored him. When Su Changsheng and his family saw that everyone had left, they felt bored and said goodbye and left. Yang Shanglan was so angry that her face turned blue. After thinking about it, he took Mei Pai Yan and followed.
At the gate of the manor. Dachui, Nan Nan.
Old Master Su was reluctant to leave, tears glistening in his cloudy eyes.
Grandfather. Great-grandfather.
Lin Dachui and Lin Nan Nan spoke at the same time. Su Wanqing and Su Qinghe were in heavy moods and lowered their heads, not daring to watch the scene. They knew that the old man didn't have much time left, but they heard the news that Lin Dachui and Su Wanqing were getting divorced.
Grandfather.
Lin Dachui's throat seemed to be blocked by something. "Thank you, Grandpa, for taking care of me all these years. You must take good care of yourself.
Nan Nan and I will come back to see you often."
Forget it. Old Master Su smiled with relief. I wanted to persuade him at first, but now I won't. You young people should solve your own problems.
As long as you and Nan Nan have an old man like me in your hearts, that's enough.
Lin Dachui nodded without comment. Su Wanqing opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but nothing came out.
Sledgehammer.
At this moment, Su Changwa's voice suddenly sounded from behind them. "Thank you for your hard work over the years." Lin Dachui's heart trembled slightly.
Is this the first time that my ex-father-in-law has said something like this to me?
As expected, people are all cheap and only know how to cherish something after they lose it. Maybe he didn't cherish her at all, but just wanted to send himself away early.
Sledgehammer.
Su Changwa spoke again, laughing miserably. "I am ashamed of what I have done in the past 6 years. You watched Yang Shanglan humiliate you and did nothing." At this point, he suddenly smiled embarrassedly.
At first I thought I finally had a partner and was no longer the only one being criticized. But I didn't expect that Yang Shanglan's attitude towards you can't be described as bad. That's simply perverted. I don't know how she became like this.
Lin Dachui waved his hand and said slowly, "Uncle, it's all over, isn't it?" As soon as the word uncle came out, Su Changwa and Su Wanqing's faces changed. As expected, there should be no possibility for Lin Dachui and Su Wanqing to get back together. In the past, no matter how humiliated Lin Dachui was, he would never resist. Today, Lin Dachui resisted, and he resisted several times.
Well. Su Changwa sighed, "It's Shanglan who's sorry for you, it's me who's sorry for you. No matter what happens in the future, Uncle will support you. Come back if you have any difficulties.
After all, Nan Nan is my granddaughter, and Wancheng is her biological mother."
As he said that, he squatted beside Lin Nan Nan and said apologetically, "Nan Nan, can you call Grandpa to listen?"
Lin Nan Nan looked at Lin Dachui, who nodded.
Lin Nan Nan then called out in a baby voice, "Hello, Grandpa."
"Ah."
Su Changwa responded, wiping the tears from his eyes, "Nan Nan is so good, come visit Grandpa more often in the future, okay?"
Su Wanqing's eyes were filled with complicated expressions when she heard this. Just as I was about to speak, an angry voice suddenly came from behind me.
"Su Changwa. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear me calling you?"
When they looked back, they saw Yang Shanglan, who looked angry, following them with Mei Paiyan.
Lin Dachui frowned slightly, wondering what Su's mother wanted to do.
"You are such a good guy, Su Changwa.
You leave your good grandson alone to be with you and come here to flirt with outsiders?" Yang Shanglan quickly stepped forward and grabbed Su Changwa's ear.
Overbearing, arrogant, unreasonable, and sour. Su Changwa grimaced and howled in pain. Lin Dachui's mouth twitched, and he said jokingly, "Uncle, if it doesn't work out, you should get a divorce too."
Chapter 36, Is this cool? What are you talking about, you piece of shit?
Yang Shanglan was so angry that she was shaking all over. "Hurry up and take this little bastard away from the Su family."
"Don't let me."
Halfway through his words, Su Changwa suddenly slapped someone in the face.
Bang!
Yang Shanglan covered her face and looked at Su Changwa in disbelief. "Su Changwa, you dare to hit me? You actually hit me in front of my father, in front of my 2 daughters, and in front of that loser? Su Changwa, I have worked hard to accompany you for half my life, and you beat me for a piece of trash? I won't live anymore." Yang Shanglan cried and screamed, and rolled on the ground.
Unfortunately, no one paid attention to her. Even Mei Pian, the newly recognized grandson, did not make any move.
He just looked at Lin Nan quietly, with a hint of envy and jealousy in his eyes.
Great. You're great, Su Changhua.
Seeing that no one paid any attention to her, Yang Shanglan jumped up in anger. You think I, Yang Shanglan, am easy to bully, right?
If you have the guts, let's get a divorce. Su Changhua, you dare to hit me, you are a rebel. Doesn't it mean that Lin Dachui is a waste? Where did I go wrong? I must teach you a lesson. I've spoiled you too much. Whenever I mention divorce, don't you just kneel down and apologize to me?
When the time comes, I won't let you go so easily. It is necessary to completely cut off contact with Lin Dachui and his daughter, and help Gigi marry Wanqing smoothly.
Su Changhua, I said we should get divorced, can't you hear me?
But after she had been talking for a long time, Su Changhua still hadn't come to apologize, so she reminded him again loudly.
Dad, I'm getting divorced now, isn't that embarrassing?
Su Changhua didn't even look at Yang Shanglan, but instead held Grandpa Su's hand and asked with a smile.
What kind of shame is that?
Old Master Su grinned. Having a shrew as a daughter-in-law is really shameful.
You've suffered a lot over the years.
Now that Wanqing and Xinghe have grown up, it's time for you to pursue your own happiness. At this point, Mr. Su suddenly beamed with joy and said,
Changhua, I think the widow of the Li family is pretty good. She's young, pretty, and rich. Can I help you get in touch with her before I die?
Mr. Su's words made Su Changhua feel a little embarrassed. Dad, I had dinner with her last time and she had a good impression of me.
Su Wanqing and Su Qinghe looked at each other and noticed the strange look in each other's eyes. No way? Is Dad really going to divorce Mom? Not only did Grandpa agree, he also acted as a matchmaker? The style of painting is a little bit wrong.
You guys.
Yang Shanglan was so angry that she couldn't breathe.
She pointed at Su Changhua's hand and trembled violently.
Su Changhua, I risked my life to give birth to 2 daughters for you, and worked hard to raise them. I didn't expect you to be so shameless. You're already old, but you're still looking for a mistress behind my back. Su Changhua, I must divorce you. I don't want you anymore. Wanqing, Qinghe, I want to divorce your father.
Su Wanqing and Su Qinghe looked at each other, their faces full of helplessness.
But Su Qinghe didn't move and didn't want to talk more.
Su Wanqing had no choice but to step forward and comfort him.
Mom, please stop being unreasonable, okay? Dad hit me because you humiliated Dachui. Besides, who would call their son-in-law and granddaughter a waste and a bastard? They deserve to be beaten. If I were your father, I would have divorced you a long time ago.
Stop being unreasonable and take Mei Pian back home quickly.
Okay.
You 2 ungrateful bastards, I raised you for nothing. Yang Shanglan fell to the ground again, crying loudly, oh my god, why am I so miserable?
The corner of Su Wanqing's mouth twitched, and she retracted the hand she had just extended. First cry, then make a fuss, then hang yourself. In fact, you value your life more than anyone else. Sometimes, I really can't understand why I have such a mean mother.
If she hadn't been trying to sow discord between me and Dachui and hadn't been mentioning the Gigi all the time, maybe I would have returned to my family.
Then, I wouldn't have ended up getting divorced with Dachui. Alas, one wrong step leads to all wrong.
I hope my sister will learn from my mistakes and not make this mistake again. The thing I should never have listened to was Yang Shanglan's words, I'm doing this for your own good.
They have ruined my life. Yang Shanglan, Mei Pian is watching here. Aren't you afraid that he will learn from you and Mei Gigi will come back and blame you for not being able to teach your children? Su Qinghe couldn't bear it any longer and cursed him by name. This trick really works.
When Yang Shanglan heard this, she stood up immediately. Then, he smiled and coaxed Mei Pian.
My dear grandson, don't tell your dad. Grandma was just playing. You can't learn from her. Do you hear me?
Mei Pian nodded obediently. Well, Grandma, don't worry, I won't tell Dad. As he spoke, he pointed to the 8 immortals crossing the sea in Lin Nanan's hand and said coquettishly, but Grandma, I want that too.
Yang Shanglan looked in the direction of Mei Pian's hand and her face instantly fell. Little bastard, did you hear that? That's our Su family's heirloom, hurry up and perform the 8 immortals crossing the sea.
Yang Shanglan was arrogant and scolded Lin Nanan.
Bang! A loud slap was heard. Everyone looked at Lin Dachui in shock.
It seems that no one expected that Lin Dachui, who had always been submissive, would dare to say to his mother-in-law, "No, do it to your ex-mother-in-law." Yang Shenglan's swollen face was filled with anger and hatred, and her eyes looked as if she wanted to eat Lin Dachui alive. "How dare you, you useless bastard!" Bang! Lin Dachui slapped him again with his backhand. "Su Changhua! You just let this piece of trash." Bang! Another slap. With just 3 slaps, Yang Shenglan was beaten into a pig's head. A trace of reluctance flashed across Su Changhua's face, but he finally turned his head away and didn't even look at Yang Shenglan. This shrew still doesn't know where she's wrong. Not to mention a sledgehammer, I want to hit her too. Su Wanqing and Su Qingha had complicated expressions, but they did not stop it. "You." Yang Shenglan was about to curse, but when she saw Lin Dachui's hand raised high, she was so scared that she quickly took a few steps back and dared not say anything. But the hatred in his eyes increased instead of decreased. If she could defeat Lin Dachui, she would definitely fight to the death. "Is this cool?" Lin Dachui rubbed his palms and sneered, "Yang Shenglan, you are responsible for 80% of my divorce from Su Wanqing. If you like to match Su Wanqing and my Gigi so much, why didn't you let her marry my Gigi 6 years ago?" Yang Shenglan's eyes flickered, and she argued vaguely, "Didn't Gigi go abroad that year? If he hadn't gone abroad, you wouldn't have anything to do with me now. It was you who forced Wanqing to get pregnant." "Humph. You've been living off the Su family for so many years, using such shameful means, and now you still dare to hit someone?" No one paid any attention to Yang Shenglan's accusations. Su Wanqing's eyes were red, she stared at Yang Shenglan hatefully, and said in a cold voice, "Mom, this is the last time I call you Mom. Nan Nan is my daughter, your granddaughter, but you keep calling her a bastard. Are you still my mother? I have seen and remembered all the kindness that Dachui has shown me over the years. It was you who brainwashed me and forced me to marry Majiji. Do you know? It was me who seduced Dachui, got married to him, and gave birth to his daughter." At this point, Su Wanqing could no longer control her emotions. "I was blind and believed your lies. Since you like Megidi so much, then wait for him to come out and take care of you in your old age." Su Qingha pulled Su Wanqing and whispered, "Sister, don't tell anyone that Majiji is in jail. If Mom knew about it, she would definitely not." Yang Shenglan seemed to have heard something, frowned and asked, "WH? What jail? Who's in jail?" Chapter 37. It's a pity that the Su family doesn't have this blessing. Nothing. Su Qingha hurried forward and took over the conversation from Su Wanqing. "What I mean is that you have to take good care of Mei Pian. You can't let him feel like he's in prison in our house." Yang Shenglan looked at Su Qingha doubtfully, trying to find other answers. "I just heard him say that Gigi was in jail. He is so outstanding, how could he go to jail? I must have heard it wrong. Don't worry, I will treat him like my own grandson." "No, he is my own grandson." Yang Shenglan was beaming with joy, coaxing Mei Pian, "Grandma is right, isn't she, little Pian?" Mei Pian pouted. He always felt that the name sounded wrong. "Mei Pian, no asshole? Grandma, I want to change my name." Mei Pian felt more and more aggrieved and shouted that he wanted to change his name. "This name doesn't sound good. I want to be called Mei Chao Feng." Lin Dachui's mouth twitched. He knew all this at such a young age? "What's your dad's name?" "Mejijay." Okay, Grandma will take you to change your name later, okay?" Yang Shenglan was no match for Mei Pian and had to compromise. "Grandma is the best." Mei Pian is very good at acting like a spoiled child. "But Grandma, have you forgotten that I want that 8 immortals crossing the sea?" The old matter was brought up again, making Lin Dachui very unhappy. Old Master Su snorted coldly, "This item originally belonged to Dachui. Now it is just returned to its original owner. Don't push your luck." "What's Lin Dachui's?" Yang Shenglan didn't care, it's obviously a family heirloom of the Su family. As the former son-in-law, I should return it to the Su family. "Yang Shenglan, are you really so shameless?" Su Wanqing no longer wanted to be a good girl, so she imitated her sister and called him by his name. "You want to steal something that Dachui got?" Yang Shenglan knew she was in the wrong, but she continued to chatter, that was originally given to your grandfather by Lin Dachui. Why do you want to take it back?" Su Wanqing was so angry that she gasped and didn't want to pay any more attention. "Yang Shenglan, don't force me to divorce you at my age." Su Changhua could no longer bear it. Su Qingha also stabbed in the back. Just take good care of your grandson, there are so many things to do every day. Everyone was talking at once, and Yang Shanglan's face turned red and her neck became thick.
She was very angry.
Okay. Yang Shanglan pointed at them one by one and said, "You, the Su family, are such an ungrateful bunch.
Bai Yin, let's go. We don't want to stay here, let's go back to Kyoto with Grandma."
Having said that, he pulled Mei Pai Yen and turned back to their residence in the manor. No one stopped or comforted me, it was really embarrassing.
The world is finally quiet. Su Changwa shook his head happily and looked at Lin Nan.
Nan, when you have time, you must come back more often to visit your great-grandfather and grandpa. Lin Nan nodded obediently, and her sensible look endeared her to everyone.
Su Wanqing's heart was filled with emotion again.
Why didn't I realize before that my daughter, Lin Nan, is so sensible and cute?
Well. But it's not too late now, I will just make it up to her. As for Lin Dachui, let's take a step forward and see. He has completely lost trust in me and no longer loves me. Perhaps a woman like Lu Ruyan is more suitable for him. Sledgehammer.
Old Master Su still held Lin Dachui's hand tightly, his cloudy eyes full of apology.
My Su family is sorry for you. You must keep this 8 immortals crossing the sea well. If anything else happens in the future, this will be your keepsake.
You can take charge of the Su group and use all the power of the Su family. When these words were spoken, Su Changwa, Su Wancheng and Su Qingha were all shocked.
Dad, is this really the symbol of the heir to the Su group? Su Changwa asked tremblingly.
Mr. Su nodded, that's right, whoever can bring back the heirloom will be the next heir of the Su family.
Didn't I write it very clearly in my will? Do you have any questions?
No.
Su Changwa hastily denied, of course I respect Dad's decision, but Dachui and Wanqing.
Old Master Su naturally knew Su Changwa's concerns. The simple thing is that Lin Dachui and Su Wanqing have already registered for divorce, so it is obviously inappropriate for him to be the heir. But precisely because of this, Grandpa Su insisted on giving the 8 immortals crossing the sea to Lin Dachui.
This can be considered as the last contribution that this old man made to the Su family.
He had just asked, and it was true that someone had given the 8 immortals crossing the sea to Lin Dachui. And the person who possesses the 8 immortals crossing the sea must be much wealthier than the Su family.
Although I didn't ask who it was specifically, there's no need to think too much about it.
Besides, only if Lin Dachui takes the Su family heirloom will Su Wanqing have a chance to keep Lin Dachui. After all, others may not know about Lin Dachui, but I, an old man, know him very well.
What a loser, what a nanny, what a gigolo, what a gigolo. You are all wrong.
This kid's cultural background far exceeds that of all the surviving masters in Daxia. According to the housekeeper's investigation, Lin Dachui is the mysterious Mr. Hammer.
Such talents cannot be missed in vain. Grandpa, this is too expensive.
Lin Dachui naturally knew what the old man meant by this, and politely declined.
I appreciate your kindness. This thing was originally intended for you. As for how to deal with it, it's up to you.
Lin Dachui said, looking at Su Wanqing with complicated eyes, and said bluntly. Grandpa, even though Wanqing and I didn't make it to the end, I'll help the right side instead of the relatives. There is no one more suitable than Wanqing to be in charge of the Su group and the Su family at present. So, I suggest you pass this 8 immortals crossing the sea to Wanqing. Old Master Su looked at Lin Dachui steadily, and suddenly smiled with relief. Then, he reached out and patted Lin Dachui on the shoulder. As expected, your character has always been very good.
It's a pity that the Su family doesn't have this blessing.
At this point, Mr. Su pleaded again.
Dachui, if the Su family is in trouble in the future, I hope you can help them for Nanan's sake, okay?
Mr. Su's words sounded like he was making arrangements for his final arrangements. The Su family's father, daughter and 2 others felt as if their throats were blocked and they were so uncomfortable that they couldn't speak. Lin Dachui hesitated for a moment, but still nodded and said, Grandpa, don't worry, if that day comes, I will help you to the best of my ability. After getting Lin Dachui's promise, Mr. Su smiled with satisfaction. Then, he turned to Su Wanqing.
Su Wanqing, kneel down.
Su Wanqing didn't understand what was going on, but she still knelt on the ground obediently, waiting for the old man to speak.
Do you know where you went wrong? Mr. Su's eyes suddenly became sharp.
I shouldn't treat Dachui and Nan so badly. Su Wanqing thought for a moment and replied seriously.
I shouldn't have been indecisive, clinging to past obsessions and destroying my family. Mr. Su nodded and added.
As a wife, you should treat your husband with respect, respect him as a guest, manage the household finances, and bring prosperity to the family with your virtuous appearance. As a mother, you should teach your children by following the example of others, discipline them with strictness, cultivate their moral character, and raise them to be pillars of society with a loving heart. As a wife, you should be kind and gentle, stand shoulder to shoulder with your husband, share worries and difficulties, and keep the years peaceful and happy. As a mother, you should always set a good example, raise your children with kindness, build their character, and protect their well-being. Old Master Su used 4 sentences in a row to tell Su Wanqing how outrageous her actions over the years were. Now, I will remove you from the position of president of the Su Group and hand it over to Qinghe.
Do you have any objection? Mr. Su finally asked with a serious face.
Su Wanqing had no objection at all. I'll follow Grandpa's arrangements.
Grandpa, no.
Su Qinghe objected hurriedly.
Chapter 38. This Aunt Lu really has other purposes. Grandpa, I can't. Su Qinghe was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot, and said coquettishly, I am simple-minded and only want to punish evil and promote good. I am not suitable.
Upon hearing this, Mr. Su also looked embarrassed. Su Changhua's eyes lit up, and he pulled Lin Dachui and said, Well,
Dachui, I remember you graduated with a degree in economics and management? Huh?
Lin Dachui was stunned. Thinking back carefully, it seemed that I was working in economic management before my soul traveled through time.
But damn, I was a singer in my previous life. Besides, what does Mr. Su want to do by asking this question now? Let me take over? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Ahem. Su Changhua was a little embarrassed when he saw that Lin Dachui had not responded yet. What I mean is that I would like you to help Qinghe manage the company. The salary and benefits are in accordance with the highest standards, so Nanan's life can be better.
Lin Dachui never expected that his former father-in-law would have a change of heart. However, even if I don't have a high-paying job at the Su Group, I'm not short of money.
Besides, that's not my interest. Dad.
Before Lin Dachui could speak, Su Wanqing, who was kneeling on the ground, spoke up, Don't worry about it. Dachui has his own business, so he doesn't have the energy to care about these things.
Su Changhua opened his mouth, looking very disappointed. Isn't this for you, Dad?
Even though Dachui graduated with a degree in economics and management, he has no work experience.
I just want to use this excuse to keep him and give you a chance to win back Dachui and Nan. You really don't know what's good for you. Dad, I don't care. Su Qinghe pulled Su Changhua's arm and said, Tell Grandpa that I'm not cut out for this job. Let my eldest sister take care of it.
Seeing this, Mr. Su couldn't help but sigh and looked at Su Wanqing.
Finally, he couldn't help but say, Your attitude seems to be okay, you get up first.
Su Qinghe hurried forward and helped Su Wanqing up, and the latter whispered thank you.
It's definitely not possible for Wanqing to continue to manage the company.
Old Master Su frowned, his wrinkled face full of worry.
In this month, you have not fulfilled your responsibilities as a wife, nor have you performed your duties as the CEO. The people below have long been dissatisfied.
But if we hand the company over to your uncle's family, it would be better to just declare bankruptcy. Su Wanqing looked guilty and apologized quietly. I'm sorry, Grandpa, I'm sorry, Dachui, I'm sorry, Nan. Lin Dachui was somewhat surprised at the change in Su Wanqing's attitude over time. But the hurt of the past was too deep, and he and she could never go back.
Grandfather.
Seeing the old man's worried look, Lin Dachui felt a little sorry. I think the company doesn't necessarily have to be managed by our own people.
Have you ever heard of a professional manager?
Everyone shook their heads when they heard this.
Lin Dachui gave a brief explanation.
Generally speaking, professional managers are fully responsible for the operation and management of an enterprise and have absolute operating and management rights over the corporate property. Simply put, professional managers are professional business management experts.
Now large foreign financial groups are already implementing this model and rarely intervene.
Just listen to the reports regularly. If you are worried about action, you can always hire a third party to conduct verification.
If you want to try it, I can recommend someone.
Lin Dachui looked at Mr. Su and said, She is a postdoctoral graduate from Harbin Institute of Technology.
Su Wanqing's eyes lit up, and she asked tentatively, Dachui, the person you are talking about is Aunt Lu, right? Lin Dachui did not hide it and nodded. Aunt Lu? Su Qinghe frowned. This name sounds like a nanny. Lin Dachui smiled and said, You are right. Aunt Lu is our nanny.
Old Master Su and Su Changwa looked at each other and saw the confusion in their eyes.
According to Lin Dachui's introduction, Lu Ma should be a very powerful person. How come she became a nanny? Grandpa, Dad.
Su Wanqing seemed to see the doubts from others and hurriedly explained, "Don't underestimate Aunt Lu.
She is a postdoctoral fellow in the Department of Finance at Harbin University.
She works as a nanny just because she wants to stay with the hammer." When she said this, a hint of jealousy suddenly appeared on Su Wanqing's face. It would be fine if Lu Ruyan and Qin Mengyao came to find Lin Dachui.
Lu Ma is such a high-end talent that she is willing to be a nanny for Lin Dachui. How come I have been so blind all these years? Let's just forget it.
Seeing that Mr. Su seemed a little hesitant, Lin Dachui took the initiative to withdraw his proposal. Professional managers still have certain risks.
This is true. But that's not the main reason. Lin Dachui was worried that Lu Ma would not agree.
After all, Lin Dachui had talked to Lu Ma privately last time, so why would she come to be a nanny for himself and his daughter?
Aunt Lu said that she came because Qin Shi and that boy said they were short of a nanny. Moreover, it was a temporary home economics certificate.
With Lin Dachui's intelligence, he naturally guessed that Lu Ma must have a purpose.
Otherwise, why would you be a nanny instead of looking for a good job? Sledgehammer. Mr. Su thought for a moment and made the decision. I think the idea of a professional manager is feasible.
Before, my original intention was to ask Wanqing to take some time out to spend more time with Nan Nan.
So, could you please discuss this with Aunt Lu and see if she agrees?
As for salary and benefits, we can negotiate, even shares are fine. Mr. Su is not pedantic, on the contrary, he is very open-minded. Otherwise, the huge Su group will probably collapse in a short time. Lin Dachui hesitated for a moment, then took out his cell phone and called Lu Ma.
Mother Lu, I remember you graduated from the finance department of Harbin College? On the other end of the phone, Aunt Lu's voice came. Yes, Mr. Lin, why do you suddenly ask this? It's like this.
Lin Dachui hurriedly explained, Su Group wants to invite you to be a professional manager to manage the company.
Aunt Lu was silent for a while before she slowly spoke.
Mr. Lin, I came here as a nanny just to stay by your side and take care of you and Miss. If I were to become a professional manager, that would go against my original intention. When the Su family heard what Lu Ma said, they looked at each other in surprise.
Su Wanqing's heart skipped a beat. This Aunt Lu really has other purposes. Su Qinghao also frowned, and no one knew what she was thinking. But
Lin Dachui was about to persuade her, but Aunt Lu continued, since the gentleman has asked, I can give it a try, but I have one condition.
What conditions? Mr. Su asked hurriedly.
Lu Ma paused for a moment before proposing her own conditions. I will only manage it for 1 year.
After 1 year, I will return to Mr. Lin and continue to be a nanny.
The Su family didn't expect such a condition and looked at each other. Mr. Su was also thinking.
1 year. In 1 year, it all depends on whether Wanqing can win back Dachui. After a little thought, Mr. Su agreed, okay, it's a deal then. Okay. Aunt Lu replied with a smile, then I'll ask the company to send another professional nanny. No, no. Mr. Su interrupted with a smile.
Wanqing doesn't have anything to do right now, so just take care of the father and daughter.
Don't waste money. Chapter 39. There are too many vixens here. What? Su Qinghao was surprised and looked at old man Su with a hint of dissatisfaction.
Grandpa, my sister and brother-in-law have registered for divorce, how is it possible that they still live together?
Su Wanqing glared at Su Qinghao with a warning look on her face. What's the matter? Haven't you got the divorce certificate yet? Besides, I am Nanan's biological mother. Isn't it my duty to take care of her? Could it be that this little girl has really fallen in love with her brother-in-law?
When I came to the Su family's old house today, I heard Lin Dachui say that we have divorced, and she was actually very happy.
Moreover, he took the initiative to buy a birthday present for Lin Dachui's mother. Everyone knows Sima Zhao's intention.
No, I have to keep a close eye on her and not give her the chance to fall in love with Lin Dachui.
Sisters fighting over a husband, what's that?
There's someone to take care of my daughter. Just when Su Wanqing was secretly alert, Lin Dachui spoke up, don't worry about it.
This one sentence made Su Wanqing feel deeply hurt. Su Qing's face lit up with joy, and she rushed over to hug Lin Nan Nan. Yes, yes, yes. I'll take care of Nan Nan.
As she spoke, she pinched Lin Nanan's chubby face and said, Nan Nan, I used to be a police officer.
I can protect you.
Okay, okay. Lin Nan Nan clapped her hands excitedly, but Dad will protect me. Besides, Mother Lu said that she will take good care of Nan Nan in the future. Su Wanqing trembled all over and felt very uncomfortable.
Su Qingha's expression changed. Nan Nan, who is this Mama Lu? Okay, Nan Nan, it's getting late, we should go back.
Lin Dachui saw that everyone in the Su family was looking at him with confusion and questioning in their eyes, and he was too lazy to explain.
Lin Nan Nan nodded obediently.
Okay, you guys go back early. Old Master Su waved his hand, looking reluctant, to Hammer, don't forget to come back and see this old man of mine often.
Don't worry, Grandpa.
Lin Dachui smiled slightly, I will come back to see you often. Having said that, Lin Dachui also knew that the old man didn't have much time left.
Well, I believe you.
Old Master Su wiped his wet eyes and repeatedly said, Wanqing was confused for a moment, you have to bear with her. In order to reassure Mr. Su, Lin Dachui could only nod obediently.
Dachui, let me take you and Nan Nan back. Su Wanqing looked at Lin Dachui, full of anticipation.
She also wanted to give her grandfather peace of mind at this last moment.
Lin Dachui did not refuse either.
But I didn't expect that Su Qingha would be so shameless as to get in and take a ride.
Nan Nan, do you mind if your auntie comes to your house for a meal? Su Qingha used Lin Nan Nan as a breakthrough point. He sat next to Nan Nan naturally and secretly watched Lin Dachui's reaction. Seeing that the latter did not object, I felt secretly happy.
Yes, Dad's cooking is delicious. Lin Nan Nan clapped her hands, looking very happy. I wanted to ask my aunt to come over to eat before, but unfortunately, my mother wouldn't let me at that time.
Su Wanqing's hands gripped the steering wheel and tightened unconsciously.
What a jerk I was before. In order to prevent others from knowing that Lin Dachui was my husband, I never let my daughter call me mom. And he seldom comes home for dinner, let alone brings people over to visit. Especially my own sister Su Qingha, who used to be fed up with the way I treated Dachui and Nan Nan, and often went against me.
I certainly don't want her to laugh at me. I really didn't expect that Nan Nan wanted to invite Qingha to visit our home before. Along the way, Lin Nan Nan and Su Qingha talked and laughed, and their relationship quickly heated up.
Unexpectedly, although Su Qingha looks fierce on the surface, he is actually very kind-hearted. The so-called sharp tongue but a soft heart, this refers to people like her, right?
Lin Dachui burst out laughing.
After 6 years of hard work, I got nothing. Unexpectedly, after letting go, everything came.
What have you been doing so far?
The car quickly arrived at the Lin family's house.
Dachui, Nan Nan, are you back?
As soon as he entered the door, a gentle and quiet woman came up to him and was slightly stunned when she saw Su Qingha.
Mother Lu. Lin Nan Nan ran over and hugged her happily. Did you miss me? Su Qingha's face was full of curiosity.
It turned out that this was Mother Lu. So beautiful.
So elegant.
She is much more charming than her sister.
Although I'm not bad, but I lack the feeling of a domineering boss. This Lu Ruyan is a strong rival. Brother Dachui, you are back? Another woman poked her head out. Su Qingha was a little uneasy. Why are there so many women in this villa? And the temperament is quite good.
Of course, she is a little bit inferior to Lu Ruyan, me and my sister.
That's the chest. Which man doesn't like a woman with breasts?
Ah, it's okay, this girl can be declared out.
He. Ahem.
Lin Dachui touched his nose and introduced seriously. Ruyan, Mangyao, this is Su Qingha, the younger sister of
Wanqing. Qingha, this is Lu Ruyan, and this is Qin Mangyao.
Lin Dachui did not say what the relationship between them was. Were they friends, girlfriends, or lovers? He didn't want to explain too much to avoid trouble.
Sir, you are back?
Just then, Aunt Lu walked into the villa carrying vegetables with her signature smile on her face.
Su Qingha felt like his brain wasn't tea enough. Could this be the nanny Lu Ma mentioned earlier? No way. Why are all the women in this villa more beautiful than each other? This Aunt Lu looks no worse than her sister.
Even if she is compared with Lu Ruyan, she can still compete with her.
Who is Lin Dachui? Why are there so many beautiful women around him? No, I have to keep a closer eye on him. Qingha, this is Aunt Lu.
Just when Su Qingha was daydreaming, Lin Dachui introduced Lu Ma to her.
Sure enough, Su Qingha guessed right. By the way, in the next year, Aunt Lu will help manage the Su group.
Lin Dachui hesitated for a moment, but still said, Qinghe, I suggest you quit your job as a police officer. During this year, you should study hard with Aunt Lu and strive to become a strong woman like your sister. Su Qinghe curled her lips, looking unhappy. I just thought about resigning, but not to become the president of Su Group, but to stay with Lin Dachui.
There are too many vixens here. She must be watched closely, otherwise, she won't stand a chance. Brother-in-law. Su Qinghe pouted and said, I will definitely resign, but I don't want to manage the family business.
Then, he said shyly, can I stay with you and you support me? Su Wanqing sighed in her heart.
It's all over.
This little girl can't hide her little thoughts at all. Looking at Lin Dachui's eyes, how could it be the look of a younger sister-in-law towards her brother-in-law? This is clearly the look of a girl in love, the way she looks at her boyfriend. It was just speculation before that Su Qinghe might fall in love with Lin Dachui, but now it's finally confirmed. But Lin Dachui is my husband, her brother-in-law. Although there is a 99% chance that he will become my ex-brother-in-law, he is still my brother-in-law. Besides, even if there is only a 1% chance, I will try my best. How can she be so brave?
Isn't she afraid of being laughed at? Su Qinghe.
Su Wanqing could no longer bear it. You are already a grown-up, but you still need Dachui to support you.
Aren't you ashamed?
Chapter 40 Divorce is irreversible.
Why do you care about me?
Su Qinghe pouted, not wanting to pay attention to Su Wanqing, brother-in-law, I still have some savings.
It's not much, just 200 or 300 million.
Here, I'll give it all to you, just as living expenses. Lin Dachui was very upset. Qinghe, stop messing around. Keep this money, you will need it when you get married in the future. Although Lin Dachui is not very rich now, he is not short of money.
What can you do with so much money?
Family management is important, and children's growth is important.
As for money, as long as you have enough to use when you need it, that's enough.
Su Qinghe, come here, let's talk. Su Wanqing had a cold face and dragged Su Qinghe to the balcony regardless of the surprised looks from others.
Sister, what's wrong? Su Qinghe looked unhappy, and naturally didn't have a good tone. I'm talking to my brother-in-law. You also know that he is your brother-in-law?
Su Wanqing was furious, then you still. He was interrupted by Su Qinghe when he was halfway through his words, no.
It's my ex-brother-in-law.
Su Wanqing was suddenly speechless. This little girl is really going to piss me off to death.
Is this a problem with my brother-in-law or ex-brother-in-law?
This is a question of ethics. Thinking of this, Su Wanqing patiently explained. Qinghe, no matter Dachui is your brother-in-law or your ex-brother-in-law, he is still your brother-in-law.
You are not a child anymore. I think you should understand the issues of family ethics. Don't let others laugh at you.
These words were spoken earnestly, and with good intentions.
So what?
Su Qinghe curled her lips, not caring at all. Since ancient times, isn't it rare for a woman to marry her uncle after her husband's death? Besides, there are many people who marry their aunts after their wives die. Why should I care what others think?
You.
Su Wanqing was so angry that her chest was heaving.
She gritted her teeth and said, your sister, am not dead yet.
Su Qinghe had a strange look on his face and looked at Su Wanqing carefully.
What's wrong with you, sister?
The original eldest sister was so cold and aloof. She did not publicly acknowledge her marriage to her brother-in-law, did not disclose her daughter's identity, and even did not allow her mother to be at home.
But now you are advising me not to get emotional with Lin Dachui?
Su Qinghe tilted his head, and suddenly seemed to understand something. Then, Su Qinghe suddenly asked, Sister, are you afraid that I will steal your brother-in-law? Su Wanqing's face turned red and white when she said that.
Humph, I'm not that stingy.
Su Wanqing was a little stubborn, but you can't do this before your brother-in-law and I get the divorce certificate.
Qinghe, please stop talking nonsense. Su Qinghe snorted and turned to go into the house. Seeing Lin Dachui and Lu Ma busy preparing dinner, she went to help.
Su Wanqing shook her head helplessly, turned around and went to play with her daughter together with Lu Ruyan.
Qin Mengyao has the temper of a little kid and even snatches toys from Nan Nan.
The two girls laughed uncontrollably.
Such a harmonious scene is really enviable. Dinner officially starts at 6 p.m. This villa is so popular for the first time.
Lin Dachui and Lin Nan Nan, father and daughter, Su Wanqing and Su Qinghe, sisters, Lu Ruyan and Qin Mengyao, two Kyoto heiresses. There is also the nanny of a postdoctoral fellow in the finance department of Harbin University, Luma.
There are 7 people in total. It's very lively. Wow!
These dishes are delicious. Su Qinghe's mouth never stopped talking, she sighed while eating.
Sister, you must have been very happy these past few years to have a husband who was so good at cooking, right? Just one sentence made the harmonious atmosphere become weird.
Lin Dachui's mouth twitched, and he picked up some food for Nan Nan. Lu Ruyan raised her charming eyes and carefully observed the expressions of Su Wanqing and Lin Dachui without saying a word.
Qin Mengyao looked at Su Wanqing with a playful expression, wanting to hear her answer. Su Qinghe, will you die if you don't speak?
Su Wanqing buried her head, looking embarrassed.
Is this little girl deliberately trying to make fun of me? If I eat at home often, will I still divorce Lin Dachui?
No, I can't really divorce Lin Dachui. As long as I can take down Lin Dachui during the cooling-off period, I should have a chance to save my family.
But
it seems that Lin Dachui really doesn't love me anymore.
Come to think of it, no man would tolerate his wife going on a trip with her white moonlight for a month without going home, right?
Regardless of whether you have really crossed the bottom line or not, as a wife and a mother, you shouldn't do that.
How wrong I was.
Lin Dachui, even if we really can't be together anymore, I still hope to stay with you. I will make up for the mistakes I have made and accompany my daughter in her growth.
There are some things I think should be made clear.
As the dinner was coming to an end, Lin Dachui put down his chopsticks and looked at the girls. Upon hearing this, the girls immediately looked up and pricked up their ears to listen carefully. This scene made Lin Dachui feel quite emotional. My soul has been in this world for 6 years. I got married in a daze, gave birth to a daughter in a daze, and fell in love with Su Wanqing in a daze.
But what I got in return was hurt again and again.
Su Wanqing's indifference and Su's mother's sarcasm made him and his daughter live a humble and cautious life.
Now, it's time to live for yourself.
Thinking of this, Lin Dachui cleared his throat and said seriously. Originally I wanted to wait until I got the divorce certificate before leaving Zhangcheng, but now I have changed my mind. When Su Wanqing heard this, her eyes lit up and she felt a little excited.
Does Lin Dachui mean that he doesn't want to get a divorce anymore? That's great. Lu Ruyan looked a little disappointed. Brother Dachui, do you still love Su Wanqing more?
Qin Mengyao's face fell and she was about to question Lin Dachui, but was stopped by Lu Ruyan. Aunt Lu still looked at Lin Dachui seriously without saying much.
Su Qinghe frowned, not knowing what she was thinking.
Lin Dachui saw all of this.
Marriage is definitely going to be divorced.
Lin Dachui looked at Su Wanqing and said, don't feel wronged. If you do something wrong, you must be brave enough to bear the corresponding consequences. Before 2 people get together, it doesn't matter how many boyfriends you have or how many times you have sex with each other.
I don't care. But after we got together, I really couldn't tolerate any betrayal.
Having said that, Lin Dachui took a deep breath and continued. I have tried hard to love you for 6 years, but I still can't warm your heart that loves Bai Yu Guang.
Sledgehammer, I. Su Wanqing opened her mouth and wanted to explain something.
But Lin Dachui raised his hand to interrupt.
I know what you want to say. You are just trying to make up for your regrets. Meiji is just your obsession. You want to say that you realized after you lost me that you had already fallen in love with me all these years.
No, Su Wanqing, you just love your habit.
You are used to having me and Nan Nan at home.
Lin Dachui's words made Su Wanqing lower her head in shame. I'm sorry.
Well, I accept your apology.
Lin Dachui smiled slightly.
A smile can erase all grudges.
This smile means that Lin Dachui has completely let go of the love that had been holding him back for the past 6 years.
Divorce is irreversible.
Lin Dachui made it clear, as for Nan Nan, as her biological mother, you have the right and obligation to accompany her as she grows up. Think carefully about the specific choice and then make a decision.
I understand. Su Wanqing gently wiped the tears from her face.
Then he smiled and said, don't worry, I will definitely treat Nan Nan well in the future. Lin Nan Nan held Su Wanqing in one hand and Lu Ruyan in the other, her face full of happiness. At this moment, an angry voice sounded outside the door.
You are so good, Su Wanqing, how dare you embezzle the public funds of the Su Group to buy such a nice villa for your ex-husband? Chapter 41 Who in Jiangcheng dares to touch me, Lin Dachui? It's really haunting. Lin Dachui had a gloomy look on his face. Dachui, let me go.
Su Wanqing stood up quickly and stood in front of Lin Dachui. I want to see what she is going to do next.
The people who came were none other than Su's mother Yang Shanglan and his cousin Su Jingguang.
I don't know how these two came together and found this place accurately. However, from what Yang Shanglan said just now, it seemed that Su Wanqing used public funds to buy this villa for Lin Dachui?
Yang Shanglan, why are you here? Su Wanqing looked coldly at the two members of the Su family standing at the door, and was extremely angry. Sister Wanqing.
Su Jingguang licked his face and smiled, hee hee.
If you don't want others to know, then don't do it yourself.
You embezzled 20 million yuan from the Su group to buy this villa for Lin Dachui and his daughter. They even wrote the property rights of the house as Lin Dachui's alone, and now they are pretending to be divorced.
I don't need to tell you what their intentions are, right? Su Wanqing was stunned. This house was originally bought by Lin Dachui with his own money. When did it become something I bought with 20 million yuan embezzled? I embezzled 20 million? Su Wanqing smiled coldly. Su Jingguang, I haven't been here for a month, are you the one crying thief? Wait a minute, I'll call and ask now.
After saying that, Su Wanqing took out her phone and called the financial manager to ask if there was any financial expenditure of 20 million.
Su Wanqing.
Yang Shanglan spoke up, you didn't embezzle the money, so where did Lin Dachui get the money to buy such a nice villa?
Are you feeling guilty because Jin Wang said it? I tell you, either give this villa to me in Pai Yen, or let Lin Dachui return the 20 million. Su Jingguang gave Yang Shanglan a thumbs up and said, Auntie, good job. You are doing this for Sister Wanqing's sake. Yang Shanglan. Su Wanqing was so angry that her pretty face turned pale, and she said coldly, is there any mother like you? You come up and accuse me of something without asking any questions. And you even want to take my house away. Do you think this villa is worth 50 million? Do you think you can buy it for 20 million?
When Su Jingguang heard this, his eyes lit up and he said hurriedly,
you actually embezzled 50 million? Su Wanqing, how could you do this? Su Wanqing snorted disdainfully.
At this time, Su Wanqing's phone was connected.
Check, has the company had any expenditures of 50 million in recent times? The financial manager checked on the spot, Mr. Su, the 50 million expenditure is not there. Su Wanqing turned on the speakerphone for everyone to hear. Su Jingguang's face suddenly turned ugly.
Yang Shanglan still didn't give up, pointing at Lin Dachui and said,
even if it wasn't 50 million embezzlement, it was given by you, Su Wanqing. Otherwise, where would a poor guy like him get the money? This sentence left Su Wanqing speechless.
She actually didn't know what Lin Dachui had done and how he had so much money.
Okay, let me do it.
Lin Dachui pulled Su Wanqing back and stood in front of Su Jingguang.
Then, he slapped him hard. Bang!
Su Jingguang was caught off guard and fell to the ground, staring at Lin Dachui with a pair of poisonous eyes.
Lin Dachui, you dare to hit me?
Yang Shanglan was about to step forward when she saw Lin Dachui glaring at her. Suddenly I remembered the slap I received in the afternoon, and I couldn't help but feel a little scared. Lin Dachui ignored Yang Shanglan and squatted down, grabbing Su Jingguang by the collar.
Su Jingguang, don't think I don't know what you are up to. I advise you to find a way to solve the mistake you made yourself.
Although Su Wanqing and I are no longer husband and wife, and she is no longer the president of the Su group, she is not someone that anyone can bully.
What a coincidence.
When Nan Nan was kidnapped by Majiji and asked to help pay back Leijian's 30 million, Leijian's younger brother took out several IOUs.
One of them was Su Jingguang's IOU for 20 million yuan. It was probably that this guy deliberately framed Su Wanqing in order to pay off his debt. In fact, Lin Dachui had already guessed it almost exactly. Su Jingguang did owe Leijian 20 million and was going to pay it back tomorrow. He embezzled the 20 million in Su Wanqing's name while she was away. He was afraid that the truth would be revealed, so he thought about how to throw dirty water on Su Wanqing. Ha! What a coincidence!
When Su Jingguang went out this afternoon, he saw that the route Su Wanqing and Lin Dachui took back was not the wedding house where they had lived for 6 years.
Out of curiosity, he followed behind and finally discovered the important secret.
It turned out that Su Wanqing bought a new villa for Lin Dachui, and it was very luxurious. Su Jingguang finally found a way to frame Su Wanqing for embezzling 20 million yuan. Therefore, he couldn't wait to drag the wrong Su's mother over to confirm Su Wanqing's guilt. By the way, let Su's mother, the brainless ex-mother-in-law, occupy the house and discuss Lin Dachui.
You! Su Jingguang was shocked, but soon calmed down. What nonsense are you talking about? How could I make a mistake? Even if Su Wanqing didn't embezzle 50 million, she must have at least 20 million. Also, I won't let you off for hitting me. I'll call someone to teach you a lesson right now.
Su Wanqing looked nervous and was about to step forward to speak, but was stopped by Lin Dachui.
Let him call for help. Lin Dachui sneered, I want to see who in Jiangqing dares to touch me, Lin Dachui. Su Jinguang was stunned. When did Lin Dachui become so awesome? He slaps people without hesitation, and he is not afraid of retaliation. He is so fearless, I am afraid he has something to rely on. Su Jinguang looked at the half-open door and heard faint giggling sounds from inside, which made him feel curious. However, they all sound like women, so I guess they can't be that powerful, right? Thinking of this, Su Jinguang laughed and said, Lin Dachui, you wimp, are you more arrogant than me? I originally just wanted to scare you, but I didn't expect you to be so tough. Very good, then I will let you feel the enthusiasm of the people of Jiangqing. As he spoke, he took out his phone and dialed a number. Brother Jin, this is Xiao Su. The call was quickly connected, and Su Jinguang seemed like a different person, saying in a flattering manner, I have a blind man here who said that no one in Jiangqing dares to touch him. This shows that he doesn't take Lord Monkey and you seriously. Okay. I'll send you the location right away. Don't worry, I will definitely not treat my brothers unfairly. After saying that, he looked at Lin Dachui arrogantly. But Lin Dachui and Su Wanqing on the opposite side had sneering expressions on their faces. Su Jinguang's heart trembled for no reason, and he felt like something was wrong. But thinking of Lei Zhen's decisive character, Su Jinguang regained his confidence. Boss Su. At this moment, the financial director called Su Wanqing again and said urgently, I just discovered that there was an account of 20 million some time ago that had your personal seal but no signature. Chapter 42 Where did Lin Dachui get the 100 million? Su Jinguang, did you do this? Su Wanqing's eyes turned cold, and she glared at Su Jinguang. I was wondering before, why did you say that 20 million was misappropriated? Sure enough, it's you who's behind this. I don't know what you are talking about. Su Jinguang's eyes flickered, but he refused to admit it. At this moment, Su's mother Yang Shanglan started making trouble again. Su Wanqing, you have to bear the consequences of what you did. Yang Shanglan forgot the pain after the wound healed and said arrogantly, give me this villa, and I can give you 20 million to fill the hole. Lin Dachui was so angry that he laughed. 20 million for a 50 million villa? Lin Dachui approached Yang Shanglan and sneered, my palm is a little itchy, is it okay to rub your big B face? You, what do you want to do? Yang Shanglan looked nervous and stepped back involuntarily, her voice trembling. I am your mother-in-law, please don't mess around. Lin Dachui curled his lips and looked at Su Wanqing. Su Wanqing pursed her lips and said softly to Lin Dachui, if it weren't for her, you and I wouldn't have come to this point. From now on, Yang Shanglan and I will sever our mother-daughter relationship. You can hit me if you want. After hearing these words, Yang Shanglan was completely dumbfounded. She couldn't understand why Su Wanqing, who always listened to her, was now severing the mother-daughter relationship with her. To win back Lin Dachui? Impossible. Over the years, she has always liked Meggie. I don't believe that she would really sever the mother-son relationship with me. Otherwise, why would she bring my Gigi's son Mei Pian back to the Su family and ask me to take care of him? Su Wanqing, you've grown wings, haven't you? Yang Shanglan was furious, drooling, how dare you sever the mother-daughter relationship with your own mother? I'm telling you, you can break up with me, but unless you transfer this villa to me, there's no point in talking. If you don't give it to me, I will go to court to sue you for embezzling public funds to buy a house, abandoning my parents, and not fulfilling my obligation to support them. Lin Dachui was amused and slapped him. Bang! The loud slap stunned Yang Shanglan. You are simply the opposite. Yang Shanglan pointed at Lin Dachui angrily, I'm telling you, this villa was bought by Wancheng. Now that you're divorced, the house should be given to me. Shut up. Lin Dachui didn't want to get entangled with Yang Shanglan anymore, so he called the property manager directly. The property management of the high-end villa community has excellent service quality and attitude, and arrived very quickly. Mr. Lin, what do you want? The property manager looked respectful, and the two security guards behind him also bowed. This old woman came here on purpose to cause trouble, please kick her out. Lin Dachui pointed at Yang Shanglan and made a request to the property manager. Okay, Mr. Lin. The property manager nodded and waved his hand.
The two security guards behind him quickly took action and drove Yang Shanglan out.
This is my house, why are you kicking me out?
Yang Shanglan threw a tantrum and resisted vigorously. I want to file a complaint against you.
Your house? The property manager looked serious. Madam, this villa is villa number 2 in the Yunjing Villa district, and the property rights have always belonged to Mr. Lin. When did this villa become yours? Why didn't I know?
Upon hearing this, Yang Shanglan was so shocked that she was speechless. What is shocking is not the ownership of the house, but where it is located. I came here in a hurry just now and didn't pay attention to this villa community. It turns out that it is the best Yunjing Villa district in Jiangcheng. It is said that the cheapest villa here costs tens of millions.
Villa number 1 was sold for 150 million yuan last year, so can villa number 2 be cheaper? 50 million, that's enough. Wait a minute.
Yang Shanglan struggled to shake off the two security guards and grabbed the property manager's hand. Excuse me, how much is villa number 2 selling for? The property manager's expression turned cold. After avoiding Yang Shanglan, he looked at Lin Dachui. Lin Dachui nodded helplessly. Just explain it to her clearly, so as to avoid making a fuss here.
Okay, Mr. Lin. The property manager received the order and naturally did not dare to hide anything.
Madam, this villa number 2, which is worth 100 million yuan, was purchased by Mr. Lin a year ago.
100 million? Yang Shanglan opened her mouth wide, shocked. Sure enough, 50 million is not enough. But where did Lin Dachui get the 100 million?
Even though Wanqing's company has received a lot of dividends over the years, it is only around 200 million at most.
But all this money is kept with me.
Although most of the money was lent by me to Majiji to start his own business. Although they all failed, at least Majiji has been working hard to start a business and make money.
No, it's not important.
The important thing is, where did Wanqing get the money to buy such an expensive villa for Lin Dachui?
Could it be that Wanqing really embezzled company funds? More than 20 million? Yang Shanglan, you are not still thinking that I gave this money to Dachui, right?
No one knows a mother better than her daughter.
Su Wanqing guessed what Yang Shanglan was thinking at a glance and said sarcastically. I'm telling you, Yang Shanglan, this villa was bought with Dachui's own money.
Although Su Wanqing guessed that Lin Dachui was rich, she was still shocked when she heard the price. I originally thought that Lin Dachui had at most tens of millions, but I didn't expect he was a billionaire.
If his development hadn't been delayed over the years, the number might be even higher.
Su Wanqing, Lin Dachui is a loser who doesn't even go to work.
Where does he get so much money? Yang Shanglan is a biased and stubborn person, so how could he believe what Su Wanqing said?
Sledgehammer, turn out your deposits.
Su Wanqing was so angry that she asked Lin Dachui to provide evidence.
Lin Dachui didn't want to pay attention, but the phone was snatched away by Su Wanqing.
Su Wanqing remembered that the password was their wedding anniversary and entered it quickly.
Sure enough, the password has not changed. Su Wanqing was slightly excited, and then she calmly opened her bank card account balance.
But as soon as I opened it, my hands started shaking. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, 9, 9. After Su Wanqing finished counting, she looked at Lin Dachui in shock. With more than 580 million in cash deposits, how did he make so much money? TSK. Pretending. Yang Shanglan obviously didn't believe it, but still came over to take a look.
At just one glance, Yang Shanglan was so shocked that she was speechless.
Aunt, what's going on? At this moment, Su Jinguan on the side finally dared to speak.
He just received a message from Leijin saying that he had brought people to the gate of the villa community.
So he couldn't hide his excitement.
Just when he was about to mock Lin Dachui a few more times, he saw Yang Shanglan's face full of shock, as if she had seen a ghost.
Jin Guang, take a look, is this real?
Yang Shanglan snatched the phone from Su Wanqing's hand and handed it to Su Jinguang.
Su Jinguang took it and took a look, and he couldn't take his eyes away. With trembling lips, he counted the numbers one by one, carefully. 1, 2, 3, 4. 8, 9, 9 digits, more than 580 million?
But the next second, Su Jinguang seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly said jokingly. I say, Lin Dachui, if you don't have money, then you don't have money. You photoshopped the picture like this to deceive your aunt and mother.
Is that fun?
Yang Shanglan looked as if she had expected this, and was about to start a lecture when a voice suddenly came from behind her.
Who is so blind as to dare to offend young Master Su? Chapter 43. This is my brother Hammer. Master Lei. Hearing the voice, Su Jinwang immediately turned around and greeted him with a flattering look on his face.
Master Lei, I was going to meet him at the door, but this guy asked the security guard to stop me and wouldn't let me leave. Master Lei, this kid just said that no one in Jiangcheng dares to touch him. You must make him remember this lesson. The person who came was Lei Zhen, and he was followed by a dozen younger brothers. It was obvious that he had no good intentions.
Oh? So arrogant?
Lei Zhen looked at Su Jinguang, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes.
Damn, now those who owe money are all big shots. If it wasn't for the 20 million, why would I have obediently come here? Oh, I have to keep my eyes open in the future and not lend money to others casually. If you can't get it back, you'll lose a lot. For example, Mejijai. However, Su Jinguang cannot run away. Even if he does, the Su family is still there. Then let me see who dares to say that no one in Jiangcheng.
Lei Zhen pushed Su Jinguang away and looked forward. But he stopped abruptly in the middle of his words.
Hammer, brother hammer.
Lei Zhen's expression changed from arrogant to respectful. I don't know that bastard Su Jinguang. I was talking about you. Don't be angry.
4.
These two words made Su Jinguang and Yang Shenglan's hearts skip a beat.
Lei Zhen actually knew Lin Dachui and respectfully called him Brother Chui?
Moreover, seeing Lin Dachui's calm and composed appearance, the two men became more and more unsure.
Lin Dachui, could he be some gangster boss? Collecting protection money? Opening a casino? Otherwise, how could he have so much money? Master Lei. Before Lin Dachui could speak, Su Jinguang came up again and said, this kid is just a gigolo. You don't need to call him brother, right? Bang! A loud slap was heard. Su Jinguang felt dizzy and even lost 2 teeth. Master Lei, why did you hit me? Su Jinguang was confused and wanted to cry but had no tears. It was this boy who was arrogant and domineering, not me. You're blind.
Lei Zhen glared at Su Jinguang, this is my brother Hammer.
When Su Jinguang heard this, how could he not know what was going on? The relationship between Lin Dachui and Lei Zhen is not simple.
Thinking of this, Su Jinguang knelt on the ground without hesitation. Then, he crawled over and grabbed Lin Dachui's legs, crying bitterly.
Brother-in-law, I was wrong.
I didn't know you were Lei Xiao's elder brother.
If I knew, how could I do this to you? You are a great man and you don't bear grudges. Please forgive me this time, okay?
Lin Dachui looked at the scene coldly without saying a word.
Su Jinguang continued to beg for mercy. Su Wanqing's beautiful eyes moved back and forth between Lin Dachui and Lei Zhen's faces.
The last time they were at the night bar, she noticed that Dachui and Lei Xiao had an unusual relationship. But now it seems that the relationship between the two is as strong as it can be. I don't know why the relationship between Lin Dachui and Lei Xiao was established.
Yang Shenglan's eyes kept rolling. How could Lin Dachui know these young masters of the Lei family? They are not good people. Could it be that he really joined the underworld?
As expected, trash is trash and will always do things that are not worthy of being shown on the stage.
Compared to Mejijai, it's just that. But then again, will he retaliate against me since I have bullied him so much in recent years? Thinking of this, Yang Shenglan couldn't help but take a step back. Brother Chui, how do we deal with this kid?
Lei Zhen kicked Su Jinguang in disgust and asked Lin Dachui.
Are you familiar with him?
Lin Dachui said jokingly, if he is an acquaintance, you can just handle it as you see fit.
Lei Zhen's mouth twitched, I'm not familiar with him. If it wasn't for the 20 million he owed me, I wouldn't bother coming out. You know, we are all good citizens now. We won't play the tricks of the underworld.
Hearing this, Lin Dachui said calmly, if that's the case, then let's do things according to the rules. Lei Zhen nodded and winked at his younger brother behind him. Several younger brothers came forward and carried Su Jinguang. Su Jinguang was so frightened that his face turned pale, and he shouted, brother-in-law, Mr. Lei, spare my life, I have money, I will pay it back immediately.
Su Wanqing stepped forward and squinted at Su Jinguang. Su Jinguang, you were the one who embezzled the 20 million, right? Do you still want to put the blame on me? How is it possible? Su Jinguang refused to admit it. Don't throw dirty water on me. What a joke. If I admit it, how can I return the money to Lei Zhen? It's just embezzlement of 20 million. The worst that can happen is that I'll be scolded by my grandfather. But if you don't pay back the money, Master Lei will kill you. Really? Su Wanqing sneered, if you admit it now, Grandpa might let you go. If you don't admit it, I will apply to the company and start the investigation process. By then, you will most likely end up in jail. Hearing this, Su Jingguang was stunned. Some time ago, Su Wanqing was not in the company, and he took advantage of his position to sneak into the office and take out the private seal. He also forged project expenditures and cashed out 20 million yuan. I originally wanted to return it to Leijin. I came here today just to frame Su Wanqing for embezzling public funds. Unexpectedly, I ended up losing more than I gained. I was too careless. However, if I don't admit that I did it, I will really go to jail if it is discovered. Sister Wanqing, I was wrong, please let me go. After weighing the pros and cons, Su Jingguang finally lowered his head. Su Wanqing looked at him with disgust. You have repeatedly provoked Dachui and me, you don't deserve to be forgiven. Then, he turned to Lei Jin and said, Master Lei, I will supervise him and return the money to you within 3 days. If anything goes wrong again, just follow the rules. Lei Jin agreed and signaled his men to let Su Jingguang go. Lin Dachui walked towards Yang Shenglan at this time, his eyes cold. Now, do you still want this house? Yang Shenglan was about to say yes, but she found that Lei Jin was staring at her, so she took back the words. At this point, how could she not see it? It's true that Lin Dachui is rich. Because most of the money Su Wanqing earned was confiscated by her, she transferred it to Majiji to start a business. It is impossible to have enough money to support Lin Dachui and buy such an expensive villa. It's just that although Lin Dachui is rich, the money probably came from illegal sources. I will let him go for now today. When I get back, I will report that Lin Dachui is involved in organized crime. No more. When Yang Shenglan said this, she felt her face burning. When you live under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. When I get back, I'll show you how I'll deal with you. This villa can only belong to me, Yang Shenglan. Oh, no, there is also the future good son-in-law Majiji, and grandson Mei Pian. By then, Wanqing will marry Jiji, and everything will be fine. Yang Shenglan, I advise you to stop having those crooked thoughts, otherwise no one can save you. Lin Dachui looked at Yang Shenglan's uncertain face and instantly guessed that the other party would not give up. So, I have to remind you. However, this villa is about to be sold, so there is no need to worry about her doing anything weird by then. Yang Shenglan and Su Jingguang left in disgrace. Brother Chui, remember to come to the wedding banquet tomorrow. Before leaving, Lei Jin emphasized again and again. Lin Dachui smiled and said, okay, I'll be here on time. Lei Jin got a satisfactory answer and left with a group of brothers. Sledgehammer, tomorrow, can I go with you? Su Wanqing raised her head and looked at Lin Dachui expectantly. Chapter 44 Extreme Harmony. Sledgehammer, can I go? Seeing that Lin Dachui did not reply, Su Wanqing asked again, feeling very uneasy. Lin Dachui really didn't expect that Su Wanqing was still so determined to attend Lei Jin's wedding banquet. He thought that after that night, Lei Jin had made it clear that he would not send an invitation to the Su family. De Hammer, don't worry, I don't have any other ideas. Su Wanqing tugged at the corner of Lin Dachui's clothes, pleadingly. It's just that I'm attending a wedding banquet with you and Nan Nan as a family. Lin Dachui thought about it, and finally nodded, then let's go together. After all, Lu Ruyan and Qin Mengyao were both invited, so Su Wanqing wouldn't make a difference. By then, we can bring Aunt Lu along, so that we can all sit at the same table. Great, thank you Hammer. Su Wanqing was as happy as a child. Then, let's go back, they must be waiting anxiously. Lin Dachui looked at Su Wanqing in a daze. He didn't remember that Su Wanqing had such a lovely side. Sure enough, a woman like Su Wanqing is more suitable to be a friend than a wife. Let's go. Lin Dachui smiled slightly and entered the villa first. Lu Ruyan, Qin Mengyao, Su Qinghe, and Lu Ma all looked towards the door at the same time. They had also heard the noise outside before, but Lu Ruyan did not go out because she received a message from Lin Dachui. Su's mother came to cause trouble. In line with the principle of not causing trouble for Lin Dachui, Lu Ruyan stopped the women from leaving. Fortunately, this is the case, otherwise Yang Shenglan would have caused so much trouble. What kind of evil is Yang Shenglan doing now? Su Qinghe looked dissatisfied. She should have let me out just now, but she chased me back in no time. Qin Mengyao also curled her lips to express her dissatisfaction. It's good that things are settled. Lu Ruyan considerately changed the slippers for Lin Dachui and handed Su Wanqing a pair of women's slippers. She looked so generous, as if she had already regarded herself as the mistress of this house.
Lin Dachui accepted it with peace of mind, without caring about other people's opinions at all. Su Wanqing felt a little uncomfortable, but it was not Lu Ruyan's fault. It was all my fault that Lin Dachui was ruined.
Don't have any more illusions in the future and just treat your daughter well.
From this moment on, Su Wanqing completely let go of the obsession in her heart.
Tomorrow is Mr. Lei's wedding banquet, let's all go.
After Lin Dachui briefly explained what had just happened, he spoke to the women.
Isn't this not good? Aunt Lu hesitated. I'm just a nanny now, how can I? Aunt Lu, you should go.
Lin Dachui said non-committally, if you want to manage the Su group, you must have a good relationship with the Lei family.
I'll introduce you to someone tomorrow. It will be easier this way. After hearing this, Aunt Lu did not refuse. Sister, brother-in-law. Su Qinghe came over and asked with a smile, does this include me?
Lin Dachui was stunned and had actually forgotten about this girl. Then, he said with an embarrassed look, it's just one more person, one more pair of chopsticks.
I guess the Lei family is not that stingy. That's great, thank you brother-in-law. Su Qinghe didn't mind, as long as she could go.
After all, I had previously come into contact with the Lei family as a policeman. If I go there again now, I will have to go as Lin Dachui's sister-in-law.
Oh no. Soon you won't be my sister-in-law anymore. Ahem.
When Lin Dachui heard Su Qinghe's address, he coughed twice and reminded. Qinghe, don't call me brother-in-law from now on.
Your sister and I. That's right.
Qin Mangyao also echoed, Dachui and your sister have decided to divorce, so don't call me brother-in-law anymore.
Su Wanqing was a little embarrassed, but didn't say much. Su Qinghe was not convinced and retorted, why can't I call him brother-in-law? Isn't Sister Ruyan also my sister? What's wrong with me calling you brother-in-law? Su Qinghe used a tactic of retreating to advance and brought Lu Ruyan to the surface. Qinghe wasn't wrong either.
Lu Ruyan admitted openly, I am older than you and Qinghe, so it is only natural for me to call Dachui brother-in-law.
Lu Ruyan had seen through it a long time ago. Su Qinghe has a special feeling for Lin Dachui, which is very dangerous. Compared to Qin Mangyao's simple love-minded mind, Su Qinghe is a more formidable opponent.
As for Su Wanqing, Lin Dachui has already said that it is impossible to get back together.
In other words, Su Wanqing has possessed Lin Dachui for 6 years, which is enough. Now, the fate is over, it's time to get out. Of course, there is also Lu Ma, who is also very interested in Lin Dachui. When Lu Ruyan thought of Aunt Lu, she felt a headache. She is excellent in herself and looks very charming. Moreover, his identity was very mysterious, and even with the help of Lu family's connections, he was unable to find out. Danger plus 666. Let's go take a shower and go to bed. We are tired today.
Lin Dachui didn't want to face this confusing question, so he stood up and prepared to go upstairs.
As soon as he stepped onto the stairs, he turned around and asked, who's accompanying Nan Nan today? I.
Lu Ruyan and Su Wanqing spoke at the same time. Ruyan, something happened to Nan Nan yesterday, and I haven't been able to spend enough time with her.
Su Wanqing pleaded, can I stay with her? Lu Ruyan did not answer, but looked at Lin Dachui.
Lin Dachui thought about it and finally agreed to let Su Wanqing accompany him, but he still reminded her.
Su Wanqing, I hope this is a good start and not the end.
Su Wanqing trembled all over and hurriedly promised to accompany her daughter well.
Fortunately, the villa is big enough and has enough rooms.
Otherwise, sleeping tonight will still be a big problem.
No words were spoken that night.
The next morning, when Lin Dachui got up, he found that Su Wanqing and Nan Nan had already washed up.
The relationship between mother and daughter seems to have been sublimated and they are very intimate.
Lu Ruyan, who was standing by, also patiently helped Nan Nan tie her hair.
Harmonious. Extremely harmonious.
Lin Dachui's mouth curled up slightly, and he felt very relieved. Although she is a bit of a germaphobe when it comes to relationships, that doesn't stop Su Wanqing from being nice to Lin Nan Nan. Children's mental health is really important. Therefore, Lin Dachui tacitly agreed to Su Wanqing's initiative to show goodwill.
As long as Nan Nan is happy.
And Nan Nan did not disappoint him and showed a very high emotional intelligence.
Even with Su Wanqing's love, she did not forget to take care of Lu Ruyan's feelings. She calls her Mama Lu and Mama Su all the time, without favoring either one over the other. Set off.
After everything was packed up, Lin Dachui picked up Lin Nan Nan and went out. The whole family drove 2 luxury cars and headed towards the Dajianlong Hotel in a mighty manner.
Brother Hammer.
Hammer brothers. Lei Ho and his son Lei Jin were already waiting, and Lei Mu and daughter-in-law Lu Xiang beside them also greeted them with smiles.
Congratulations.
Lin Dachui smiled and greeted Lei Jin, then turned to Lei Ho and said, Brother Monkey, congratulations, your wish of having a grandson has come true. Thunder Monkey grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Brother Hammer, thanks to you, otherwise
I would have gone in long ago. It's just a small favor. You're welcome.
Lin Dachui smiled slightly.
Okay. Thunder Monkey laughed, I'm happy today, so let's not talk about this. Su Wancheng and Su Qinghe looked a little strange. Sister.
Su Qinghe bit Su Wancheng's ear and whispered, Lei Jin calls Lin Dachui Brother Chui, I can understand that.
This Thunder Monkey, why do you call him Brother Hammer? Isn't this confusing the seniority? Sister, do you know what's going on? Chapter 45. Who was he? I have no idea.
Su Wancheng stared blankly at the people in front of her who were talking and laughing, her face full of guilt. She had no idea who Lin Dachui had been in contact with or who his good friends were in the past 6 years. She had no idea how Lin Dachui made his money or when he bought the house.
As a wife, I am such a failure. Letting him go is the best thing I can do now.
Hammer brothers. Lei Ho patted Lin Dachui on the shoulder and said with a smile, your family's seat is at table number 2.
Table number 2?
Lin Dachui was stunned.
This isn't a good idea, is it? We can just find a corner.
Generally speaking, table number 1 is occupied by parents, elders, maternal family, and other relatives.
Table number 2 usually has important people sitting around. It is obviously inappropriate for Lin Dachui and his whole family to sit there. Thunder Monkey waved his hands, how can that be possible? If it weren't for your advice back then, I would have been in jail a long time ago. How could I be here today? So, table number 2 belongs to you.
Having said that, Lei Ho paused for a moment and then spoke again.
By the way, Xiaolin will be here soon. I'll squeeze in with you guys then, okay?
The Xiaolin that Lei Ho mentioned is Lei Jin's sister, Lei Lin. Lei Ho always says that he wouldn't be where he is today without Lin Dachui, and the reason for that is one thing.
It is the successful transformation of the Lei family's industry.
At that time, the Lei family made their fortune by running underground casinos and brothels.
The risk is high, but the reward is high.
At that time, Daxia was cracking down on pornography, gambling, and drugs, and if you were caught, you would definitely spend the rest of your life in prison. One night, Lei Jin came to the bar to drink alone, and Lin Dachui went up to toast him. Lei Jin was probably drunk, so he told his father that he wanted to hide abroad for a while. But Lei Jin didn't want to go abroad, but he had no other choice. Lin Dachui knew that the Lei family was not involved in drugs and was not hopeless.
I couldn't help but interrupt.
Let the Lei family apply to make the casino a legal business place and pay taxes to the government. Although I have lost a lot of income, it is better than going to jail. Unexpectedly, the Lei family became the first legal casino, and now their business is booming. It can be said that Lin Dachui is the savior of the Lei family.
Brother Hammer, let's go, let's take a seat first.
Recalling the past, Lei Ho was filled with gratitude and politely invited Lin Dachui into the hotel banquet hall. At this time, most of the guests have arrived. Lin Dachui's family was the last to arrive. Lei Ho led Lin Dachui, Lin Nannan, Lu Ruyan, Su Wanqing, Su Qinghe, and Lu Ma straight to table number 2. The guests who came to the wedding banquet were all from prominent and wealthy families.
The young man was greeted by Lei Ho in person, his eyes full of curiosity. Who is this young man? Why did Lord Monkey come to greet him personally? It's more than just a personal greeting. They're sitting at table number 2. I don't know who he is, but I know 2 of the most beautiful women behind him. Fuck. Aren't those Su Wanqing and Su Qinghe from the Su family? Why are they following this young man? Who is he? The beauties behind him are all top-notch. Many guests were talking in low voices. These women are the best of the best. As soon as it appeared, it instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the audience. Lu Ma is a little younger than Lin Dachui. Although she is almost 30, she has never been married and is still a young girl, but she is extremely charming. Su Wanqing is 28 years old this year. She is a mature young woman who has been developed and is full of charm. Lu Ruyan and Su Qinghe are almost the same age, and both are 26 years old this year. Lu Ruyan's beauty and figure are the most stunning among all women.
Especially her contradictory combination of coldness and sexy maturity, which makes people unable to extricate themselves. Needless to say, Su Qinghe is the policewoman of Jiangcheng, and together with her sister Su Wanqing, they are known as the Jiangqing sisters. Qin Mangyao is younger, only 25. Except for her smaller breasts, she looks like a fairy. Everyone took their seats and waited for the wedding to officially begin.
Oops, I'm late.
The wedding preparations officially began, and Lei Lin arrived in a hurry. Without any guidance, he sat directly at Lin Dachui's table.
Sit next to Su Wanqing. Xiaolin, are you here? Su Wanqing was a little embarrassed and took the initiative to say hello. Lei Lin was a little unhappy. Why are you here too? Didn't I tell you that your Su family doesn't need to come to participate? Xiaolin.
Su Wanqing took Lei Lin's hand and said apologetically, I'm not here to represent the Su family, but to represent Lin Dachui's family.
Lei Lin was stunned when she heard this. Aren't you divorced? Haven't you always refused to admit that Dachui is your husband? There's no future for him and me. Su Wanqing didn't hide it. I know it's all my fault, but can I still be your best friend?
Lei Lin didn't say much. After all, they were once good friends. Besides, Lin Dachui didn't say anything, so there was no need for her to make any more comments. But I didn't expect that Su Wanqing actually knew that she was wrong.
It's really ironic.
Xiaolin, I will change for the better in the future and treat Nan Nan with all my heart and soul.
As if she saw Lei Lin's confusion, Su Wanqing took the initiative to explain. The wedding is in progress.
Who could have thought that Lei Zhen, the famous underground prince of Jiangcheng, and the little sister Lu Xiang, would be so moved?
Brother Zhen, I'm finally marrying you.
Lu Xiang and Lei Zhen held hands, with only each other in their eyes.
Bow to heaven and earth. The emcee's voice rang out.
As the former underground king, the Lei family attached great importance to inheritance ceremonies, so they held a Chinese-style wedding. Looking at the two of them treating each other as equals, Su Wanqing's eyes were filled with tears. She felt envious but also filled with deep regret.
Why was I so selfish back then that I couldn't have a wedding with the hammer? Now that I think about it, I really am not worthy of being the hammer's wife.
Thinking of this, Su Wanqing's beautiful eyes turned from the stage to Lin Dachui, but she caught a glimpse of Lu Ruyan holding Lin Dachui's hand and comforting him in a soft voice. From the shape of his lips, we can vaguely guess, we also hold a Chinese-style wedding. Su Wanqing sighed again in her heart. I discarded it like a worn-out shoe, but others regarded it as a treasure. Lin Dachui, I really regret it. I'm afraid I can never make up for the wedding I owe you in this lifetime. Next, I would like to invite a special guest to witness the wedding between Xiangxiang and me. After the kneeling ceremony, Lei Zhen took the microphone from the host and announced to all the guests.
Then, he looked at Lin Dachui at table number 2 and said in a choked voice, Brother Choi. Are you willing to be the witness for our marriage?
Lin Dachui didn't expect that there would be such a segment in Lei Zhen's wedding. But seeing Lei Zhen's expectant eyes, he could only stand up helplessly.
Fuck, to be able to be the witness for young Master Lei's wedding, this guy is not simple. No way? He looks ordinary, how can he be so important? With so many top beauties accompanying him, including Miss Lei and the 2 young ladies from the Su family, how could his identity be simple?
The person who can be called a special guest by Master Lei must be of high status. Let's see.
The guests were talking about it.
Lin Dachui ignored everyone's puzzled looks, stepped onto the stage, and took the microphone from Lei Zhen. Hello everyone, Lin Dachui was just about to introduce himself when the door of the banquet hall was suddenly pushed open.
Then, a stern voice sounded. Which one of you is Lin Dachui? Chapter 46, How did a fool like you become the deputy director? Which one of you is Lin Dachui?
A stern voice echoed throughout the banquet hall.
Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a middle-aged fat policeman and 2 young policemen stepping into the hall.
After looking around sharply, he stared at the newlyweds on the stage. Then, he walked over quickly.
Director Zhang.
Lei Ho saw that something was not right and rushed forward to stop them.
Today is my son Lei Zhen's wedding. Are you here to congratulate him? Congratulations? The middle-aged policeman named Zhang sneered. Lei Ho, do you think you can sit back and relax just because you run a formal casino? I'm telling you, you'd better be honest and don't let me find evidence of your crime.
Lei Ho narrowed his eyes slightly, and the anger on his face was clearly visible. This Zhang Jian, relying on his promotion to deputy chief of the police station, and scrupulously threatens my Lei family.
Isn't it just that I haven't paid tribute to you over the years? Do you have to find fault with me everywhere? Don't forget, I also have evidence of your bribery. Since you don't give me face, I don't need to give you face. At worst, no one can have an easy life. Deputy Director Zhang, you need to provide evidence when speaking. Lei Ho said the word deputy loudly, not to mention that my Lei family has been well behaved over the years, but we haven't done anything illegal or criminal. Today is my son's big day. If you come to ask for a glass of wedding wine, I welcome you with open arms. If you are here to cause trouble on purpose, I, Lei, will not give you face. Zhang Jian smiled coldly. Lei Ho, let's put aside the matter between you and me. I came here today because the public reported that Lin Dachui was involved in organized crime. Please hand him over. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire banquet hall was in an uproar. Lin Dachui is involved in organized crime? Who is this? Lin Dachui? I don't know. What era is it now? You still dare to play the gangster tricks? Aren't you looking for death? It seems that this guy named Lin Dachui is going to be in trouble. Many guests who didn't know Lin Dachui were talking about it. Lei Ho frowned and looked at Lin Dachui on the stage. Are the Dahammer brothers involved in organized crime? What kind of evil is he involved in? Over the years, I have earned clean money from my Lei family, but he wouldn't even take it even if I gave it to him for free. Besides, if we talk about being involved in organized crime, only my Lei family has the possibility of being involved. Brother Dachui never leaves the house, so how could he be involved in organized crime? Su Wanqing frowned, quietly took out her phone and dialed a number. Lu Ruyan, Qin Mengyao, and Lu Ma stood up and were about to step forward, but were stopped by Su Qinghe. It's okay, I'll do it. Over the years, the person who knows Lin Dachui best is his sister-in-law, who is a police officer. Sister Su Wanqing doesn't love Lin Dachui at all, so why would she care about what Lin Dachui does? Although I don't know how he makes money, it is absolutely impossible to say that he is involved in organized crime. Su Qinghe was about to step forward to speak, but Lin Dachui on the stage spoke first. Deputy Director Zhang, right? Lin Dachui raised his lips slightly. I am the Lin Dachui you mentioned. Are you sure I am involved in organized crime? Zhang Jian looked at the gentle and refined Lin Dachui and was stunned. This guy doesn't look like a bad guy. However, bad guys are good at disguising themselves. After all, no bad guy has the word bad guy written on his face, right? Deputy Director Zhang, I have a question for you. Seeing that Zhang Jian had not responded yet, Lin Dachui asked coldly, Are you sure I'm involved in organized crime? Zhang Jian felt very unhappy when he heard Lin Dachui's questioning tone, but he did not lose his temper on the spot. Lin Dachui, I don't have any solid evidence yet. But since someone has reported it, you should fully cooperate with the investigation. Okay. Lin Dachui didn't say much. I can cooperate. But I will cooperate only after Master Lei's wedding banquet is over. Zhang Jian obviously didn't want to wait, and rushed to the stage to arrest the person. Lei Jin and Lu Xiang stood in front of them and said, Deputy Director Zhang, aren't you being too disrespectful to our Lei family by doing this? How much is the Lei family's reputation worth? Zhang Jin sneered, Get out of the way, don't block the way, or I'll take you back for investigation. Lei Jin was so angry that he gritted his teeth and was about to lose his temper, but was pulled away by Lin Dachui. Deputy Director Zhang, has the whistleblower submitted evidence? Lin Dachui said calmly. Zhang Jian paused when he heard this, his face becoming uncertain. The whistleblower. It is true that no evidence was submitted, but a big red envelope was given. What the other party wants is for me to find evidence that Lin Dachui's income source is illegal. By then, you can raise it by 10 points. 580 million, 10 points is 58 million. By then, what's the point of being a deputy director? But now, Lin Dachui wants me to produce the evidence of gang-related involvement provided by the whistleblower. Where can I get it? If I want to get it, don't I have to take you back and then find a way to get the evidence? When the time comes, I can give you whatever evidence you want. According to the relevant provisions of the criminal law, you cannot take someone away for investigation without evidence. Lin Dachui raised his lips slightly and looked at Zhang Jian fearlessly. Even if you want to take me away, do you have an arrest warrant? Zhang Jian's face turned pale and blue. When everyone saw it, they understood it instantly. Someone reported that Lin Dachui was involved in organized crime, but the reporter did not provide any evidence. Zhang Jian wanted to take Lin Dachui away for investigation, but he didn't have an arrest warrant. What is this situation called? It's like looking for trouble. No way?
With such a big scene, I thought Lin Dachui was really involved in organized crime.
Ha ha. This deputy director Zhang is so funny. He came to arrest someone in person, but he didn't even have an arrest warrant. Who said it wasn't? I think he came here on purpose to ruin Mr. Lei's wedding and slap the Lei family in the face. The discussions of the guests made Lei Ho's face even gloomier. Zhang Jian.
Lei Ho's tone was no longer polite. You came here to cause trouble today, you must give me an explanation. Zhang Jian's face turned pale, and he gritted his teeth and said, Thunder Monkey, I'm not here to cause trouble today. Someone reported that Lin Dachui was involved in organized crime. Although no evidence was provided, for the safety of the people, we dispatched the police immediately. He was interrupted by Lin Dachui in the middle of his words, bullshit. 2 officers. I am now reporting Zhang Jian for abusing his power and taking bribes. Please think about taking Zhang Jian back for investigation immediately. Zhang Jian was so angry that his face turned pale when he heard this. Lin Dachui. Who gave you the courage?
Not only did you resist arrest, you even dared to slander me. What are you two doing standing there? Bring him back to me.
The 2 young policemen looked at each other, looking embarrassed.
Zhang Jian, how did an idiot like you become the deputy director? Lin Dachui said with a mocking look on his face, could it be that I was right? Was he corrupt and perverting the law?
At this point, Lin Dachui paused, and his voice suddenly turned cold. Zhang Jian, as the deputy director of the police station, you are slandering me by saying that I am involved in organized crime without any evidence. You are abusing your power by taking me back to the police station for investigation without an arrest warrant.
I reserve the right to sue you. Thunder Monkey stepped forward and warned seriously.
Zhang Jian, you deliberately caused trouble today and caused serious impact on my Lei family.
I will report the truth to the mayor.
Zhang Jian's face looked extremely ugly.
Just as I was thinking about how to end the show, another tender shout rang out from the audience. Deputy Director Zhang, the work of cracking down on gangsters and eliminating evil was fully completed 2 years ago. You are now saying that Lin Dachui is involved in organized crime, which means that you are not doing your job well and are seriously derelict in your duty. I will report this to my superiors. Chapter 47. Hello everyone, I am Lin Dachui's ex-wife. Su Qinghe?
Zhang Jian's face turned pale, and he narrowed his eyes at Su Qinghe, who suddenly interrupted him, you are so disrespectful.
Do you still have me as your leader in your eyes? The person who spoke first was Su Qinghe at table number 2. Deputy Director Zhang. Su Qinghe was not intimidated at all, staring at Zhang Jian, have you followed the proper procedures? I have tolerated you for a long time. If you don't give me an explanation, I will report you with my real name. Zhang Jian's expression kept changing when he heard this.
Su Qinghe, the second daughter of the Su family, has a close relationship with Director Li Jun. If you really make her mad, it might be difficult to deal with.
Su Qinghe, I didn't think this through. Zhang Jian finally admitted his mistake, let's leave it at that for today. After the wedding is over, let Lin Dachui come to the bureau to cooperate with the investigation. What a great trend! Upon hearing this, Lei Ho was furious. Zhang Jian, you made my Lei family lose face today. Do you think you can get away with it like this? I'm telling you, if you don't apologize to Brother Dachui and my son today, I will never let you go. When Zhang Jian heard what Lei Ho said, he secretly groaned in his heart. On one side is Su Qinghe, this young and reckless guy who dares to do anything. On one side is the Lei family. If I really report this to the mayor, I'll be finished. Thinking of this, Zhang Jian could only bite the bullet and say, Lei Ho, why make such an embarrassing scene on such a happy day? Embarrassing? Lei Ho sneered, it's embarrassing for you to do such a thing of favoritism and fraud. If you don't give me an explanation today, I will tell everyone about this and see how you can survive in the police force. Brother Monkey. Lin Dachui looked at Lei Ho and said, don't be angry. I, Lin Dachui, will not let this matter go. However, today is Mr. Lei's auspicious day after all. Let the newlyweds get married smoothly first, and then deal with this matter later. After hearing what Lin Dachui said, Lei Ho's expression eased a little. Seeing this, Zhang Jian quickly agreed, yes, let's focus on the happy event. Zhang Jian, this matter is definitely not over. Lei Ho snorted, for the sake of Brother Dachui, I will let you go for now. But if there is no fair result afterwards, no one will have a good life. Zhang Jian was embarrassed and said goodbye and left in a hurry. After this incident, everyone became even more curious about Lin Dachui's identity. Stay calm, be flexible, stay composed and handle things properly. How come I haven't heard of such an outstanding young man before? Hello everyone, my name is Lin Dachui.
After Zhang Jian left, the witnessing session continued. As Monkey Lord's brother and Lei Xiao's elder brother, I am particularly honored to be the witness. As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar in the audience.
Monkey Master's brother? Lei Xiao's elder brother? This relationship seems a bit complicated. Have you noticed that the Lei family respects Lin Dachui very much? Could it be that his background is even bigger than the Lei family's? This guy is not simple. Of course it's not simple. The Su sisters and Miss Lei are accompanying us. The other 3 girls are all noble and not simple at all. Monkey Master calls me brother, and young Master Lei calls me big brother. Could he be the benefactor of the Lei family? The guests in the audience became more and more curious about Lin Dachui's identity. Dear guests. Lin Dachui glanced around and spoke slowly. Today, I am standing here with great joy and honor to witness the marriage of Mr. Lei Jin and Ms. Lu Xiang. Here, on behalf of all the guests, I would like to express my warmest congratulations and best wishes to the newlyweds. The entire banquet hall was filled with thunderous applause. Lin Dachui paused for a moment and continued. The groom, Lei Jin, is a handsome and enterprising young man. The bride, Lu Xiang, is beautiful, generous, gentle and kind. Fate is a wonderful thing. It allows the newlyweds to meet, know each other and fall in love in the vast sea of people. From the moment they met, they were attracted by each other's charm and began a romantic and sweet love journey. In the days ahead, you must understand, support and tolerate each other, and experience the ups and downs of life together. Marriage is not just a form, but also a responsibility and commitment. Whether in good times or bad, we must support and encourage each other. I sincerely wish Mr. Lei Jin and Ms. Lu Xiang a happy wedding, a long-lasting marriage and a long-lasting love. At the same time, I wish all the guests present good health, smooth work, happy family, and all the best. Lin Dachui not only sent his blessings to the newlyweds, but also took care of the many guests, taking care of every aspect. Marriage is not just a form, it is also a responsibility and a commitment. Su Wanqing kept repeating this sentence, and the regret in her heart reached its peak. Am I out of my mind? Why don't you cherish the person in front of you, but stubbornly like your white moonlight? No, I must remind Dachui later to send Mei Pai into the orphanage. Why should I raise that bitch's son? Also, I have just checked it out. The whistleblower is Yang Shenglan. I have already told my father about this and he will take care of it. If you can't give a satisfactory answer, I, Su Wanqing, will come in person. Whether in good times or bad, we must support and encourage each other. Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes moved, blurred by tears. Don't worry, brother Dachui, no matter what happens, I will fully support you. Oops. I feel more and more dependent on you. But I'm going back to Kyoto tomorrow, what should I do? No. Tonight, we must find an opportunity to make things a fait accompli. Brother Hammer. Lei Jin on the stage was so moved that tears streamed down his cheeks. You will always be my big brother. Xiang and I toast to you. As they spoke, Lei Jin and Lu Xiang brought a glass of red wine and handed it to Lin Dachui. The 3 of them drank it all in one gulp. Dear guests, I'm sure you all want to meet my brother, the Hammer. Lei Ho picked up the microphone, looked around the audience, and slowly spoke. Well now, I will formally introduce you to everyone. Lin Dachui, the benefactor of the Lei family. Without brother Dachui, there would be no Lei family today. The guests were shocked when they heard this. Sure enough, the relationship between Lin Dachui and the Lei family is very special. It seems that I have to have a good relationship with Lin Dachui in the future. In addition, I would like to introduce a few important people to you. Lei Ho looked at the reactions of the crowd and was very satisfied. He then said, many people may be curious about the identity of the guests at table number 2. I will reveal them to you one by one. Lei Ho smiled slightly and pointed to the girls at table number 2. Su Wanqing, the eldest daughter of the Su family, is also the ex-wife of my brother Dachui. As soon as these words were spoken, the audience went wild. What? Su Wanqing is actually Lin Dachui's ex-wife? No way? When did Su Wanqing get married? How come I don't know? Fuck, it's hidden too deeply. No, what do you mean by ex-wife? Not only did they get married in secret, but now they're getting divorced in secret? You didn't watch the news a few days ago, did you? Su Wanqing and another man are having an affair. I see.
Su Wanqing ignored the contemptuous looks from the crowd, turned around and picked up Lin Nan.
Then, he waved to the guests calmly and said with a smile, "Hello everyone, I am Lin Dachui's ex-wife, and this is our daughter, Lin Nan." Everyone was confused. What was going on with Su Wanqing?